Not an option. I'll pin this up.
Check, check. Check, check. 1, 2. Check, check. Here's the poetry slam. Check, check.
Check, check, check.
Here, pin it up against your shirt.
Check, 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 check. Check.
Check, 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 check.
Ainger. I know.
Oh, okay.
Do you still need us to test?
You just took a test in a sec, so we're good. When does this officially start?
I don't know. I'm tired. I was trying to do it last night.
Just enough to get by.
Yeah, SMNW.
It's gonna be rough. Yeah, it's like I gotta
read 100 pages.
Is it really 100 pages?
100 straight on, which will take me. Usually I can get through like a page in 2 minutes.
Oh shit. Yeah, that's about my rate. My rate's slow.
Yeah, and so.
I know.
Tag, test.
Check. Hey Adam, what do you think of the poetry slam this year?
Oh, I think it's gonna be awful. It's just the worst I've ever seen in my life.
As it is every year.
We have all these underwhelming people ready to come up and
No, just kidding.
speak their hearts out.
It's gonna be really fun. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, we're gonna have a great
Good
time today.
Gonna hear some good poetry.
Hear some good poetry, hear some good stories, hear people talk about heartbreaks, suicides, all that great stuff.
Yeah.
All the stuff that gets you moving in the morning, you know. Start out the
It's
day
too
right.
early for this.
Start out Monday right with some depressing stories.
He served in the military, and he established a coup to overthrow the British government. First democratically elected monarch. He really was big on modernization. He installed colleges, infrastructure, Western stuff. He ignored religion. I'm reading.
You move your mic up and put it about 2 inches down on that tie.
Right there.
It's always better to run those mics up a little tighter. It gives you a little better pattern.
Is that good? Is that better?
That'll definitely be better.
Hello. Talking. I was talking about a poem. The poem was good. That's the way it is. Talking about a poem. And you know, the poem really reflected what am I trying to say? I'm still talking. I'm talking. And that's what I would like to end with, that the poem of the poem was the poem. And the point is not the point, but the point is poetry. I'll just start reading my notes. Foreign policy. Ethnic. What? Foreign policy. Challenges. People's voice. The leader is Ali Montari. Spokesperson. Katori. 10 out of 290. Believes in shortcomings in other countries. Rituals of people and freedom of speech. Pressures of the state. Split of Islam. The Sunni. Keep talking? Okay, the White Revolution. This was under Mohammad Reza Shah. U.S. arranged for economic help. Shah was important. I don't know. Shah was an important ally for the West. Series of land reforms, irrigation projects, support industrial growth.
I'm really glad that I can get you.
Economic conditions, re-announced bad for proper classes, and they're testing my mics. I've been reading my notes.
Okay.
Savak, national.
So I was looking up jokes in case we get awkward.
Oh, okay, good. Good, I like that. I like that a lot. I've been practicing.
They're really bad jokes, though.
Are we actually first, though?
I hope not. I hope to God.
Rachel, you want to put your mic on?
Do I have to put it up my shirt?
Not right now. I'm just putting it on where it's going to be.
Oh, you did good. Should I talk? Can you hear me? Yes, no?
They said, and the poem really highlighted on the fact that what she wanted to be. You know what I'm saying, Northwest?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Northwest.
This is what I think we should do. Like, this is what they did. So you or me, it doesn't matter which one.
Okay.
Introduce the poem, be like, our next poem was this by this, and then I'll say, so I'll be like, say next poem was Curses by Sarah Keegan. So go ahead.
The next poem is Curses by
Or not
Sarah
next, be
Keegan.
like, our
next poem is Curses by Sarah Keegan.
And then I'll talk and
you're
I'll
gonna
go, and I think this poem really, whatever.
Okay, so
and then
wait,
it'll
do
go
that
back.
before or after?
What's up?
Rachel, put that microphone right to the
Like, right here?
So like, you know, it's like kind of that announcer, like you'll introduce it and then I'll talk about it and then it'll go back to you. And if you have something to say, say it. And then if you don't, just move on to the next poem. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I'll be like, the White Revolution by whatever.
Do we have the list of all the names and
We'll have to write
poems?
it down.
Whatever.
And then we'll take notes.
Anthony Conley,
On-
Colin Durkee,
So I'll be like,
Keaton Durkee, please.
the White Revolution by Abby Bird. Our next poem would be the White Revolution.
The White
by
Revolution by
And
Abby
then you'd be
Bird.
like, you know, this was under
Pretty good.
Muhammad Reza Shah. It was U.S. arranged for economic help, and Shah was an important ally for the West. So he set up a
So Abby talked about
series
that.
of land forms, irrigation projects, and all those things. And I'd be like, and I agree with that. I think she really.
I really
highlighted-
think that she thought that the Shaws were amazing people, and Adam's getting naked again.
He just
Adam,
really
keep
likes
your clothes
to do
on.
that.
He just really likes porn.
Whoa.
Hi, good morning. Okay, in just a minute, if you haven't filled out your note card, I'm going to have you continue doing that. And then what I want you to do is I want all of you who are competing today and who are going to be in here all day to please move up here because it's really hard for people to get up here. It's very
I need to know what
nerve-wracking.
I'm
So when I
going to.
have them look out into the audience,
I
I want
know
them to
when
see
Katie
your
and me
faces,
are
other
going.
poets who know what they're going through. Someone will support them. So if you don't mind,
Give a
move
shout
up.
out to M. Dunn.
And don't be afraid to get close. We don't need this area right here. No one's going to be there. We've got steps.
I don't think it will be.
Relax, laugh a little bit. What's her jokes?
I wrote them down.
Little close.
Yeah.
Little close,
So I'm
but
really
I love
hoping
the
we're not first
enthusiasm.
so I can like
Okay.
memorize them because I just copy and paste.
I want to go through some quick
They're really
logistics
cheesy.
with you. Our MCs over there in the Royals t-shirt, Braden and Quinn, raise your hands. Okay. In just a few minutes, I'm going to be turning it over to them, and they're going to be your cruise directors for the rest of the day, and they're going to make sure we keep things moving and keep things fun, but I need some things to happen from you as well. So first thing I want to talk about is scoring. It's going to be a little bit different. Once people come down here, we're going to try to get 2 teachers and 3 students to judge every round, okay? And they're going to fill out their scores on little note cards, pass them down, and all the scores will be read from low to high. So you won't know which judge gave you which score, but you will hear all 5 scores. To figure out what your total score is, we take out the lowest score and we take out the highest score, and we average your 3 middle scores. In the event of a tie break, we'll throw in that low score and the high score again. Top 10 make it to finals during 7th hour. Starting in like 3rd hour, we'll have a leaderboard up here of our top 10 poets so you can see where you stand.
That's so evil.
Okay, so you can get scored from 0 to 10, and things that will get you counted off. 1, if you go over time, what's the time limit on your poem? 3 minutes. If you go over 3:10, I'm going to have my handy dandy little timekeeper tell me.
Please come to the office.
And they're going to tell me, and I'm going to knock off half a point. Half a point can be a lot in this, so make sure you're under time. 1, that's to keep things moving, but 2, we got a lot of people who are going to be doing this today, so we need to be going.
Hey, when one of us isn't working.
The other thing that will get you knocked off / disqualified / get into academic trouble is if you deviate from your poem. Some of you, I still have questions on your poem, so I need to see you. What we're going to do at the beginning of each round is I will have you come over here, check in, draw a number to see what order you're going to go in, and then I will also give you a hard copy of your poem if you don't have it. Okay. Other things.
Going first.
Today for lunch, if you're here all day, you get free lunch. You're going to get 2 pieces of pizza, a soda, and a Rice Krispie treat. Please don't take more than that, so there will be enough for everyone. We're selling t-shirts today. We're going to set up over there probably 2nd hour. T-shirts will be $15. If you're interested, go sign up and show me you're interested. I need your money by the end of this week.
I just want to find out.
I started a Twitter because I'm really hip and with it. The handle is SMNW Poetry. I think it'd be really, really cool if during this process, if you hear a line that you like, you can tweet that line, be like, that's something that meant something to me, that's something I connected with, and then we can just like destroy Twitter and break it with all of our art and our love today, and that would be awesome. And then as for you all, when you're sitting up front, it is your job, and 1, you're going to have to pack in a lot more than that because we've got a ton of people coming in. It is your job to set the tone for the rest of the audience about how to behave. So some things to keep in mind about audience behavior at a poetry slam. Who could tell me why we snap at a poetry slam? What's the point? Love it. Clapping's what? Clapping's too loud. So if someone's up here giving their poem, your job is not just to sit here and passively listen and like let that poem happen to you. It's to listen as hard as you can to try to find things to connect with. And when you hear something that you connect with, you snap it up because that shows that poem, hey, I'm doing something. My voice matters up here. And that's what we want. So like for every poem, try really hard to listen and find those things to connect with. Because that's what makes this a great event. So in just a second, I'm going to read off the people who are coming first round, and you need to go over and check in with me. Yes, and you need to move way up. And the rest of you who are in chairs, get out. You're young. You can sit on the floor. Good morning. You made it, babe. Way up. Let's go.
Why not?
Because I don't know.
Well, it's
I feel
the
like it's
morning.
weird. I'd be like, happy afternoon.
Good
Happy morning.
Happy morning, Northwest. Be like the 11th annual.
Is it the 11th annual Poetry Slam?
Okay, so should I be like, or if you don't want to say, I can be like, good morning, Northwest. I'm Rachel Barnes, and you can be like, I'm Reagan Walsh.
Reagan
And
Walsh.
this is the 11th
And
annual.
welcome
to the 11th annual Poetry Slam.
And then I'll say, we'll be here announcing between every round. We'll be here announcing between every round.
Give me a little bit.
Filling you
back.
guys up on what's going on. And then you'll go.
I don't know.
What else did you want to say?
They go like this, that means we can start wrapping it up, okay? Go like this, that means we keep talking. One step at a time, stretch, and then wrap it up, okay? That does not mean keep going like that.
Yeah.
Start wrapping it up.
Okay. How long do we have to talk? How long do we have to talk right now?
Right now, maybe this.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought I meant right now.
Okay, kind of the format.
How many rounds are there?
6 rounds.
6 rounds. Okay.
You have like a pass. Well, once they're going,
I can get one.
6 rounds. The 7th round is the finals. How many contestants? Over 20?
Here,
I'll say over 20 contestants.
Abby. My backpack's around the corner. Can you get me like a notebook and a piece of a pen? And my notebook's literally in between those bookshelves. Or my backpack is.
Oh, this is my ending line. Well, we're excited to be here and enjoy the slam today, Northwest.
Yep.
Boom! Sit down!
You got it. Okay, so I'm going to say good morning, Northwest. I'm Rachel Barnes.
And I'm Reagan Walsh.
And this is the 11th annual Poetry Slam.
Today there will be 6 rounds. The 7th round will be the finals. And we'll have about over 20 contestants.
We'll be announcing in between each round, just kind of filling you guys
Filling you guys up. Yeah. And then what should I say after that? After just filling you guys up?
We'll be like filling you guys in.
I know we've got a lot of excited poets today.
We're really excited to be here, and we're really excited to.
Whoa, you can't wait
All
to
right,
say
if I call your name, go over there
my
and
ending
stand by
line.
Braden and Quinn. They're in the royal shirts.
I'm gonna say
Jared
we have a lot of
Berlin,
excited-
Marie Cordino,
lot of
Emma
excited-
Irvin,
excited
Isaac
poets
Manica,
that
Seth
ready to,
Petrich, Lauren Spear, Abigail Terell,
I'm really
Siena
ready to slam.
Radis,
I'm really,
Jessica Sons, and
excited
then
to
whoever
see
I just
what
told that I was
the
adding
poets
the
have
first
to
hour. I
bring
don't
this year.
remember
Yeah,
your name,
I-
but go over
Slam.
there.
I know we're
Thank
going to
you,
have a
Jenna
wide variety
Steinley.
of topics
Yeah,
for sure.
it's gonna be. In past years they were really good, but let's see if this year can show them up. I don't know. Let's see if Nate Jones will know.
This Poetry Slam is like one of the most biggest. This is probably the biggest thing that Northwest does that is different
Yeah.
than any other school. And the students love it.
And I really love that it gets so many people involved.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I mean, the teachers will. I mean, look at this crowd. The
There are so many
teachers
people here.
will take time out of their day to come and bring their class here. When do teachers give up class time? Never.
English teachers. They could be reading, Huck Finn.
Dude, but like, I'm telling you. This is so bad.
I really did not want to go first.
It's okay, we got like about 7 viewers, so.
You're so right. Oh gosh. In 5 minutes? Or 5 seconds?
Am I failing this?
Good morning, Northwest. I'm Rachel Barnes.
And I'm Reagan Walsh.
And this is the 11th annual Poetry Slam.
Today we're going to have about 6 rounds, and the 7th round will be the final with over 20 contestants.
This year we have a lot of poets, and they all have something new to bring to this year's Poetry Slam. And I think it's going to be a really good day. What do you think, Reagan?
No, I think it's going to be really exciting. I'm definitely pumped to announce it. And speaking of that, we'll be here about every
every round we'll be filling you guys up on what happened. There will be Abby Bird and Kayla will also be helping us too.
Today is just going to be a day full of, passion and really talking about what people love and really like people pouring their heart out. So I'm really excited to hear what the students have to say.
Yeah, and every year we get the same topics brought up, but it's always in a different way. And I just love how into the students get how into they get into it.
The whole school really, really loves this poetry slam, and we're really excited to be here.
Yeah, well, we're excited to be here and enjoy the slam today, Northwest.
All right, everyone, we're going to go ahead and get started.
That wasn't that bad.
That wasn't bad.
How about I couldn't get out? The students are excited to be here. The students are to be here.
Another year has passed. It's that time again.
Where we gather here to have a blast. After last year, which was number 10.
It's the 11th annual Poetry Slam with your MCs, us.
I hope you're excited because I am for these talented students here to discuss.
As you can see, we are as talented as they come.
JK. There's a reason why we're the MCs. But without further ado, let's begin.
Bum, bum, bum! You're welcome. Okay, we have a quick things we want to go over before we begin. First is t-shirt order forms. Miss London here, probably starting second hour, is going to have the designs over there. So throughout the day, if you're interested, you can go over there and sign up. She also put the design on the Google Classroom if you're a part of that, so you can look at it. They cost $15. She doesn't need the money today, but if you want it, you have to sign up today, and then you need to make sure she gets the money by the end of the week. And then just something before each round, whoever the poets are, you need to make sure that before each round starts, you go over there and you draw for what order you're going to be presenting in.
Yep. And then we're doing a new system for judging this year. So there's going to be 5 judges consisting of 2 teachers and 3 students, and they're going to be sitting over there. And it's going to be blind judging, so nobody will know who scored you, but you will still receive the scores like you would in the previous years.
Cool. Then let's get started with the Louder Than a Bomb team.
Woo!
Oh, hello. There's only one microphone.
Okay.
London?
Let's all go like this.
Do you want us to just scream?
This isn't a very big.
There's
only one. It's fine.
We have 4 mouths. I will project. It's okay. Can you hear this? I'll take your laughter. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, sweet.
Thanks, Alex.
Oh. Hello.
Okay, there's 4 now.
Yes, that means this one.
Oh yeah, we have.
1 second.
We're not ready at all.
All right.
Is this one?
Let's get this out of the way. I'm just gonna freehand it.
Maybe we should have practiced this.
That's all right. Whatever. Or not whatever. No.
It'll be fine.
Okay. This next.
This isn't where I stand.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is. Okay.
Do that. 1, 2, 3.
Silence is the only thing louder than a bomb.
Fish wish they understood poetry.
Eyelashes would like to make wishes too.
The mountains are like, they feel awkward like me. They're kind of just there.
Chairs express love only through one night stands.
Get it?
Because they get so much
Sidewalks are afraid that they're being followed.
The monsters are afraid of the children on top of their beds.
My heart is afraid that I will one day stop forcing it to beat. Engagement rings are afraid of commitment.
Lightning bugs are afraid of the dark.
Nate's afraid of butterflies.
Excuse me?
I'm just afraid of things that are truly beautiful.
The bees need our help.
They're making the world beautiful.
Sadness, which is happiness, would stop laughing in its face.
Lightning is tired of always coming second.
Bullets are tired of being useless outside a body.
In the same way that my body is tired of being useless outside of other people.
And pit bulls are tired of feeling useless outside of the fighting ring.
Skyscrapers are tired of being told that they have their head in the clouds when they stand on solid ground.
Sleep is tired.
Do you ever wonder if nature doesn't want to be just appreciated?
Flesh will never forget the bruises you etched into its skin.
The sun gets jealous of the moon the way people stare unapologetically, but staring too long at the sun can cause you to go blind.
I know the purple made me look more like a galaxy.
That ball of light has tried to befriend darkness more times than he will ever admit.
I told you I wanted to be more astronaut than human, but that doesn't mean I was asking for it.
Are your brain and heart on a first-name basis?
Why do we write poems about the blue of the sky but forget to mention the blue of our veins?
Because mine seem to have commitment issues.
We write about the farthest things first.
Graveyards are tired of not letting go.
Do you think that dogs know that they're going to die?
Tombstones are tired of always being forgotten.
I hope I never forget Sesame, the 18-month-old puppy who bit the wrong hand and had to die too young.
The scabs on my hands will never forget that my fingers have pried them open.
But Sesame's ashes want to be forgotten.
Will someone teach marriage how to keep a promise? Because marriage keeps forgetting.
And elephants just want to forget.
Country wants to know why we keep trying to slam it.
Skeletons want neither to be hidden nor exposed.
I feel like Swiss Army knives are mostly just trying to impress their dad.
Time is tired of being had, and God is still searching for something to believe in.
Cancer thinks it's just doing its job and that it's doing the best it can.
Love will never be known in such a pure form as that of an old broken canine pressing his head against your arm to absorb as much affection as you will provide.
Donald Trump's hair would like to apologize.
The clouds resent the fact that they cry.
My heart just wants to thank you for working overtime.
And valleys just want to be whole.
So do I. The hijab longs to be worn without being seen as a threat.
The wind would like to settle down and have a family soon.
The rodents struggling to survive under your floorboards fear eviction.
The emptiness in my stomach must be directly correlated to the overwhelming fullness in my heart.
High-heeled shoes are confused why only girls are allowed to wear them.
The oceans feel used. People only swim in the shallowest spots, afraid of what lies in the depths of its darkest waters.
The deep sea creatures are self-conscious of their faces. Why are they only beautiful in the dark?
Black vultures, on the other hand, love each other for their ugliness.
That's why they mate for life.
My mind will always dream that my mouth could scream louder, but never will forgive it for its silence.
Everything just feels too much.
We're sorry that we feel too much.
My mouth is sorry.
My eyes are sorry.
My lungs are sorry.
My hands are sorry. I'm sorry that I feel like I have to project my emotions onto inanimate things. It's just that I'm too embarrassed to simply say how I feel.
I'm sorry that I have to personify objects to get my point across. It's just that I've always been more object than person.
I'm sorry that I always overthink everything and never just let it be silent.
Silence would like to be heard for once.
You see what I mean?
Have a bouquet.
I'll collect these. All right. Which one would you like?
The red one.
That one.
Yeah, and then I need the blue one, and then I think that this one is good. Up here, yeah. Oh. You're blue. Nice job, louder than a bomb. All right, next we're gonna have Emma Irvin.
Wait, we need scores, Gwen. They got practice.
Judges, scores, please.
8.5, 8.2, 8.5, 8.5,
Thank you, judges, for those scores. All right, now we have Emma Irvin.
Little hands reaching down to catch the bluegills swimming in the shallow, see-through water, until one slides upon the little hands, inflicting a moment of gills brushing against your fingers. Panic spreads throughout your body as you frantically search for injuries from the gills. You know they can cut you. Flipping out of the water causes a jump from you and friends, slime causing anxiety from age 7. Running to find a safe haven from the terrifying, slimy creatures, taunts from braver neighbors, resulted in shrieks and a system screaming, "Flight, not fight." I hate the slimy fish. I hate the sharp gills. A push in the water results in thrashing to escape the swarming fish. Dripping wet, adrenaline fading, questioning friendships and God's creation of the slimy monster before me. A pulled reel from fishing, a squirming bluegill, and a squirming me from the internal panic rising in my throat from the anxiety of the situation. I caught a fish, and I caught the dislike of fish. So please, leave the thing in the water where it belongs, and leave me to correct the wrongs of the horrible slimy fish.
Okay, can we get the judges' scores for that poem, please? Sweet, thanks. Okay, real quick, I need everyone to do this. Just do it, just do it. Get your energy out, come on, come on. There we go, there we go. Get those juices flowing. Okay, next up we have Siena Red.
Hi, I don't really have a title for my poem, so. As I'm sitting on my deck looking to the dark night sky, I wonder what life is meant to be, what I am meant to be. There are so many accusations about who a true American is supposed to be, but to me, there's so much more I'd rather be. I don't know I can't just be another kid that just goes off to KU. I can't just be another kid who does the same sport they were always into. I cannot just be another kid that ends up just how the society wants them to. There are so many amazing human beings out there with hopes and dreams. I want to be that kid that gives them all meaning. Even to the teens that seem like they are dumbfounded, but they are actually really well-rounded. People want me to be someone else, someone who gets perfect grades and just seeks not to rage, someone who goes to the law school just to end up being awful, or how about someone who is supposed to be happy but is actually feeling pretty crappy? So that's not being me, that's being you. I'm allowed to want to cry. If you know me, you don't need to ask what makes me enlightened. Society just thinks all you need is a smile and then you're delighted. Girls put on makeup because they just want to be appreciated. Guys are so insecure they think disrespect is the only way to treat a girl. People become depressed because the media tells them they are, and that only makes them want to get hit by a car. You gain 5 pounds and boom, E! News tells you what to do. You get dumped and 17 tells you why no one wants to be with you. Your eyebrows not on fleek and Cosmo tells you what to use. It's like there's a never-ending doubt people can't refuse. Friends stab friends in the back, just to be fair, so just click the end share button because no one is going to be there. It's so upsetting to think that no one really cares. People are so selfish, it makes me want to ditch this hellish life, but let's be honest. How many of you really know that every single person in this room really, truly cares about every little thing about you? Anywho, I want you to know that I like you. Someone shouldn't determine who you are. We are all different, and that doesn't mean we have to be hidden. So wear that crop top and know you don't look like a mop. Ask that girl to the dance because you are the real man. You do you. Live your life, you want to live it, and don't ever let someone bring you down. And if they do, stomp them to the ground. But that's just me.
Thank you. All right, judges, can we get the scores, please?
Is it on? Oh, okay. 7.8, 8.1, 8.9, 8.6, 8.5.
All right. And next we have Jessica Sons.
Okay. So this is a poem I wrote, and it's called Connect the Dots. When most people think of a dot, they think of something insignificant like the spots on a popcorn ceiling or the decimals on their math homework. When I was a kid, I used to play a game where I connect the dots to form a picture. As I got older, I stopped playing this game, it was lame, and now I can see the picture it'll form before I even put my pencil to the page. But I've noticed something. It's not just a game, and even years after I left it to my coloring books, it's still prevalent. You just have to look. How could I say it's a game I left behind when every night I play connect the dots with the stars, creating nameless constellations that bear no meaning to anyone but me? If I draw a line connecting the glints in your eyes, what does it tell me about your story? Because sometimes you don't need to walk a mile in somebody's shoes in order to understand them. You only need to connect the points between their smile, the way they walk, the way they talk, the way they hold up their head on most mornings. You just need to connect the dots between their personality and their ambitions and their dreams. You can learn a lot about a person. You can learn a lot, like through the ink blots on a test, psychologists give me, give you. What do you see? I see this wrong, I see that wrong, every day the same old song, wrong, wrong, wrong. But drawing a line through those blots gives it new life, new meaning, and it's not wrong anymore to see what I see in them. Occasionally what I see is an idea all muddled together, going from one point to the next in a way that does not make sense. When they hand me a book full of psalms and scripture, there are points going every which way, and connecting the dots seems impossible. Making a comprehensible lines that I can begin to understand, but it's hard. They've told me I'm drowning in a sea of sin, every scream of hallelujah pulling more water into my lungs. Maybe it's faith, or maybe bad luck, but every single dollar, every buck I've ever had, I've passed, is gone, and I'll never see the same dollar twice. And how do I know my next roll of the dice won't mean game over? Whether they roll a 3 or a 6, if I can dots connect the pips, what do they spell? They spell another failed gamble at life for proof whether or not I played my cards right. Or am I just a crazy person trying to glean a message from dice? The dot above every I and lowercase j on every page of poetry anyone's ever written bears some significance. Now, I've never drawn a line through them all, but if I did, would it spell out something bigger than the words already spelled out on the page? Would it reveal the secret meaning behind the words, the hurt hidden in the subtext that can only be found above the tiny dots above any author's lowercase i's and I love yous? Going even smaller than that, the points at the end of every strand of DNA tells a story, makes a person. Even though the points of your genes or your family tree might not make the pattern you wish it did, it's still yours. Now, as for me, I've come to see the little things in life, the connect the dots moments where I begin to make sense of what seemed useless. Has a lot more meaning when you take a closer look. If I look at my life, put it on a map, on a graph, if I connect the ups and the downs, the peaks and the troughs, it'll look an awful lot like a heartbeat, my heartbeat. And connecting the dots will prove I'm alive. Thank you.
Nice job, Jessica. Can we please get judges' scores? Eight 8.5. 8.9.
8.9.
8.9.
9.
9.
9.
9. Next up, we have Ainger.
These are the tears of the poor homeless girl, who sustains such abuse, her mind's in a whirl. She lives on the streets, brown with mud in the gutter. She's always thrashed, beaten, cursed with words she shan't utter. What home she dare not go to, for fear of the beatings her father would ensue, saying, "How dare you come home? Worthless are you, you come home dirty, penniless, which is nothing new. Working so hard to pay off costs, debts, and insults he'd hurl." These are the tears of the poor homeless girl. She sees her birth, her life all pass before her eyes, and all she can think of is her haunting demise. She sees the hatred, the indifference, all of those who don't care, pass her by day after day, and of her troubles unaware. She enters the morgue just wishing, maybe she could see her name. She doesn't, but she wishes for her death just the same. She wonders why her childhood they maimed. Those people, those thugs, they sat there and aimed destruction and pain as they passed her by, dispelling shame and hurt, and she asks why. What had I done to deserve their wandering eye? But inside she knows she's not the only one. There are others just like her that have come undone. And they all share the same cry, just wondering, just asking, just thinking, why? And they'll keep asking and asking, the question needs, for these are the tears of the poor homeless girl. As the days rolled by and went on and on, she gazed at the families and knew that just one could save her, may take her to a home full of love. And one did, eventually, with the mercy of a dove. Took her in despite the sin of the street life horror that thrashed her and beat her and then one day tore her. But instead this family, this light, this wonder, accepted, adopted, and with love stood her in safety in home, in school, and in college. She thanked them for all of their love and homage. She married, had kids, and later told of the girl, the one that endured, that persisted to hurl herself in life, not the death insured her fate on streets brown with mud in the gutter. When she withstood thrashings, beatings, curses she won't utter. She told again and again how she chose life instead of the wide open road, barren with the dead, the horrors, the strife, and through it all she said, "Those were my tears, oh that poor homeless girl."
Nice job, Isaac. Can we get the judges' scores? Oh. 7.5. 7.5. 7.8. 7.9. And 8.4. Nice job. All right, next we're going to have Abigail Terell.
This is a letter to my best friend's future boyfriend. To my best friend's future boyfriend. Hi, you don't know me, but you will. You see, you are about to take the prettiest, kindest, most smart girl you will ever meet out on a date, and you really lucked out there is no overprotective, overbearing older brother, but there is me. You see, that position has fallen into my lap, and I have gratefully accepted. So I have sharpened my sword and readied my arrows, and if you wish to avoid those, take notes. You don't have to get your father's approval, but you must get mine. I am your worst critic, but your biggest ally. Yes, these notes will be graded. My red pen is ready. I count off for spelling mistakes. Because I've seen too many boys just like you come and go, leaving your heart in 1,000 pieces, forcing me to pick them back up and sew together. And I am a great seamstress, but I'm tired of seeing my handiwork torn up by a boy like you. So unless you want to buy me some more thread, write this down. I've created some rules to help you on your journey to her heart. Rule number 1. Don't ever make her cry, because I can identify that from a mile away. That is identify, I-D-E-N-T-I-F-Y. Remember, I will come running, sword drawn, eyes blazing, mind ready, ready to hurt you in 67 different ways and make it look like an accident. Rule number 2. Buy her flowers. Her favorites are roses, red ones, because red signifies love, and if you're not going to love her, there is the door. Let it hit you on the way out and leave a mark reminding you what you missed out on. Next note, rule number 3. Don't ever laugh at her when she's mad. She will kill you. Underline that twice. Don't ever tell her to calm down. So this lesson is about listening. That will make it worse, so you need to rehearse your smile and be ready. Next note, rule number 4. Hug her twice a day. A hug is defined as to hold tightly in one's arms, so hold her tight. Don't let go. You make her feel safe, secure, and wanted. Last note, rule number 5. Don't let the small things go unnoticed. Something that is tiny to you is massive to her. All of her battles are uphill. Let her spill and stain on your shirt to remind you she trusts you, and guide her as best you can. Use this as a compass, making your way slowly to her heart, and cherish it like the rarest of gems. And if her heart breaks, remember I give great sewing lessons. And addendum, to the boys who may ever date me, my best friend is nuts. Thank you.
Awesome job, Abigail. Can we please get the judges' scores? 9.2. 8.5. 8.9. 8.8. 9.5. Next up, give it up for Lauren Spear.
This is called I Am From, that I've been working on the past year. I am from my parents, the one who love me the most, the ones who care for me every day, the ones who made me who I am, the ones I can't live without. I am from many struggles that have taught me to be strong and to never give up. And no matter how many issues come my way, one after another, I will survive. I am from 2 different sides that have taught me to be strong. I am from two different sides, one that has been through everything and wishes she could give up, the other mistaught by his parents but given the opportunity to succeed. I am from the mix of my mom and dad, the underprivileged and the fortunate. I am from those in the middle, those who are normal but yet so different, a life, my life, that's everything I could ever need, but not the way I imagined it to be.
All right, thank you. Can we get the judges' scores, please?
Not working. 7.3.
We have a 7.3.
7.
7.
7.6. 8.1 and a 7.8.
All right, next please welcome Jenna Steinley.
I am going to make mistakes, but these are my mistakes to make. You can't prevent these decisions or change my mind. Good or bad outcome, I'll move on in time. This is my life to learn from and grow. I will try different things and see how I change day to day. This is growing up. This is learning. This is living. These errors and bad feelings only make me who I am. I'll expand my persona with the future years to be had. Immorality is not going to be the death of me or anyone. A smoke on a weekend night, still everything's all right. My mixed emotions gone rampant, but my life is steady. My breakdowns often lead to breakthroughs. These turmoils of heartache only create a strong foundation for my future. I spent my time growing up trying to hide anything but me, but now I'm finally starting to let myself free. I'll be the subject of my own autobiography, and I'll be the first buyer. I'll buy 1,000,001 copies and set them all on fire. I don't need a written validation of who I am. No one can define me into words because the essence of any living being is so much more. An essence cannot be summarized or shortened, but only lived through and felt. A brush of fingertips and meeting of an eyes can say more of a person than asking, "How are you?" Well, how are you? Do you feel your essence? Do you know yourself? Will you be a great, wonderfully homemade? I am a homemade me, made in a craft room filled with experiments and thoughts, a collage of pictures with no correlation, but somehow they fit. These pictures that never stop growing create a continuous mural that lives on forever. Interactions create the bigger picture, and these interactions are genuine and happen by chance. Each moment passing is added to the mural, and each picture depicts how every interaction of life intertwines. This life that we struggle in, hurt in, and loathe in. But also in this life, there's light and there's love, not romance, but genuine affection and care. In this life, there is a way without a will, because sometimes the way finds you when you need to be found the most. You may feel lonely, but I assure you, you are never alone. You're in a group of adventurers exploring the concepts of living. We're all living in varying realities and perceptions fabricated from the deepest crevices within our minds, climbing the mountains of self-realization until we're 100,000 feet high. Together, we can create a harmonious reality. We're all figments of thought, so we ought to connect. We all breathe and we all can see ever-changing life, pain and strife, along with blithe. We are all a brain, a body, and an essence. Let's create a masterpiece with lots of errors to see. You are life, and you are fine as you are. Hang on with me and make it through. Finish your book. Celebrate the saying you made it because you did. You are making. I want to see the masterpiece that is you. Do not let go of life. Let go of the idea of perfection, because perfection is the realization of your imperfections and being okay with them. So again, my friends, finish your book and light a flame at your memorial. The only one that needs to hear and know your story is you.
Nice job, Jenna. Can we get the judges' scores, please?
8.7, 9.2, 9.5, 8.6, and 8.8.
All right, next up we have Seth Petrich.
title of this is To Speak. The yellow glow of passing lights, my father, I, and the hum of our car fly through the night, look back upon where we're from. I say to him, I wonder though, O Father mine, O Father dear, my hands they shake and tremble so as the time to speak grows near. He said to me, he told me this, O Father mine, O child mine, O child dear, to hear your words is true bliss, there is no reason for your fear. But Father mine, hands do quake, the memories rack my mind, my palms are damp, my stomach aches, my tongue it renders these words blind. My child now, please listen here. Don't succumb to despair as the time to speak grows near. Just take a breath and breathe the air. In golden glow of passing stars, my father, I, and the hum of the wind fly through the night. Look back upon how far we've come.
Nice job. Judges, can we get the scores, please?
We have a 9, an 8.7, an 8, an 8.6, and an 8.4.
Before we go on to the next contestant, I'm going to tell a little joke because I really like it and I think it's funny. Do we have any Star Wars fans out here? Yeah. All right, you're going to like this one. What did the poet say to Luke Skywalker? What did he say? Let the Force be with you. Yeah. All right, next we have Marie Cordino.
Too short. Okay. When I was 6 years old, I was alone. My dad worked 13 hours a day. My mom was never home, so it was just me and my brother, and he took me on his drug deals. My parents got back together, but it wasn't enough because they didn't love each other. I was still alone most of the time, and a couple years later, I was slandered by kids' words, and the hate filled me up just by words. I was 11, maybe 12, getting bullied by the whole school. Nobody seemed to care because everyone knew it was happening, but nothing was done. I started to hurt myself. It was a cry for help to myself, but nobody could see my pain. I cried myself to sleep if I got any, but it got worse and worse, and I started spiraling into depression, and nobody could see. I was alone, I was empty, depressed, drained, done, anxious, exhausted, awkward, tired, and alone, but nobody could see. I rarely looked into the mirror because I hated what I saw and I never felt good enough, so how was I supposed to love anyone else if I couldn't even love myself? I used to have friends, but where are they now? I used to have tons, but now I only have 2 or 3, and I've become to have such bad social anxiety. It's hard for me to ask to go to the bathroom or throw a piece of trash away because that would require me to stand up and have everyone look at me. Have you ever mentally prepared yourself to ask someone one of the simplest questions? I didn't know what happiness was. I forgot what real joy felt like, and I thought love was getting my clothes taken off, but little did I know that forever would be so little. Enough about friends, but how about family? Because that's supposed to be the strongest bond of all, but how is that possible when they didn't even believe you were your own father's daughter? They called me names, which is hard, but it's even harder from your own mother. I wasn't the only one who was hurt, because so was she. I was the one who watched her puke up the pills and pass out in the shower. I was the one who watched the ambulance cut open her shirt and ask me questions about her and what happened before the incident. I was the one sitting next to her trying to talk to her as the doctors picked up the bloody clothing while I tried to see if she was okay, if she could even know me, and she didn't know my name. By the time I knew it, I was getting asked to leave as she dry heaved up more bile, while I was outside holding my brother, feeling so rejected, while I still had to go to school, getting talked down to, getting called names, and still receiving dirty looks.
acting like nothing had ever happened. As you can see, I've been hurt a lot, not only by friends, but by family and strangers. Words are not little things. They are so much more, and you never know what someone's going through. So before you say anything, think.
Awesome job, Marie. Can we please get the judges' scores?
Of a 9.7, a 9.5, a 9.5, an 8.6, and a 9.3.
Okay, I got a joke for you too. How is a book of poetry like O.J. Simpson's testimony? Nobody buys either of them. Okay, next up, give it up for Jared Berlin.
I opened my computer, sitting in the classroom while entering classroom, but yet in this classroom my drive can no longer be found. Deeply lost in the internal web of my mind, cut off from the flow of information. I've come to find I have too many tabs open because I can no longer find my home page that is. But fortunately I have Google, so I can locate my home and all the answers except for who I am and what I'll be. You see, my future won't stop charging at me, and it's no longer charging me because the plug's been pulled, making my worries grow tenfold. Worries about my energy declining from this deep lead low battery, drained from the world I live in filled with clattery, where I never feel like anyone could hear me speak. A world so loud my good thoughts won't stop fleeing in flocks, leaving me with sadness, anger, and desperation. Desperation for them to migrate back so I can be filled with life once again. So, I wait. Staring empty at this screen, this blank white dock reflecting the inside of me, because honestly, I'm afraid to write my own story. To ever craft a legacy, because your legacy is a story you never get to proofread. With my life, I'm dyslexic, you see, so every time I try to read what's carved on the Apple tablets of what's soon to be, the letters are flying a million miles ahead of me, constantly changing. So I can never know of the future. So I sit and watch as the screen turns to black, my laptop falling asleep on me, and I wishing I could do the same. Because maybe, just maybe, when I'm dreaming, I can finally find my drive. Thank you.
Nice job, Jared. Can we get the judge scores, please?
We have a 9.3, a 9, an 8.7, a 9.1, and an 8.4.
Good, like, he can work like a computer.
All right, and just a quick reminder, the point is not the point. The point is
poetry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And we are going to have a guest speaker, Nate Jones.
Am I gonna say
Hi. What's up, yo? I don't really have anything that's like planned, but kind of tell you guys how a slam works, and I know it's 8 a.m., so you're a bit tired, but you gotta get wild and get pumped at these things. Yeah! So if you like a line that someone says, like, yeah, say, let's go. Everyone say, let's go. Let's go. There you go. You too, back row. Say, let's go. See, that's what I'm talking about. You guys need to get wild. If you like something, start snapping. So words. More words that are passionately being said, and you're like, woo! So be like, woo! 4 more minutes of this. Okay. The point's not the point, what is the point? Poetry. What is the point? Poetry. Seriously, back row, what is the point? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about again. You guys are so enthusiastic. You too, Connor, take your headphones off. Yeah, boy. Okay. How have you guys liked the poet so far? Yeah, Cameron? Claps for the poets. Woo! Okay. Julianne, what else should I do? What? Oh, like get off?
Okay, so that is the end of the first round. Can we give a big round of applause?
All right, well that concludes our first round of today's Poetry Slam. I think all the poets did a really awesome job and started us off with some really awesome poems.
Yeah, what a great start to the day.
Our first poem was the L-Tab group.
Yeah, and they made a really good first impression on the crowd. They were in uniform. It was a group poem to start off, maybe a little icebreaker. They know what they're doing. You know, they've done a lot of poems before, and throughout Northwest, they've done a lot of poems. And they just kind of highlighted the idea of giving notice to other sides of the situation, which was really cool, a little interesting twist on something. I thought it was really interesting. Our second poem was Irvin, and she was talking about slimy fish.
She was talking about this slimy fish was a metaphor to talk about all the different things that she had gone through in her life. It was actually really good and really inspiring to hear about how she related a slimy fish to something so passionate about.
Yeah, definitely, I agree.
Our next poet was Siena. She didn't have a title, but tell us a little bit about that.
Well,
Reagan.
she didn't have a title, but I kind of like when they do that because it kind of makes you think about what it's going to be about. And she did one of a poem that we see a lot. It was kind of about reaching for your dreams, not letting society like conform you, and just break away, kind of be different. It's all right to be different. I thought it was really good. The crowd liked it. She got a lot of snaps, and she got some pretty good scores too. Our next poem was Jessica's Sons, and it was Connect the Dots.
This poem was really, really awesome. The way she spoke and the way she talked about this poem, she just brought herself up really, really well. She kind of started off the poem talking about connecting the dots as a game when we were a little kid, and then she kind of brought it in together and talked about how like she connects the dots with the little things in life, and how as she's growing up, she's really, really connecting the dots to the bigger picture.
Yeah, I thought she did a great job.
Yeah, it was an awesome, awesome poem. Our next poet was Isaac, and he didn't have a name for his poem either, but...
Well, I think if we had a name, it'd probably be Tears of the Homeless Poor Girl, and it was basically a poem about the struggle of life. We don't really know who this girl was or who she was trying to represent, but it was about all of her struggles, and at the end of the day, she gets adopted, she gets into a family that loves her and secures her, kind of, and it's a happy ending, and she reflects on her life about how hard it was, but now she's here. And one of his last lines was, she chose life instead of death. Instead of giving up on those streets of a poor homeless girl, she went through, and now she's living, she had kids, she had a great home, so it was a really uplifting poem. Yeah, it was great. It was great. Our next poem was Lauren Spear, and it was I Am From That.
No, it was Abigail.
Oh, I'm sorry, it was Abigail.
It was Abigail.
Oh, my bad, it was Abigail Terell.
And this was a letter, she named it Letters to My Best Friend's Boyfriend. It was an awesome, awesome poem.
How could I forget this one?
I know, this was one of my favorites. She was talking about basically warning her best friend's future boyfriend about if she breaks her heart, then she's going to be the one he's going to have to deal with. And she kind of gave 5 steps on, 5 outline steps on how he should treat her best friend. I don't know, it was a really, really good friend moment. Like, I just thought it was really, really nice to see. It was really nice to see that all the good friendships and how much she cares about her friend.
Yeah, she brought like a great energy to the stage. She was the first one to really just like show herself, you know?
Yeah, I agree. Next poem, this is where Lauren comes up.
Yep.
This poem is called I Am From That.
And I was wondering what I Am From That meant when she first said. She kept saying I am from this, whatever. She described who she is from all these different things, from her parents, from her social life, from her activities. It was great, and it was quick. It was to the point, and the crowd really enjoyed it too. After that was Jenny Steinley, and what was her title of the poem?
She didn't have a title, but this whole poem was kind of about making mistakes in life and learning from those mistakes and really growing up and just kind of connecting everything and learning from what she has learned in the past and like self-love about not having to have other people like give her validation because she can give her own validation.
Yeah.
The next poet was Seth.
Seth, yeah, and
his poem is called To Speak.
To Speak, and it was a different style of poem. It was like a different rhythm, a different rhyming scheme.
It was like beady.
It was beady. It was almost more of like a song. It was really cool.
It was awesome.
And it was just about the father and the connection to the father. And it was in a car and the hum of the car.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
And you just kind of felt like you were in the moment with him. It was really cool. Okay. After that was Marie. And I don't know what her poem was either, her title poem.
She didn't have one, but you know what? It was awesome. It was talking about all the things that she has gone through in life. It was super emotional. Just kind of talking about all kind of like the rough things that she had gone through in her past and how she dealt with those.
It was one of the first poems that was really like struck home to some people. It was wow. She's been through a lot.
She's been through a ton, and like the ending of her poem, she was just like, think before you speak, because she had been bullied in the past, and I thought it was a really good message, just kind of like putting that out there of people to remind them to really think before what they say.
You don't know what people have been through. That's what she kind of showed what she's been through,
Mm-hmm.
and she got great scores. I think one of the top scores of the day.
Yeah,
so far.
she did awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, the next poet was Jared Berlin.
And it was our final poem, and he kind of related his poem to almost like a Google Doc or maybe more of technology, and he was kind of seeing if he could work like a computer. He wished he could. He wished he could fall asleep like the computer and just close off for the day and not have to worry about anything else. But it was a good poem. It was a lot of metaphors in it. I thought he did it really well, and the crowd enjoyed it too.
To end the first round. The first round was good. I think that the crowd is finally starting to warm up a little bit. Getting more snaps in there.
Yeah, it was. So I think everyone was a little subdued,
tired.
but we had Nate Jones come out and maybe get the crowd a little more involved. Say, hey, you can clap, you can snap, you can scream. You know, this is a poetry slam. You can express yourself. You don't have to be sitting back in that chair. You know.
Yeah.
But we're really excited for the next round to come. I'm excited for all the next poets.
Me too.
And hopefully that'll be starting up pretty soon.
Yep.
You got any jokes?
No. Okay, subdued. That was very good. That was a nice vocab word. Very good. What? Why did they just walk through there in the middle?
Oh, keep going. Okay, well.
Oh, okay.
stand up.
That means you in
Stand
the
up.
back. You in the back.
Hey,
Up. I
yep,
see you.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Okay. Now go to your left.
Stretch. Everyone stretch.
Okay, go to your right. Okay, get your toes. Get your toes. Go up, go up, go up, go up. Up, 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 up. Yep, there you go. Now shake it, shake it, shake it. Now get loud. Woo! Thank you. And you got to stay like that all round. And if you don't like the judges' scores, you're going to say, listen to the poem. So on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Listen to the poem.
There you go.
And remember, the point is not the point. The point is
poetry.
Woo! All right, and with that very excited note, we're going to have our first poemist, Ian Vlassos.
What?
This thing is really tall. Is it on? Okay. This is called Society's Flower. Society, the thing that tells us how to act, how to look, how to talk, how to be as a person. Society tells us that we should be ourselves, but as soon as we do, society turns against us, calling us names that sticks to us like glue, telling us how we're wrong for who we are. Society says that being anything than the norm is wrong. You can't be anything more than the stereotype. Any part of the LGBT plus community gets hell, even from within. Society puts pressure that pushes people to the edge. Names, objects, fists, and feet are thrown, but as soon as the one being tortured is gone, it turns and everyone is suddenly sorry. Society isn't what everyone thinks it is. Society is us. We are society. Every individual makes up our wonderful society. No! But it isn't. Children are hurt by their parents because they are different. Kids are hurt by their parents because they aren't the same. Boys can't be girls and girls can't be boys because it's not normal. Our society is corrupted by ourselves. A tiny seed plants itself in our hearts, and as soon as we see someone that is weird, it grows up the words it puts in our mouth, cutting into the other person. That black flower will then do anything to keep itself alive. It has a mind of its own. We are just pawns. We are just vessels for this evil flower. But we can be more. By smiling and saying something nice to the one it wants to corrupt, we can rip that flower a petal at a time. We can force it back to nothing but a tiny little ingrown seed. That doesn't mean it's gone. It may be small, but it's always there. It patiently waits for the chance to grow again. It waits for the chance to take over. Always remember the flower. It grows and shrinks with every word we say. Don't let it take over, because this flower doesn't need to be watered.
Awesome job, Ian. Can we please get the judges' scores?
All right. We have an 8.8, a 7.9, a 9.3, a 9, and an 8.2.
Next up, give it up for Ashley Ellis.
Mine is kind of nameless, and I'm sorry. They say that we're all made of DNA, and for many of you, that means deoxyribonucleic acid, or whatever makes you you, but how uncanny, that also stands for those three things that have taken over many of our lives, which are depression and nerves and anxiety, but keynote, A does not mean picky. Being depressed is a funny thing in itself. I no longer call it that, but deprivation, because it deprives of the divine desire to do. Instead, it instills an instinctive passion of extinction. And I'm not picky, it's just me. And me likes to wait for you to text first, and me likes to wait about 12 minutes to answer to make it look like me wasn't waiting for you, but I'm not picky. And sometimes I randomly feel like crying, and all I can do about it is listen to Marina and the Diamonds, because she knows me more than most of the people I've stumbled across in this fiery lake called high school. And I'm not just sad. Sometimes I scroll through Instagram for hours on end, because why wouldn't I want to stay forever in this world where I have more than 3 friends? And sometimes I go out on the weekends, and it's not shopping or to the movies, it's to another high school, someone else's hell, so I can tell people that I actually leave the house, but not just sad. And sometimes I put myself down, but comedically calling myself trash is not to be funny. It's so I know no one else will do it first. And sometimes I get a little twitchy when you're chewing your gum too loud, and my atypicality may upset you more than it does me, and I'm sorry. And sometimes I look like I'm having a rough day, and that's because I am, and such is the life I live every day, but I'm not just sad. And sometimes I look like I'm in pain, and it's because I have the weight of 2 worlds on my shoulders, one of which is real and the other is ideal. And you probably don't notice me, more specifically he doesn't, but why should I be punished? Because there's you in everything I see and in everything I do, and loving you is like struggling and reaching up, because I see you just above the water, but you're also the cinder block bound to my ankle. And when you ask me how I'm doing, I might want to cry and scream that I'm dead inside, but instead I shrug my shoulders as to not burden you with my issues. So they say all living things are made of DNA, but what about those that are living dead? Thank you.
All right, I like the energy I'm seeing. You guys rated, way to go. And that was a nice poem. Judges, can we get the scores, please?
We have a 9, an 8.5, a 9.4, a 9.6, and a 9.6.
Thank you. And next we will hear from Brian A.
Okay. I'm a Spanish speaker, so my poem is going to be in Spanish. It doesn't matter. Okay. Se comienza con el amor a primera vista. Cuando te veo mi corazón comienza a latir. Se siente como si nunca hubiera latido. Te observo. Mis ojos se sienten ligeros como dentro de un sueño, para luego darme cuenta, no es un sueño, eres tú. Pues tú eres mi sueño. Te visualizo, mi mente se aclara, pues tú mi vida, tú mi amada, tú eres la luz que ilumina mi camino. Lo iluminas con ese brillo único que posees. Me refiero a ese fuego, a ese calor que emana de tu alma. Ese fuego es mi deseo. No me importa quemarme al tratar de formar parte de esa flama a la que tú llamas alma. Una mujer pasa toda su vida buscando al hombre perfecto, pero si tiene la oportunidad, se divierte con el incorrecto. No. Y si me llegara a equivocar, yo quisiera ser aquel, el perfecto, el correcto. Si me llegara a equivocar, solo te quisiera decir, dame otra oportunidad, pues así verás que uno aprende a cambiar. Pues yo por ti hasta las estrellas del cielo podría bajar. Cuando yo las estrellas del cielo logré bajar, te quisiera preguntar, ¿conmigo tú te quisieras casar? Así tan anheladas palabras escucharíamos, tanto en salud como en enfermedad, tanto en la tristeza como en la pobreza. Me imagino el matrimonio contigo como las inclinadas pendientes en una carrera. Me imagino subiendo esa ladera. Podrá ser difícil, pero hay que recorrerla, no importa cómo. Esto me recordó una frase que dice, si no puedes volar, corre. Si no puedes correr, camina. Y si no puedes caminar, arrástrate. No importa cómo, que nada te afecte. Esta es mi definición del matrimonio. Y no solo del matrimonio, sino del amor y la vida. Pues el matrimonio, el amor y la vida son vivir, sufrir y entre todo disfrutar.
Nice job, Brian. Can we please get the judges' scores?
We have a 9.3, a 9.6, an 8.9, a 9.5, and an 8.8.
Nice job, Brian. Next up, we have Sam Athey.
What's up? This is a poem about complaining. Why would I do that? That's such a boring topic of conversation. These deep, meaningful poets are scooping spoons into their souls and flinging the contents out of their mouths with as much force as their tongues will allow. And here I am, standing, talking about complaining. What an uninspired idea. And look at its organization. It hasn't actually complained about any yet. And really, isn't this just continuing to spin the web of perception that teenagers really have nothing of value to complain about when in reality there are issues out there among every single one of you that you wish you could rant about, but you can't? That's the beauty of poetry, the expression of the soul. Or, to be more precise, the groan of the soul as it drearily flops around trying to hit the snooze button as it attempts to ignore its daily problems to no avail. There's no real conflict to this poem, so there's no interest. No investment, no resolution, all of it is carefully manufactured to generate a response. It is not genuine, it is not emotive, it is a mechanical spider and should be smashed with a broom until it's lying and sparking bits, stupid spiders. And really, to some extent, one would suppose that everything a person does is designed for a purpose, to elicit a certain response. And the response that most poets want from their audiences is a snapping of the fingers, a laugh, a good score, and in the end, the prize will go to the one who moves the audience the most. This poem is too cynical to be good. Why would a poem challenge the very institution that is currently allowing me to perform on stage? Is it too weak? Too on the nose? It needs substance, heart, not cynical wit and meta-commentary. Who even needs that? For a poem that complains about itself more than it complains about others, it sure does seem like a calculated ploy. But manipulation is not a common tactic used by most people. Most people get up here, create these works of art, because deep down in their heart, they know they want to be up here. They have their own personal reason to do so. It works for them, mine works for me. Bear your lethargic, sleep-deprived soul or not, it makes no difference. Criticism, self-deprecation is a natural thing. Think what you feel what you think. In the end, it does not matter. In the end, it is just a poem. And I'd go so far as to claim that the point is not poetry for the sake of poetry, but rather poetry for the sake of oneself. Laugh, cry, angst, hope, worry, captivate, idealize, signify, murderize. Why murderize? Be a graceful swan or a mechanical spider. Is that the end? Man, what a letdown.
All right, thank you. Can the judges' scores, please?
We have an 8.9, an 8.9, a 9.9, a 9.3, and a 9.3.
And next we have Lily.
Hi, so I don't really like giving titles to poems, but this does have a dedication. Lauren Page was an 18-year-old transgender girl living in Austin, Texas, and on January 8th, 1999, she was stabbed 60 times, decapitated, and dumped in a ditch, and 9 months later, I was born. So this poem is about me, but I want to dedicate it to Lauren Page. 0. Her room was painted pink. 1. Mom asks if the boy sitting next to her in daycare is her boyfriend. She is 1 and doesn't know what a boy is. 2. She meets her little sister Emma for the first time. 3. Mom tells her that Emma will want to be just like her. 4. On April 4th of this year, my little sister Emma accidentally outed me to my parents by being the first member of my family to use the right pronouns. My mother began cutting me apart, sizing me up, eyes snagging on mascara and too tight t-shirts. She said, "Lily, you'll always be my daughter, but if you want other people to take you seriously, you have to stop acting like a girl." And suddenly I'm 5 years old again with shoes worn hopscotch and knees scraped by blacktop, and I hear it again. Stop acting like a girl. You throw like a girl. You fight like a girl, because when you're 6, you can be anything, but a girl is the worst thing you could be. During recess, there were no fists. We threw dirty gendered rhyme schemes because boys go to college to get more knowledge, but 23% of college girls are sexually assaulted. 7. She watches the Disney Channel. The stars are all tomboys that hang out with the guys. She learns that they only value women when they're won as a prize and come with the trophy case. But every time a teen pop sensation says, "Dad, I'm not your little girl anymore," her stomach ties up in knots, because someday she'll say that to her dad, but she'll say that she's not a girl at all. But for now, Hannah Montana is close enough. 8. Her babysitter is the prettiest person she's ever seen. 9. 10. Oh my God, I think I'm gay. 12. Oh my God, I'm so glad I'm gay. 14, but am I 100% gay? 16, when you're not a boy or a girl, everything's a little bit gay. So now, here we are. It's the present day. Hi, I'm Lily. I'm non-binary. My pronouns are they, them. Yes, it's singular. 16, people keep telling me that changing my name would make it easier for them because the petals of a lily are a little too much like women's perfume. Lily by any other name would smell as sweet. Transness is political before it's ever personal, but if I was to change my name, I'd say, call me Cactus, because I'd be honored to fight like a girl, even if I'm not one. Call me Frankenstein, because my jigsaw limbs never sit quite right. This juxtaposition flesh is just a little too soft, but don't be mistaken. I'll bite if you give me the chance, just like Lauren Page did. 16, 17. This poem started in counting years, but halfway through I realized I was counting stab wounds. 18. Lauren Page was 18 when she gathered up her more stab wounds than she could count. 19. The autopsy totaled more than 60. If Lauren was dead after the first blade to the throat, who were the other 59 trying to kill? 20. Her best friend. 25. Her mother. 30. Her womanhood. 40. Her father. 50. What does it mean to do violence to something that's already dead? 58. It must be overkill. 59. Your murderer couldn't kill all the trans people you inspired. 60. I think he stabbed you so many times because he was afraid you'd rise from the dead. But all I can say is I'm sorry. All I can do is be angry. And I'll be damned if anyone ever calls me a she again.
Amazing job, Lily. Can we please get the judges' scores?
We have a 9.3, a 9.6, a 9.9, a 9.5, and a 9.9.
All right, before we move on to the next poem, I want to do a couple reminders real quick. First, we want to give a huge shout out to the PTSA for allowing all of this to happen. Also, the next thing is a reminder to all of you to follow the Poetry Slam on Twitter at SMNW Poetry and hashtag Cougar Slam. You should tweet pictures that you take or tweet your favorite lines or whatever you may want to do. So without further ado, next up, we have Hayden Potts.
This is called 3 Minutes or Less. I have all these thoughts, ideas, visions that people have heard about, but no one has truly listened. It has always gone straight through one ear and out the other onto the floor. So how am I supposed to stand in front of a room full of crowded people and make them feel something with the words I say, make them feel something after I end my final stanza? In 3 minutes or less, I'm supposed to put a picture into people's minds. I'm supposed to impact someone or multiple people, but I have so many things to say and so little of time. I could sit here and be cliche and talk about love and relationships, how a boy broke my heart, how my family fell completely to ruins, or even losing a best friend to drugs. But would anyone even care? What do people care about? I hear about politics all this time, about Trump and about Sanders, and honestly, I don't stand with either. If I told you that, you'd think I'm on the opposing side. If I told you I think this war against Republicans and Democrats is getting autocratic, that the same people who spread the word about peace and love are the same people who can hate another just because their opinions are different. When in reality, if we're all stripped down, we are born and then we die. We are all made up out of skin and bones. We may all have voices, but we all are the same. We live in this world where money defines power, but at the end of it all, we lose the money, we lose our lives, and we are rotting corpses, 6 feet beneath the ground in a casket no one will probably ever see again. We all live and we all die. So it makes someone less of a person just because they view something different than you. This war is uncharming, but if I told you that, you'd cover your ears and laugh. In 3 minutes or less, I could explain to you how humans are equal, how men and women are equal, and if we're fighting for women's equality, men need some love too. There's these men out there who are taught to not cry. They're taught that violence is okay, that fighting and yelling is a way to deal with the stressors of life. That from a young age, boys don't cry and boys are not sensitive when they are just as humans as girls, and they can be just as sensitive. But if I told you that the men who are in gangs and act tough and are just as sensitive as girls, that they need a good cry just as girls do, you think I don't support women's rights either. But I support both equally. Just the men's rights aren't brought up as often. If I expressed how I felt, if I let you know all these unpopular opinions, would anyone listen? Because I've been attempting my whole life trying to get to people to understand. So how will someone be able to get my point in 3 minutes or less?
All right, thank you, Hayden. Judges, can we get the scores, please?
We have an 8.9, an 8.9, an 8.9, a 9.1, and an 8.8.
Thank you. And next, please give a warm welcome for Jordan Everett.
I don't have a title for my poem, so. Is she normal? Everybody sees her but never says a word. Is silence easier than accepting the fact that people might look at you weird for talking to her? Have you ever thought of how she feels instead of your damn reputation? Think of it like this. She used to have friends, quite a few actually, until she didn't fit the expectations of their friendship. She started dreading waking up, getting out of bed, and facing them and their disgusted looks at school. She didn't know what she did wrong, but clearly it was bad enough for them to all leave her. Eventually, she didn't even like eating, not even her favorite meal. It was a chore, a task. The bags got darker and darker under those beautiful blue eyes. She forgot how to speak. Her throat ached at the thought of it. She thought of killing herself every once in a while, but that terrified her. She just wanted someone, needed someone, anyone, you. She needed to know that she wasn't invisible. Eventually, suicide was a daily thought. Peace is something that she hadn't known for a long time. How could you not tell from the way a beautiful, bubbly girl turned into a quiet outcast? Her hair hung in front of her face like a wall blocking her from the rest of the world. Her body was skin and bones, her eyes. You could barely see them, but when you did, it looked as if she hadn't slept in months. That smile that once lit up a room hadn't been seen all year, but you still couldn't tell? Are you telling me you didn't notice the girl who had so much to offer turn into an outline of someone who was once there but now nothing? Nobody. She changed, all while you were worried about your damn reputation. On Thursday, you realized she wasn't in the halls or in third period. Peace. That's all she needed. She didn't know if she should hold on one more day. Maybe you would finally notice her, but she knew it was time. No one saw her anymore.
She turned on the hot water in the bathtub. She looked in the mirror, one last look at herself. The mirror started to fog up and she couldn't see herself anymore. She wondered, is that how it is at school? Was there a fog blocking her from everyone else? Her world started to spin. All her memories came rushing back. She remembered when you told her you liked her. She remembered when she made the cheer team and when she had her first kiss. She smiled one last time. That beautiful smile. This is the end, she thought, as everything and everyone faded and that spinning world eventually stopped. Maybe she was an outcast, but you talking to her and showing her someone cared could have kept her alive just a little longer, long enough to get her the help that she needed. You hear through the halls. She was weird. She never talked. I didn't know her. Now that she's gone, she's the biggest news in town. Everyone seems to have an opinion. And you're still worried about your damn reputation. But now, you tell me, was she normal?
Awesome job, Jordan. Can we please get the judges' scores?
We have a 9, a 9, a 9.2, a 9.2, and a 9.5.
All right, our next poet loves musicals and mythology, and her name is Madison Hugeback.
Hi, I'm Maddie, and my poem is entitled, Sorry, I Guess. My first dance recital, I ran off stage crying. I was 3, I don't know why, I didn't then, I still don't now. We were dancing to Cinderella, and it was one of my favorites, yet I was still sad. Sorry, I say, sorry for showing emotion. Fast forward, I'm 9, my grandpa just died. I started crying in school. Sorry, I say, sorry for disrupting class with my sadness. I'm 15, just last week. We were reading in Latin, and I start crying. Sorry, I say. Sorry that I wear my heart on my sleeve, and that anyone can see it, hear it, and feel it. I'm sorry I'm not normal. But wait, why am I saying sorry? Why? It's not my fault. I shouldn't be sorry. I should be proud of my fiery personality, my fierce loyalty, and my free emotion. It makes me who I am. And I'm not sorry for who I am. It's the way I am, and nobody can change that except for me. So I should stop saying sorry. If you expect me to apologize for who I am, you need to look at yourself. You need to see what you think makes you so special and perfect that you expect everybody to be the same. I'm sorry that you're acting this way. I'm sorry that you can't see that each person is wonderful and special, but in their own way. And if you can't see that, I'm sorry, because you're missing out on a beautiful thing.
Thank you, Madison. Judges, scores, please.
We have a 9.5, a 9, a 9.2, a 9.2, and a 9.
All right, and next, please welcome to the stage a girl who doesn't know how to ride a bike, Senior Cameron McDonald.
Okay, this is called Naming Poems is Hard to Do, so this is it. Maybe I can stay 18 forever. Time always goes incredibly slow whenever I want it to go by fast, so maybe I should start being excited to leave Shawnee Mission Northwest like everyone else. But I never got the cue to start acting like I don't care. Maybe they all decided on a school day I wasn't there. I'll miss the people I've grown to hate, and I'll miss the people I've grown to love, and everyone who fills the cracks in between. I like familiarity. I know that each hallway upstairs and down is connected by a bathroom except the first hall because it doesn't connect to the mall, and that Mr. Wolf will always be in the middle of the third hallway trying to make people feel welcome, and the journalism room will always be a comfort zone to the people that make it their own. I know who will walk past me and say hi after third hour, and who I'll walk down to the locker room with after school, and who I'll sit by at assemblies. The student sections go in class order so we can say we are Northwest and sometimes Cougars if it doesn't get too confusing. I like familiarity.
I like to slam on the same stage every year where I can say whatever I want to the people I've grown up with and run circles on a track I found my home on, the streets and miles upon miles I've run in the heat and the snow with the best people I could know and written 1,000 more words to be part of a small thing that's really a big thing and vice versa. I find comfort in routine. I learned how to not hold back from not holding back, and I've become myself by finding similarities with other people. And made friends that know they need to push me to do something social and know I'm not always that vocal, and there's so much poetry for the good times I've had. It's been a good ride. But I don't want it all to end like a poem. Two roads diverged in a wood. I'll take one, you'll take the other, and hey, by the way, it was nice knowing you. It was nice knowing you. It was nice knowing you. Maybe I can stay 18 forever. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I seem sentimental, but really I'm just mental. I put good times up on a pedestal and worship them because, dear God, I thank you for the memories, but can they just slow down? Because 30 days will become 20, and 20 will become 10, and 10 will become walking out that door for the last time, and maybe hesitating a little bit or a lot. So this time is left is all we've got. The days, hours, minutes, and seconds before we can look back and say, hey, look at that, we survived.
Great job, Cameron. Can we get judges' scores?
Have a 9.2, a 9.5, a 9.2, a 9.6, and a 10.
Our next poet once said same to herself. Give it up for Tessa Irvin.
Hi everybody. I really hate lunch lines, so I wrote a poem about it, as you do. I'm a simple person, you know. My interests include sleep, free meals, good cereal, and Saturdays. I'm a simple person, but even I know, even I can figure it out that the lines are the reason that life is pain, the bane of my existence, my arch nemesis, home brewed by hell's chemists, hell bent on ruining my day. And wowee, lo and behold, it worked. Contact the number listed to receive your prize. When the bell rings, it's anarchy, a race to the finish line, the lunch lines, and oh my God, I gotta run, gotta go fast. Top floor, algebra 2, ground level cafeteria, beeline, straight to adrenaline like Niagara Falls, my simple mind that likes sleep and cereal, more scrambled than eggs on a Sunday morning. I didn't ask for this, the only thing I asked for in life are junior mints and the tears of my enemies. Make the list and check it twice, Santa Claus. I didn't ask for my life to be this chaos out there. I swear in those halls, it's kill or be killed. You gotta be Bear Grylls and try to survive. Cause boy, it's Lord of the Flies. No, but really by the time you make it, it's too late. You'd spend less time in line at the DMV. Right now, the lanes are jammed like rush hour traffic, slower than molasses in an Arctic January. And bam, now it's 1,000 years later, and you got your meal of undercooked something, and with a side of carrots and disappointment.
Well, hopefully that all inspires you to move quicker through the line today. Scores, please.
We have a 9.7, a 10, a 9.9, a 10, and a 10.
All right, welcome to the stage, the greatest person to ever exist, Sarah Babcock.
So I thought going at number 11 was going to be easy, but then that happened.
So, here we go. Not Remembering by Sarah Babcock. I want to not remember. I want to forget the assignments. I want to forget some drama. I want to forget crying. Please, just leave me alone. I don't want to remember school. I don't want to remember anything. But what about the good times, you say? You can't choose or pick what you remember, you say. What about the friends? What about your teachers? Are you gonna let go that poem you wrote in first grade rhyming fog with dog and frog? Do you really want to forget the day you thought was hopeless and then somebody hugged you and it was hope again? Please, if you forget school, if you forget friends who are so close, we might as well call them family. Not remembering. Sometimes I want to forget, I want to leave school behind and I want to start again, but then I remember. Thank you.
Awesome job, Sarah. Can we get the judges' scores?
We have a 9.1, a 9, an 8.8, a 9.4, and a 9.1.
The next person quotes the author pretty well, she guesses. Give it up for Ashton Hess.
Hi, this is a love poem. Where to start? You have a nice butt. Like, dang, cake boss. That's probably 99% of my favorite parts about you. Nonetheless, my love is true. When I look at your eyes, I get lost. I need a GPS to find my way out, but when I type in home, it just takes me back to you. As your cheeks dimple when you smile, my heart crinkles in the same way. When you smile, all the bad inside me turns to good. When you light up, the world glows up. You're the ATP to my cell, you give me energy. You are the chromosomes to my DNA, you are my identity. All I am is because of you. You are the nucleus to my cell, you run my life. You're the earth to my inaccurate dark ages view to the solar system. I revolve around you. And also because not everyone's in IB biology and I needed another analogy. You are Zac Efron mixed with Channing Tatum. The Notebook has nothing on our love. We are the textbook on love. And that's a textbook I promise to never forget on the top of my car and drive away so it falls in the middle of 67th and sits there all night. No, you're my ride and die, not my fall off my car and die. You're a Kansas sunset in a brown-back world. Every day you do little things that remind me just how much I love you. Like last week, when you saw Trump on TV and proceeded to throw up right then and there. How am I so lucky that I got you? Our love is a vine I could loop for infinity, and I'm pretty sure people just follow me on Insta for pictures of you. Don't worry, they can't stop staring at the Mona Lisa either. You're a work of art, not a piece of work, but our love is a piece of cake. There's sometimes a language barrier, but we manage. Our love is too great for words anyways. You're the boy I would bring home to mom, and by mom I mean my real mom, Brewer. You're a Cyrano without the nose. If you'd rap, you'd have 6 flows, and you've never been asked what are those, because you're a winner who won me over. From day one. I remember day one. I was wearing a green shirt. You were wearing nothing. You smiled your smile at me, then I held you in my arms, and you peed on me. I'm talking about my dog, by the way, if people haven't gotten that. So for the boy that puts the butt in astronaut, because he's out of this world, and corgis do have nice dog butts, this one's for you, you goon.
All right, judges, scores please.
We have a 9.5, a 9.6, a 9.6, a 9.5, and a 9.4.
Okay. We're going to do Would You Rather really quickly. So, would you rather as a 25-year-old, forget your entire childhood up to age 15, or lose your memory of the last 5 years. So if you would forget your childhood up to 15, raise your hand. Nice, nice, nice. Or would you rather lose your memory of the last 5 years? Interesting. Okay.
Okay, I respect that.
Joke.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna do.
Okay, it's joke time, but before we tell the joke, I have to give you a rule about jokes. I don't care if you think it's funny, because I do. So you just have to laugh either way.
You have to make us feel good about it. All right. How does a poet sneeze? High Q.
Let's see, what's the good one? Oh, okay. Why did the sun go to college?
Why?
Oh, didn't go to college, my bad. Okay.
Why didn't it go to college?
Because it already had 1,000,000 degrees. Yeah, keep going.
All right. This is important for seniors because you want to opt out of finals. So how do you keep A's? How do you keep straight A's? You use a ruler.
Cause like straight. Yeah. All right, that is the end of round 2. Give a big round of applause. If your teachers want to dismiss you, you can go with them. Otherwise, wait till the bell rings.
What is up, Northwest? This is Kayla, and our second round had a lot of energy. What do you think, Abby?
I think that the crowd really picked up from first hour this morning. Everyone might have been a little tired. So we're here to recap round 2, starting with Ian Vassos with a poem titled Society's Flower. And she really just talked about the pressures of today's society and keeping up with the normal trends and the social expectations of everyone, along with judgment of others needs to stop, which I think is true, don't you?
Right. And in our second one, we had Ashley Ellis, so she talked about DNA, how depression runs in the DNA, society, social life, like with words, and like how she don't know how to express herself to society, because like in this day and age, you really can't express yourself, So it's a lot of depression going on. She was just giving that feedback on that.
And our third poet was Brian Amen, who actually spoke his poem in Spanish, which I'm not really sure if that's ever been done before.
No.
But it was really awesome, and the audience loved it. They loved the energy that he had in his poem, and he got a lot of high scores. And so, muy bien, Brian.
Feel great vibes with Brian. Now, the fourth contestant was Sam Athey. He talked about complaining and the expressions with like how everyone complains when like in poetry, and how he put it in poetry aspect, and that but the thing was, even though he was complaining, he made the audience laugh.
Yeah, the audience really picked up from his energy and sarcasm in the poem.
Right.
I love sarcasm, so I liked it a lot. And then our next poet was Lily Ottinger, who actually dedicated this poem to a transgender girl, Lauren Page, who was murdered in Texas in 1999. But this poem is actually about her. And really, it was about the expectations of females as little girls and how they grow old, and how Lily felt different. And it also showed how Lily's life story and how she found self-acceptance throughout her life.
And in our next one, we had Hayden Potts, and she was talking about how people do not listen to her. It's called 3 Minutes or Less, and how she was always insecure, and what others think. Like she always went listen to what others think and not about her. She was scared of what people would think about her, and society aspect and how everyone should be equal, and that in this day and age, equality is not there in like her unpopular opinions, basically. So.
And our next poet was Jordan Everett, and her poem did not have a title. And it was basically a message to be conscious of other people's feelings, because nowadays it's all really about ourselves and no one really cares that much what other people are thinking. And so she shared her story on losing friends and how her life just kind of went downhill, and searching for peace and acceptance from others was something that was hard for her.
Yeah. And our next one was Madison Hugeback. Hers is really intriguing to me personally. And her poem was called Sorry, I Guess. And she was talking about sorry for showing her emotions. Like the stuff that she did, she shouldn't be sorry for. And she was just telling that about like, same with the other points, how it's talking about society and stuff like that. And she was telling herself like to stop apologizing and just be her, and that she's her, and that why she just say sorry a lot of times. So she's just being herself. And that's what, you know.
I feel like we had a lot of poems that sound about kind of like the societal norms and how people shouldn't be afraid to express themselves, and I think that's awesome. And going into our next poet was senior Cameron McDonald, and her poem was titled Naming Poems is Hard to Do, so this is it. And really, I think this one kind of hit home for me because it was about seniors leaving Northwest and how she really likes the familiarity of Northwest, talking about things like Mr. Wolf in the third hallway, trying to stop the PDA, or like how the bathrooms connect every hallway, and how she just feels so comfortable in this school, and she wants time to slow down, and to live up the last bit that we do have left here as the class of 2016.
Right, I'm gonna have a lot of memories of Northwest seniors. But then our next poem was about Tessa Irvin. Hers is pretty humorous. She talked about the crazy, chaotic lunch lines. Thank God I'm a senior. We can just go to open lunch, because those lunch lines was so crazy. Like she said, it's like a DMV, like longer than DMV line. Like that was crazy too.
And then our next poet was Sarah Babcock, who, as she got up there, followed this lunch line poem, said that was a tough act to follow, but hers was also fantastic. It was a poem titled Not Remembering, kind of talking about how as she's grown up and struggled, she doesn't really want to remember those struggles, but then she realizes that's what makes her who she is, and that she needs to remember those later on, like her friends that are family and everything like that.
Alright, well, the next one was Ashton H. Hers is pretty funny because you always talk about love. So you probably think she's talking about a boy, how she's like stuck in love and stuff like that, but it was really about her dog, which was really funny to me. Like, what did you think, Abby?
At first I thought it was like a boy talking about her.
Right.
She was writing about it, but the last line was talking about how corgis have a nice dog butt, so that's how that one went.
Right.
And that concludes round 2. Please stay tuned for round 3. I think it's going to be a great day of poetry.
I really think it is too, Abby.
We keep talking. Yeah.
Get up.
I see you in the back. Up, up, up.
Get up. There you go. Dion, get up. Get up, Dion. Okay. Stretch, stretch, stretch.
Everybody, we're going to stretch. Bend down. Little dabs in there.
Hey, all of you. Stretch. Now shake it. Okay. We need you to be loud. Woo! If you don't like the judges' scores, you're going to say, listen to the poem. So try it on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Listen to the poem. Yeah. And remember, the point is not the point. The point is poetry.
Yeah. Do we know who's going first? Okay, we're going to joke time. Okay. So the doctor said to the patient, you have cancer and Alzheimer's. And the patient said, well, at least I don't have cancer.
One more joke, and this one's actually, it's really funny. All right. Why did the teacher wear sunglasses in school? Why? Because she had really bright students. But I mean, I guess that's why none of the teachers at Northwest wear sunglasses. JK, just kidding. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Our first competitor would love to live in Barnes & Noble if she could. Give it up for Alysa Gall.
Okay, this doesn't really have a title, but when I was little, I had a Barbie. But not just a Barbie, I had piles of Barbies and a red convertible to go with. They had their own McDonald's drive-through window. I even had those Princess and the Pauper Barbies that sang out of their chests, and with the perfect synchronization of pushing the buttons on their backs, you would get them to sing in unison. Oh yeah, I was the coolest kid on the block in my head. I didn't need friends. I had my Barbies. Even though Ken's head kept popping off and it was very disturbing. Even as a little girl, I was replacing human connection with plastic, inanimate objects. Why do we keep replacing people with inanimate objects? You could argue that social media is human connection, and sure, people can get to know others well online, but any old fool could send a witty text and pretend to sound interesting, and any old fool could send a 7-second picture of themselves, and any old fool could press a button. No. What I'm interested in is those 3 a.m. cast party talks. You discuss the meaning of life with friends you are just starting to know as if you were discussing a meal you had. So comfortably, yet so emotion-filled, suddenly you don't feel so alone. Those times when you rant with your best friend about Stevens and Coles, using your own secret language, you throw shirts into lakes together because it feels good to see them sink down and down. You know you are a part of human connection when you care about your friend's cow as if it were your own. People are interesting. Get to know them. You can't replace people with plastic. Siri cannot pick you up after you fall downstairs laughing the whole way. And neither can the bright light phone screen. I gave away all the Barbies, the convertible, the McDonald's, to my neighbor before I even had a cell phone. I think I had realized that they could never replace actual people, and neither can anything else.
All right, thank you, Alysa. Judges, can we get the scores, please?
We have an 8.7, an 8.7, an 8.4, a 9.3, and an 8.2.
So we have a girl who has a tuxedo cat, Sarah Keegan.
my name is Sarah Keegan. This title is called Fortune Cookie, and it's about positivity. My therapist tells me I have a tendency to address sad memories with a smile. I would say it's a defense mechanism, but I'm not trying to build up walls. I'm fighting to break them down, so I'm just going to cope while peeking through my kaleidoscope, because I've learned that memories are black and white, and my presence is only found between the silver and gray lining and the hodgepodge of all my mind. For a while there, I let my cynical nature get the best of me, so it's a good thing to snake their skin every 2 to 3 weeks, because I'm only 17, listening to the Rolling Stones album Let It Bleed on repeat while I come to means with the fact that I can't always get what I want, but I have what I need. Age 17, screaming along from the driver's seat, so I breathe in and breathe out, because these days I get full off stale fortune cookies in the morning. I'm folding the cheesy Chinese prophecies and seriously getting the meaning, liking numbers vaguely outline my worth as I realize how lucky I am. Finding peace in the simplicity of things, like the way the trees shade me from the intensities hanging over me, and the way my best friend's laugh strips me of my worries. For tomorrow, I can worry about self as I focus on the here and now, for no boys who want to touch the world through their guitar strings. So when I see musicians busking on the street, I toss coins towards their hopes and dreams. I met a girl who doesn't stray far from her pen and paper. I told her I would love to read her work because I know what it feels like to get lost in a good book. I've seen sunsets span across half-open eyelids and sunrises that open weary eyes, giving the broken hope that everything will be all right. I've heard of husbands who buy flowers for their wives before returning home on Monday nights, and so I choose to believe that there's a balance beam in the scheme of life. Measuring this madness in units 4 into the metric scale in this instance, the correct answer is boundless, because happiness can be found anywhere. For I know an addict trying to make a change, and I can honestly say he's getting there. I met a pastor who writes letters to the lost and to require a response. I take my 2 a.m. thoughts to an old bridge parked on a dead end and watch the highway lights until my troubles mend. For my therapist tells me I have a tendency to address sad memories with a smile. This may be true, but the next case of envelopes will be addressed with one too, because I much prefer the view from up here, don't you see? It's like looking through a kaleidoscope. Thank you.
Awesome job, Sarah. Can we get the judges' scores?
All right, we have a 9.5, a 9.6, a 9.3, a 9.4, and a 9.8.
Our next competitor just got a new puppy and is pretty stoked about it. Give it up for Sadi Lucer.
Hey guys, I'm Sadi Lucer, and this poem is titled Columbine. Ooh, hold up. Malfunction here, hang on. All right, here we go. You really think we matter? You have the audacity to think we as a whole human race have aspirations in life? That's what we expected from those 2 men until they decided they'd rather die instead of taking the time to find a wife. We all thought they were righteous, but instead while they fight us, we are too feeble-minded to fight back. We suspected nothing, even though they were constantly including doubt within common conversation, and without karma we are compensating of those families who are lacking in the embrace of their own perfect little angels. They thought and mentally fought while they received their weapons without ever having been bought. But we all assumed it was a phase. We all assumed no harm. We all assumed they had no control over their own mentality. We all assumed. That assumption caused the lives of 13 innocent people to have been taken away in the span of time would be to take candy from a baby. But before we go there, before we raise the hair on the back of our necks, let's fight to create a law that requires background checks. Because these 2 are trusty and reliable when it comes to their friendliness, right? I don't really know anymore. So I'll proceed to stand with the other confused 7 billion people and continue to fight. Never in a million years would that entire student body ever thought that they would lose their friends to the sounds of shots firing and the discombobulations of unkept bombs that weren't kept to their requiring. These boys, never men, were in love with mafia so much that they became one. And when these trendsetters left their mark on fellow American citizens, we tried so hard to ensure that something was going to be done. They did this. They blackened that day. And while my heart can beat in rapid succession, they stood to question why they will let its steady rhythm repeat in that way. Nothing will tend to share with this event of its resemblance. But perhaps all we really got out of this was a region filled with mountains and a flower of remembrance.
All right, nice job. Judges, can we get scores, please?
We have an 8.8, a 9.1, a 9.3, a 9.1, and an 8.2.
All right, thank you. And next, please give a warm welcome to Colin Jones.
Hello? Hello? Okay. My name is Colin Jones, and my poem is about bullying. He came home, blood across his shirt. He said they made him wear a skirt. It made him feel like dirt. Why do they do this to him? He's not any different than them, but if you're not considered normal, then I guess you're just condemned. Sorry. He wanted to be friends, but now he just wants to be dead. He tried to share his lunch in a little paper bag, but they made him eat dirt and yelled, "Yeah, throw it up, hag." He just has a different mentality of your so-called morality, while you increase the mortality of men with his mentality. Real men. Not you cowards in your upside-down world, where right is wrong, where gay is just another cuss word. He can't take it anymore. He just wants to soar, but you're the sore on his wings, keeping him on the floor. He goes to his room. He knows what he's going to do. He locks the door, then he writes a note to his mom that he hopes will go on strong without him. He grabs a stool, then he ties a knot, and he looks up above, hope against hope, that heaven wasn't just made up by people on dope. Thank you.
Nice job, Colin. Can we get the judges' scores?
We have a 9.4, a 9.4, an 8.9, a 9.7, and a 9.3.
Next up, we have Ernie Hawkins.
All right, this is really scary. Yeah. I'm not really that good at goodbyes. I'm not really that bad at leaving. I haven't always been a good guy. I never really knew about grieving. Conscious, constantly thieving, reading but never believing, bleeding because thoughts are deceiving, giving but never receiving. My thoughts are harder to overcome than the average man, with holes inside my perception, difficult making plans, but never to get down about these things. I keep a trail. Cool, calm, and collected, now need to make a deal. I'm not really that good at goodbyes. I'm not really that bad at leaving. I haven't always been a good guy, dodge all my problems, weaving all the things that I'm achieving in spite of your disbelieving. Hold me back and claim police and try to keep my thoughts from breathing. Breathing but hardly seeing, I'm blind to all these demons. I wish that I could tell the truth, but can't, for different reasons. It's different every time my mood has changed with all these seasons. Another personality, another domestic treason. Abnormalities like allergies to all these people. Practicality is all they want, normality, but you won't get my confirmation. Desolate minds are God-forsaken, certain death without taxation. All while I just sit here waiting. I'm not really that good at goodbyes. I'm not really that bad at leaving. All my problems, I can put them aside because for right now, I'm leaving.
Thank you, Ernie. Judges, scores, please.
We have an 8.9, an 8.8, a 9.8, a 9.4, and a 9.5.
All right, and next we have a mildly enthusiastic ukulele player, Dayton Rain.
Hi, I'm Dayton, and this poem is called That Tiny Little Room. That tiny little room, where I am sitting amongst an ocean of myself, amongst a sea of my most rampant insecurities and my most doubtful characteristics, the prying amber owl eyes that seem to stare at me from every shadow in the forest of judgmental trees and verbally abusive talking animals that waits for me patiently like a serpent preparing to devour its naive prey. That tiny little room that acts as not only a safe haven to protect me from the rugged demons beyond, but also as a cage confining me with the one demon that never truly leaves, the sin that subtly simmers gently beneath the surface of my stereotyped appearance, the curse of shame and self-negligence cast on me not by myself, no, but by the mob of good, God-fearing folk that unknowingly have made this life 100 times harder for not only me, but all the other ones too. That tiny little room in which hundreds, thousands, millions sit in their respective holes of security, awaiting their own beast, some louder and hungrier than others, to swallow not only them but their very godly identity as well, in an evil, wretched, cruel, futile effort to extinguish the growing wildfire formed from our sparks of light and love. That tiny little room, that closet to the left side of the front door in the main hallway that everyone walks past fairly often but never deeply inspects, because the fearful child closed up behind those wooden doors is hiding not only from the scoffing, stuck-up strangers walk past, but also themselves, hoping that by wallowing in the perpetual dark they will never have to see themselves in the mirror image behind the glazed eyes of the people who won't stop staring because they are too scared to whisper to even the most frequent passerbys or bystanders, to their both self-inflicted and their society-inflicted crime, unable to mutter even just a tiny, small, minute whisper of "I exist, I am here, I am a person too." That tiny little room, my solitude, my servitude to those I can't even crack the door for, to those who I'm too scared to see when I pull back the membrane that's simultaneously a shield and a self-destruct button, taped to the doorknob for use at my disposal. That closet, that phrasing of being out or being in, that sullies and poisons the very air we breathe with toxic ideology at the detriment of those who shouldn't have to hide the brilliant, spectacular radiance of their soul behind the armored plates of mahogany, cedar, pine, and oak, all because of the ignorance of the world, all because some don't know how to love, all because of the hatred they will surely face. That tiny little room that I hope one day, with the help of not only the matches, but the masses, will burn itself to the wretched ground on which it stands.
Awesome job, Dayton. Can we get the judges' scores?
We have a 9, a 9, a 9.4, a 9.1, and a 9.
Our next competitor says, "My poem has some jokes, so please laugh if you find them funny." But I'm gonna say, laugh either way. Yeah! Give it up for Allie Rosebaugh.
Okay, so I enjoy poems about trivial things, so my poem is called Snow, so I hope you can guess what it is about. So, where is the snow? The snow that everyone wanted. The kind that gives us no school. Where is our snow? The kind that colors our winters. What happened to it to have been gone? When will it return? When will it be back? Where is my snow? So far this year, I've seen some snow, but mostly the kind that melts on impact with the ground. I wanted snow during Christmas break, not spring break. Snow that's 3 feet deep, not barely an inch. Where is the snow? The good snow, the white snow, the kind of snow that packs into snowballs that you can throw at young brothers. Not that black gunk under our cars, not that snow that falls apart as we pack it. Not the snow that's barely an inch. Remember 5 years ago when we had all those snow days? What happened to that? We went from 6 to 0. And it stayed that way. What are those tricks to make us have snow? Let's see, lick a spoon, place it under your pillow, flush some ice cubes, eat some ice cream, shake a snow globe, wear your PJs backwards. Do those work?
No. Then how do I get my snow? Am I just supposed to wait and wait and wait and wait? Wait for next year and wait for the next winter? But that's too long and that's too far away. The school year is almost over and there might not be a next one. But at least we'll get those 3 snow days off at the end of the year. And who knows, we could get that snow day in May.
All right, thank you. That was great. Can we get the scores, please?
We have an 8.8, an 8.5, an 8.9, an 8.8, and an 8.9.
Thank you, Alexa. Our next person is one who always says that Reagan Walsh makes a better smoothie than Nate Jones. Please welcome to the stage Peyton Bennett.
I love you, Nate. You make your raps better. I'm sorry. Closer? Should I? Okay, sorry. When Anticipation walked into my room the other day, I asked where she had been, and she told me she was waiting. She wanted the moment she arrived to be steady but full of life, like the 8 to 10 heartbeats per minute of a blue whale. So I, appreciative, wrapped Anticipation up tight in my arms and listened to her whisper possibilities into my clavicle. Tattooing her breath onto my skin, I wondered what it's like for her to be a gypsy, showing up when I'm about to shake hands with the unknown, but still leave her fingerprints on everything I've touched. Then linger behind my eyelids like a memory. How many stories will she tell me when she travels the lines on my palms? Will they correlate with the paths drawn on her upper thighs? Will we map our own course together? My enigma, Anticipation, sleeps next to me at night, which would explain why my bed drips to one side, but she is deeply inhaled. She is the amount of coffee I drink in the morning. She is a roller coaster. She is a trip to the hospital. She is a package in the mail. Anticipation. Anticipation likes to kiss me on my temple and tell me she's fluid, always running through the riverbeds of my veins and carrying my predictions, well, downstream. Sometimes she'll even apologize for being as unpredictable as the ocean, but I can only smile at my solution, to write poems behind her ears where she can't see, reminding her that there's rapid beauty and patience and mystery. Thanks.
Awesome job, Peyton. Can we the judges' scores?
Have a 9.2, a 9.2, a 9.5, a 9, and an 8.8.
Our next competitor helped write the single games, which will be Wednesday and Thursday at 7 p.m. in the Little Theater. So you should be there or be square. Give it up for Liz Gibson.
No, seriously, come to the single games. It's a Bachelor parody. It's amazing. Okay. This poem is called I've Never Been Too Good at Poetry. Trying to write an eloquent phrase causes me to fall into a daze of endless moments. Unending days for writing to me is a lovely escape. Enjoyment, though, does not equate success. I've never been too good at poetry. Well, I mean, I used to think that I would be renowned for lyrics sweeping the hearts and minds worldwide, reaching the internal consciousness that we all share but do not dare to touch. So it was then I dared to reach and breach the chasms of doubt. I sent out work to publishers, those people who could judge me, and I couldn't tell them that they were wrong. Instead, they told me I was wrong. I used to think I could write poetry. After I read that email of denial, I sat in the shower for a while. I felt the hot water pour over me. Could have been a minute, a day, an hour. And I started thinking, I started talking, I started rhyming about success. So when I got out, I wrote those words down and I said them aloud again and again. And I found that it wasn't the smooth flowing pages of poetry I dreamed of writing, but it was powerful and strong. And when I dared to share, people nodded their heads right along with me. I then began to see madness, insanity, the world that's all around me. I tried to write of happiness, but angst seems to be easiest to put into poetic phrase. Lost love and well-known pain appear to be the best to say, to fit the rhyme scheme I have laid out to match what I wish to say. I now know there is no other way. The poet within is here to stay, screaming and crying words for me to type and give life to these words I dream up. I try to fight. I don't want to write about her twisted agony. I'd rather tell my own tales of joy and happiness and eccentricity. So we fight all day, we fight all night, for whom will now control my mind? I will never cease, for I believe I have a choice, and I will be who I please. This is my story, a story of confusion and chaos, a story that you think you know so well, but really only know a few pieces of. I regret no one knows my full story. No one ever can. Especially not from where my story comes. Not from those who gave me life, but those who made me rethink everything, all of the choices I have made, questioning what is right. I was raised a good Christian girl, told where evil hides in the world, that Judas betrayed Jesus, that Mary Magdalene was right to hide. For these two sinned as no one else can. They hold the shame, they suffer under eternal names. But what if they were not? Think just for a moment of what sits beyond what you see. Judas only wanted the rest to live, for them to survive, to thrive. Mary Magdalene cared for all, ensured that they be well, and all of them struggled, and one of them fell. All would rise again in life and death thereafter. I know this is not a story filled with laughter, but it matches mine more than I wish to admit. If there was such a child that from them came, I have not a single doubt they would share my name. Poetry is something that hides, but also defines with its rhymes, what other words just cannot describe. I guess that's why I like to use it to write about my life. Because I can feel so raw, putting everything in the air, putting everything on the page, but then I realize how much is still left inside of me. I may not be too good at poetry. So many rules dictate the words that can be shared by voice or page. Follow the meter, rhythm, proper symmetry, official rhyme scheme. Can't you hear your English teacher screaming that the rules must be followed, it must be done right? Yet art is art because their freedom reigns. Endless possibilities rest on a poem's page. Still, freedom is a little scary. So mystifying in its unyielding beauty, the imagery that so mystically hides the world's true meaning. I may not be skilled at forming what the rules require. I do not think that I am higher than those who write with fire-honed tactics, the couplets or the symmetry. But hey, I sure do like to talk about me. Thank you.
For the judges' scores, I'm going to tell a joke because it's going to be funny. Get a poor grade in class. Why? Because he's always sweeping. Did he laugh? All right, judges' scores.
That was funny, Quinn. We have a 9.1, a 9.5, a 9.6, an 8.9, and a 9.
All right, our next speaker is someone with an untitled poem with no hobbies or anything like that. All right, please welcome to the stage Zachary Ziegenhorn.
This poem is dedicated to all the underclassmen in the audience. Freshman year, I thought I wanted to die. I don't know why, I seemed like a happy guy, but walking through the hallways in a daze left me feeling empty inside, torn between wanting to hide and waiting for someone to notice that there was something wrong with me. It took me a long time to figure out that it's okay to be not okay. You should learn from my mistakes. It gets better. It gets so much better. High school seems like it lasts forever, but it can go by in the blink of an eye. This school can feel like such a big place, and it can be a tough thing to face, but remember that it's not a race, and you should enjoy every minute of it while you can, especially when you feel like there's no reason to be here. Well, in a year or 2 or 3, chances are you'll be like me and realize that high school is more important than just the classes you take. It's the people you meet and the friends that you make. It's the clubs that you join, and it's the moments you have at 3 a.m. when you realize that no matter how you feel at this moment, everything is going to be okay. Everything will be okay. Even in the moments you break down with stress like you're being pressed with the weight of 1,000 earths, everything will be okay. Even when you have your heart broken, just know that it will make you stronger than you were before. Even when you lose all motivation to do your homework senior year, everything will be okay. High school is the journey of a lifetime. You will have serious ups and serious downs, but know that you have people around to help you get through it. You can do it. Now go out there and show the world how brightly you can shine. Seize all your days and don't waste any time. Tell someone that you love them and everything will be fine. Don't put your soul in a cage, let it fly. Do not let your past mistakes define who you are as a person, because you are so much more than that. You are so much more. Don't close any doors.
Nice job, Zachary. While we're waiting on scores, I have some more jokes for you. A husband and wife are sitting at a table having dinner. The woman drops a bit of tomato sauce on her white top. "Ah, I look like a pig," she says. The man nods. "And you dropped tomato sauce on your top." I have more. Don't, just wait. My girlfriend told me I was 1 in a million. See, that's already a joke because I don't have a girlfriend, sorry. All right. When I looked through her text messages, I had to admit, she was right. Okay, and a couple more shout outs. First, we want to give a huge round of applause to KUGR for broadcasting this morning. Also, we want to give a huge round of applause to all of our judges and everyone else that's judged this morning. And then with that, can we get the judges' scores?
We have a 9, a 9.1, a 9.3, a 9.6, and a 9.7.
Next, it is my honor to introduce my son, Julian Pomerantz Kufor.
Hi friends, so I just found out that I was going to do this poem at the end of this round. I was initially supposed to go during 5th hour. But I wrote this poem about my friend Grace. I tweet about her a lot, and she's on my Instagram a lot. She goes to Topeka High. I've heard a lot of sound over the course of my life, and almost all of it gets lost in the black hole of sonic dissonance. But the way my name hangs on your lips is something that I will never get, or that will never get lost in the fog, similarly to how I was before I met you. I'm sorry I send a lot of messages, but it's just because I care a lot about you, and that projects itself into the many messages that come pouring into your alerts. And I apologize that my fingers cannot put my thoughts into words. And I'm sorry that I've been so sappy lately. I just want to make sure that you are loved, because maybe you don't feel like that all the time. And it's possible that there will be a day when I'm not able to communicate with you, and I want to cherish every single moment. I often stay up till 2 a.m. before I pass out from exhaustion. This is because I have a paralyzing fear of the dark and the uncertainty that results from it. This gives me time to reflect. So I'm going to try to put my thoughts into words while I'm surrounded by a darkness that I fear is trying to end my life more than my mind already is. I think that you're a piece of a star, a really far away one that is really pretty and has cool sunglasses like a kid's drawing, that decided to manifest itself into a human being and somehow wound up debating me in my first round. Push comes to shove, your little piece of star manifests itself at the edge of the black hole that is my being. I think you are so much fun to be around because you've always known how to handle me. I've spent a long time watching the way you walk and speak and listen, and it's all beautiful. I think your eyes are made of coal that use your willpower to make themselves into diamonds that fit perfectly into the masterpiece that is your face, and your mouth is a paintbrush that draws together in the right places so that your lips can produce a smile that pierces into my very existence. Initially, I was reluctant to let anyone near the black hole of emotion that I house, for fear of sucking their light in with it. And you were the first person I let peer past the event horizon. I think you're the most beautiful person I've ever met. And when I think about you, I feel like I'm flying above the clouds, and maybe I'm not in the dark anymore. Maybe I don't have to be scared of the dark anymore because you'll always be at the end of my bed saying, "It's all right, buddy. Just go to sleep already." So as I sit here in a pool of lukewarm memories and daydreams, I think it's very important that you know that you are the little light in my life and the reason I can brave the dark. My dark. I love you, Grace.
I just got the little warm fuzzies in my heart going. For anyone who didn't hear that, he just asked if I had a heart, so, you know. All right, judges' scores, please.
I have an 8.9. A 9.2. A 9.7. A 9.6. And a 9.7.
Go for the...
There's a, here. All right, we've got about 10 minutes left. We're going to tell some jokes and play Would You Rather. But before that, there are t-shirts over there, and they're going to be on sale for $15.
Front. Ooh.
Everyone, ooh.
Back.
Ah.
So after the round, if you want to get one, come over here. They're $15. You don't have the money today, but you do have to say you won one today, and then give the $15 to Miss London before the week is up.
Okay. Why did the M&M go to school? Why? Because he wanted to be a smarty. Everybody laugh. It's going to feel good about myself.
What do politicians and diapers have in common? Both should be changed regularly and for the same reason.
All right, where do poems come from?
Where?
Poetries.
Grandpa, why don't you have any life insurance? So you can all be really sad when I die.
All right, would you rather be 6 feet tall and ugly or 3 feet tall? Or 3 feet tall and beautiful? So 6 feet tall? No?
It's me.
Yes? Okay.
You could be me.
I still think he's beautiful.
Thanks.
Or 3 feet tall and beautiful?
Okay, so we're gonna try that again. If you would rather be 6 foot tall and ugly, you're gonna raise your hand. If you'd rather be 3 foot tall and beautiful, you're gonna raise your hand. So 6 feet tall and ugly. Okay, now 3 feet tall and beautiful.
All right, I see you. I don't have it. Okay.
Okay, we have another one. With prom coming up, would you rather your date stand you up or have the date of your dreams and have them leave you for someone else? So, okay, so one more time. You have a date that stands you up and doesn't show up, or you go with the date of your dreams who goes with you and then leaves you at the dance for someone else. So raise your hand if you'd rather just be stood up. Okay, now raise your hand if you'd rather have the date of your dreams. Okay.
If you are in Miss London's third hour class, go check in with
her.
Miss London. That's a funny joke. All right, this one is actually from Miss Stiggy. But why are poets tripping up here? Because they're in the non-friction section. Do you get it? Because there's a sign, non-fiction.
It was a lot funnier when she said it.
I just messed it up.
Do we have another joke? Okay, one more joke for you. Who said grapes are soft? They never cry when you step on them. They just let out a little bit of wine. All right. Do you just want to say thank you? And they can be dismissed if their teachers let them.
All right. Thank you, guys. That is the end of our round. You guys can be dismissed only if your teachers say it's okay.
If you are in round 4, please come over here and draw to see what order you're going to be in. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Northwest, thanks for tuning in.
But Reagan, before we start talking about the poems, I have a joke for you.
What's up? What's up, Rachel?
How do poets say hello?
How?
Hey, have we ever met before?
Hey now,
Oh,
Well, speaking of those poets, the third round was amazing. We had some great poets, a huge range of topics, and I'm really excited for the next rounds. But for right now, let's slow down. We'll do a quick recap of what just happened. Our first poem to start off the third round was by Alysa Gall, and she did not have a title.
But if she did have a title, I would say it would be Can't Replace People with Plastic, because she really touched on how people nowadays are really replacing human interaction with like their phones, and like how people interaction is really, really important. And she really, really touched on that, and I fell at home like that. With
I know, it's a great topic to talk about because social media is so prevalent right now, and how people are replacing that with, you know, going out and seeing friends. So, I mean, the crowd, they gave her support for sure.
I thought it was amazing. She got lots of snaps.
Yep.
I gave her some snaps.
Yeah.
It was awesome. Okay, so our next poet was Sarah Keegan, and her title was Fortune Cookie.
And you know, Sarah's Fortune Cookie poem was amazing because of multiple things. One, it was all about positivity. And when you get into these poetry slams, sometimes it's easy to get down a little bit because people talk about deep things, right?
Yeah, I agree.
But she talks about positive things that make you feel good. And she talks so fast and she does it so well.
Yeah.
And she's been doing it for years now. And she's
I
one
was
of the only
impressed.
poets I know that can talk so fast, but you still get every word.
Exactly.
And-
It was really uplifting. I mean, the deeper poems, they're not bad. I love them, but like it was a good little break from all the deeper poems.
And she just talked about she's lucky to be who she is and where she is right now. And I'm proud of her. I'm proud of you, Sarah.
Lots
You
of
did
snaps
great.
for Sarah. Go you.
Okay, our third poet was Sadi Lucer, and it was about Columbine.
This was just a really good poem about reminding us about the day. Just kind of, because sometimes it's easy to forget those big moments and those big events in time. And she just kind of reminded us about, hey, like this happened. Let's think about it. Let's remember this. Let's feel for those people. It was really touching, and it was sad, but it was really well done.
It was really well done.
Yeah.
And she touched on the idea that not everyone, you know, we see people and they look innocent, but not everyone is innocent. And you have to always keep that in the back of your mind that you need to know what people are going through.
I agree. So good job, Sadie. The next poem was Colin Jones, and his title was Bullying.
Yeah, and this was a really quick poem, but it got to the point very quick as well. He talked about how it was a struggle to be different and how a lot of people struggle to be different. And the poem ended on a very serious note of suicide. And and you kind of got left to know what happened. And I think it really made a good point that this society needs to let loose and be careful what you say.
because
Definitely.
what you say can affect someone. So remember that, Northwest.
Our fifth poet was Ernie Hawkins, and his title was Goodbyes.
And this was a really touching poem. I thought this was really well done. It was really about not seeing his problems as like a huge deal. I don't know. He was just kind of downplaying his problems, which was good. I really liked the way that he was talking about how he's like not good at saying goodbyes, and it kind of touched on the whole sentiness of like senior year, which was really awesome.
Yeah, it was. And I liked it because it was almost a rap at some point. See, you know, these poets can kind of get in this flow that I don't even know if they know they're doing it, but they get in this rap flow that you're kind of just going along with the poem. You're like, yes, I'm liking, I'm feeling it.
You're nodding your head with this one. Okay, so I did not get this person's name.
This poet was Dayton Rains, and his poem was That Tiny Little Room. And this room was really interesting. He described it as when he went into this room, it was almost a safe place, but it was all from other people, but it wasn't a safe place from himself. So when he got in that room, he thought about it and he got nervous and stuff.
Yeah, it was kind of about him seeing his insecurities and like stereotypes and like really being who he was.
It's a poem we see a lot with society, and we don't want, we need to stop judging. It's a very relevant topic. Agreed. Our seventh poem was Allie Rosebaugh, and it was titled Snow.
I really connected with this one because I'm really upset that we didn't have any snow days, but she really touches on snow and the crazy weather of Kansas. It was kind of like a lighter poem. It wasn't very, it wasn't as deep as some of them, but like it was still really good. She presented herself really well.
And I think it's important. That's important to like notice that not every poem has to be super deep. So you can come up there and talk about you want more snow days, and people loved it. You know, people sat, laughed.
It was awesome.
And I just think if you're out Northwest and you want to write a poem but you don't think it's serious enough, you don't think it's good enough, like she just proved that you can do whatever you want. Yeah, write about lunch lines, whatever you want to do.
It's awesome. Peyton Bennett is our next poet.
Yeah, he was our eighth, and his title was Anticipation. And I think it was, just how it's titled, don't worry about everything too much, I think.
Yeah, he's just like, he's worrying about too much, and so really, that's what most of the poem was about.
And the poetry was like her way out, kind of, for things, I think. So that was important.
Next.
Our ninth poet was Liv Gibson, and her title was I've Never Been Too Good at Poetry.
This is wrong. She's good at poetry, so don't be hushed by the title. So, it's really about writing powerful poems and how she was kind of rejected by a publisher, but you know what? She still kept going. She still kept writing poems, and they're powerful, and we heard what she had to say.
Yeah, she went on a lot of topics in this poem, and it was kind of just collectively just a great poem to listen to.
I agree.
And it was more of a deeper poem, but it also made you feel good too, because she said like just don't worry about what's going on.
Exactly.
Write poetry, Northwest. Make you feel better.
Okay, so our next poem, Zachary Ziegenhorn. And this poem was to all the underclassmen.
It was mostly about depression in his beginning years of high school, but his main point was that it gets better. It gets better. Yeah. He said you're gonna be okay. You know, like at first I wanted to get out, I wanted to be done, but now I'm just loving it. I'm soaking it in. Everything's better now. And he said the important thing about high school is not your grades or all. I mean.
Yeah.
That's whatever, but it's the people you meet.
Yeah, and honestly, it's about making the memories, and about enjoying each moment and how it might seem to be going slow, but it's gone in a blink of an eye, and I totally agree with that.
Yeah, it's hard to go up there and talk about high school going by so fast as a senior. It really does, so it's a great poem.
Gets emotional.
It does.
Gets emotional.
Okay, our 11th and final poem was by Julian Kafour, and it didn't have a title, but it was about his friend Grace.
Oh, this was a very good one. This was kind of him just like giving her love, saying how much he cares about her, and it was really touching to see just like how people in their friendships and their bonding and how much that he cares for her. It was awesome to see.
It's so brave of him to go up there and talk. I mean, even like point her out who I'm talking about and say this is like how much I care about you. That's not easy to do. It's not.
So.
Well, I guess that's kind of concluding what we got. So thanks for watching. We've got some great poets coming up. We're really excited for the next coming rounds. The finals will be soon. Stay tuned. We'll be back. Thank you, Northwest.
I'll do this.
Okay.
Good. Okie doke. I need everyone on your feet. On your feet. Get up. Get up. Don't. Oh, get up. Get up. On your feet.
Well.
Kevin. Okay, we're going to do jumping jacks. Work it. Work it. Come on. Come on. Jumping jacks. Come on. Get it going. Get it going. Get it going. Wow, you all have zero enthusiasm. Shake it. At least shake it a little. Shake it.
Get
shake
your wiggles out.
Get the juices flowing. Or not. Thanks.
All right, so our scoreboard right now is in first, Tessa Irvin.
Woo!
Second, we have Lily Ottinger.
Woo!
Third, Ashton Hess.
Woo!
Fourth, we have Sarah Keegan.
Yeah!
And fifth, we have Julian Kafour.
Woo!
And sixth, we have Marie Cordino.
Woo!
Seventh, Cameron McDonald.
Woo!
Eighth, Colin Jones.
Woo!
And ninth, we have Zachary Ziegenhorn. And in 10th, Ernie Hawkins. Please give a round of applause.
All right, our first competitor loves pizza, and their name is Luke Megley.
Hello. Okay. What's up? Okay. Sure. Don't look at me that way. It'll only make these words harder to say. I know you know that I love you, but honey, I lied when I said I was fine, because I'm at war with what I want and what I need to do. And I'm scared to death I'll only hurt you. So I'm gonna break your heart, even if you fall apart. I need you to prove to me, I need to know that you'll be okay without me. Oh, don't look at me that way. I'm sorry. I don't want to hear anything you have to say. You always deserved someone better. And I'm sorry I'd rather be alone than let my heart of stone drag you to my living hell. So I'm going to break your heart, even if you fall apart. I need you to prove to me, I just need to know that you'll be okay without me. I just want a future without the pain, but I can't have you all the same. I just want a future without the pain. Don't you see that I still love you? But I can't have you all the same. I never really stopped. You just want a future without the pain. You see, I always loved you, but you can't have me all the same. So I'm gonna break my heart, even if I fall apart. I just need you to prove to me, I just need to know that you'll be okay without me, without me, me.
All right, thank you, Luke. Judges, can we get our scores, please?
All right. We have an 8.8. An 8.7. An 8.4. An 8.3. And an 8.8.
All right, and now please welcome to the stage a musician and an artist, Logan Shumway.
I'm actually surprised that for once somebody got my name right. All right, quick disclaimer before I start. This was not me. This is written from the perspective of a friend of mine. You'll understand here in a minute. I always thought you'd fallen from a higher place, but now I realize what really lies beyond that calm, beautiful face. At first, you seem kind, gentle, and a little bit shy. But I guess it takes a while for everyone to realize what's really inside. We met when we were young, innocent souls, and stayed in touch as we began to grow. Perhaps I made the wrong choice when I asked for your love. But then again, maybe that was asking for a bit much. We had our rough patches, but I assumed we'd always make up. Sadly, after a while, we dug ourselves into a deep, glooming rut. Between work, the dogs, the kids, and the band, I knew things were getting a little out of hand. But at least I thought we could work it out in a mature, adult way. Instead, you decided to betray me in the cover of Shade. I looked past the first time you cheated. Why? Because I didn't want things to become too heated. Where am I at? Because I didn't want the kids to suffer as well. But after the second time, I see now that you're just a hollow, empty shell. I can't take any more pain from you, and neither can the kids. They never should have gone through all of this. You damaged both mine and their hearts. So this is the last time we'll speak as friends. This is where we make part. This is where it all ends. But now I found someone new. Someone who's kinder, more sincere, and more loving than you. Oh God, where am I? We both have our problems and a damaged past, but we've grown to really love each other. It all happened so fast. We understand each other's issues with our past lovers, but now we can live and grow knowing we're supported by each other. Her ex is horrible, a selfish man, and he belongs on the underside of my boot. And well, I had you. The point is, while I don't wish for your downfall, I've found someone who I can truly call my all. She'll never betray me, and I'll never betray her. Because for all the torment and pain you've caused me, well, she's the cure.
Nice job, Logan. Can we please get his scores?
All right, we have an 8.6, an 8.7, an 8.4, an 8.7, and an 8.6.
All right. Our next competitor is extremely nervous, so please be loud and give them a huge round of applause. It's Izzy Teschendorf.
Hi, I'm Izzy, and this is called Fallen. I fell for you like a glass dropped from a tower. Let go for whatever reason. Fell, hit the ground, shattered. I fell for you, and the world around me stopped. I was riddled with doubts because I'm young, emotional. It's just to crush something small. It won't last long. But I was wrong. It's been over a year now. And I'm still in love with you. I'm in love with you. I love you more than any words I can ever write, more than any words I can ever say, more than words can ever describe. But why? Because you saw me, because you're so kind to me, because you care about me? I don't know, but I love you. I love you more than the sun. I love your eyes that are brighter and more beautiful than the sky could ever dream to be. I love your smile much more than the sun. But they do the same thing. They blind me. But know that I am blinded by your smile. I stare into your eyes because they're you. And I love you. But I don't tell you because I love you more than words can describe. But also because I'm afraid of you. I am so afraid of you. I'm afraid to tell you who I am, what I am, that I'm a boy. I'm afraid you won't love me. I'm afraid you won't even like me. I'm so afraid of rejection, of hate, of you leaving me alone. Please don't leave me alone. I don't want to be alone. I don't want to be alone again. I think
I can take the thought of you not loving me, but I can't take the thought of you hating me. But I can picture it all too easily. I try so hard not to, but that doesn't always work. I am so afraid of you because I love you more than words can ever describe.
Great job, Izzy. Can we please get the scores?
A 9.6. A 9.2. A 9.3. A 9.3. And a 9.
All right, our next competitor is my favorite person in the entire world, Nate Jones.
What? Oh, okay, that's what I thought I heard. And I was like, all right. Thank you, though. I appreciate that. I like my butt, too. Okay, so everyone's done a great job, by the way. Everyone rocks. So I wrote this my sophomore going into junior year, and it's kind of for anybody who kind of has this lingering feeling of being alone, and for those people who kind of fall in love with someone new a little bit every day. So this is for y'all. 3/4 a handle of high school and a bag of cheap nights later, you and I could be found cuddling the concrete at 3 a.m. Chalking our night onto the streets together, I would feel alive and my inhibitions were lowered, so when you asked me if I was afraid of the dark, I lowered my guard and simply told you no. I have only ever been afraid of what I might look like when I had to come back into the light, when I had to face the mirrors again. The cracks and the crevices where my confidence hid under the bundles of broken glasses and chipped teeth, you were silence at full volume. And I had always tried to rip the whispers from your windpipe, but they always seemed to blow away with the reasons to let myself love again. You were a page torn from the Bible 3 nights before they burned it, one of the last surviving scriptures, and all I ever wanted was to be granted your gospel, to wash my sins away at the mouth of the river, my heart soaked and my smile wide. I would arrive in heaven every time you were by my side, and I know you never meant to fire, lover. I know we never meant to burn each other. We broke this glass over the grass, and we walked on the shards of my crooked spine, and I know we never gave each other the time of day, and sometimes it was hard to walk away. You captivated my chaos, and it made it easy for me to accept crazy. That night wasn't the only thing that fazed me. You dazed me and entranced me, and it was hard to believe someone as awkward as you romanced me, but you spoke love like you learned it from Rosetta Stone. I worshipped at the altar of the confessional of those eyes. I spoke in tongues. I was bilingual and forever single, learning the words to every catchy jingle from eHarmony to Match.com. And maybe it was because of every boyfriend who ever dated my mom, who made me feel inferior and that taught me being a man was being handsome and completely ugly on the interior, because every time I broke a heart, I would go home and paint pain to wrist a work of art, and I would find a new place to start again. Or maybe I was so used to all the best friends who played pretend, who sang the song that first comes the ache, then comes the break, and it seemed like nobody could really relate with Nate. So once I hit bottom, bottom hit back, and I left because you ended up being everything that I lacked, and for the simple fact that when you were the first to say I love you, I'm still too scared to say it back. So if I've learned anything in high school, it's I have this weird tendency to fall hard for pretty girls who cry harder. And I fall in love with someone new just a little bit every day, usually falling back onto the concrete. I would wait until you fell soundly asleep. The night, holding tight to dawn, as I held you tight to me, I whispered into your ear, I am no longer afraid of the dark, my darling, as long as you walk through it with me. Thank you. Bless you.
Nice job, Nate. Hey, judges, can we get the scores?
We have a 9.9. A 9.8. A 9.9. a 9.6, and a 9.6.
All right, this next person has never written poetry before. Juliana Cantner.
All right. I promise right now I will tell you the truth. I complain a lot, just like most of our youth. I complain about the hours it takes when graphing functions. I whine about my teachers' nonstop, tedious, unreasonable instructions. I moan about my siblings and their talking and crying. Can they not stop? My parents and their unwanted prying. I just want to go home and sleep in my bed, but I have to do piles of homework instead. Wait, these things are not what I've come up here to say. I want to make a point, and this is definitely not the way. It is, although what I oftentimes do, it's what most of us can find ourselves wanting to spew. We talk about all the bad our friends and family do, the places we have, the painful details of places we have sometimes gone to. We talk about our religion, our race, the qualities we hold, and why these things separate us from the rest of the world. Can we not take a moment to say what makes us happy, to describe why we love the people that surround us, and possibly refrain from being so rude and so snappy? I think sometimes we forget. We forget what acknowledging kindness can do. We forget how telling the people we love the importance they hold can change someone's view. We sometimes forget what the good in life brings. Our family, our friends, all sorts of other things. We don't talk about the good because it's something we expect. The good in life, well, we completely neglect. It doesn't hurt us or shock us when life is going well, but maybe it should, or at least mean enough for us to tell. Because the bad things in life, well, they won't go away. Our broken world will never be a perfect display. There will always be cracks, scratches, and ugly, rough spots, but kindness and love can be capable of lots. And while the world may look different after the tragedy and hate, these good and kind things have the ability to polish and to paint. That's why for just a moment, I want to talk about the good. The boy that held the door open as I carried what I could. Our parents, our teachers, our soldiers, our preachers. My friend that answers my call at 12 at night to keep me company when I'm bored or sad or filled with fright. Our country where we can say the thoughts running through our mind and travel to any wonderful place where we can find. My God, who I believe died a painful death on the beautiful cross so that I can live in heaven and not constantly bear loss. I want to please take this very last minute to be grateful for all the good in this world while we all are still in it. I want to discuss what brings us together and connects us all as a community, as friends, as family, even if our connections are minor and are small. I want to remember to look for the joy, to cherish occurrences even though things can annoy, because when I experience the bad become shattered and broken, the good will comfort me in ways that are not even spoken.
Awesome job, Juliana. Can we please get her scores?
All right, we have a 9.6, a 9.6, an 8.9, a 9.5, and a 9.7.
Next up, we have Henry and Rin with their poem, Thinking Deep.
Hello. Merry Christmas.
Hi.
Stuff. Thank you.
Thinking deep. Welcome to Deep Thought with Ren and Henry.
Renry.
No.
Oh.
Think about this.
Oh, wait, this is my favorite part. Can I say it?
Fine.
Yes. There is never not someone driving.
Ever.
It may be 11:59 at night, but there's always a vacation driver longing to reach his home.
It could be 4 a.m. and someone would still be out on the roads.
Some poor soul who has to go to work early to support the love of their life on her hospital bed.
Heck, he'll be on the road multiple times.
From his part-time at 5 a.m.
to his other part-time at 9.
And then to the university at 12 so that he can strive to find a better means of work.
Poor soul. Even if,
theoretically,
we could get everyone off the roads just here in North America.
Bring, bring, bring! Bring, bring, bring!
Good morning, China!
How would you like your coffee today, sir, Mr. Yu?
Non-existent, because
I'm already driving to work!
Emphasis on driving.
Very well, sir. Excellent choice.
You got our point.
Hopefully.
Oh, I got another one.
What are you thinking? What I'm thinking?
Everyone in this universe is either a potato or not a potato. Not a potato?
Not a potato. Sorry. I'm sorry. Hate to break it to you.
But I'm willing to bet there's someone out there
that is actually a potato?
Wait.
Potato?
No, it's all right.
Okay, we know that was silly.
But what is spoken word without a little bit of humor?
Besides, laughter is the best medicine.
Anyway, our third and final deep thought is simply this.
Why must poetry have an end?
And that's just it.
It doesn't have to.
No, we don't mean keep reading the same long poem until you die happily on the stage at the quaint age of 80.
We mean means poems don't have to end for you personally.
If someone says something you like or agree with,
let it live on your mind.
Think about it every day.
And who knows, maybe next time you'll be the one up here.
Speaking about the
very
same
thing. Thank you, bye. Don't die.
All right, while we wait for our judges' scores, I'm going to tell a joke. Dear Board of Education, so are we. What's a whale's favorite TV show? Whale of Fortune. All right, judges, can we get our scores, please?
We have an 8.7, an 8.8, a 9.1, a 9.3, and a 9.
All right, and next we have a man with 4.5 fingers on one hand, Morgan Sider.
I don't want to talk about it. Don't work out, you'll die. All right, my poem is about decisions. Whose shoes am I in? They aren't my size. What happened to the mine I left behind? The decisions you make today define who you are tomorrow. The effect weighs out the cause. Just because everyone else is doing it doesn't mean good is what it does. You're the only drug I need. Why play a game of Russian roulette with your future and the people you care about on the line? And why play the game if it's over when everyone's dead? People will come and go and make you think you're important, but I've learned my lesson and now I'm fake retardant. Everyone makes mistakes and I'm no exception. You can throw for the touchdown, but just know that it might get intercepted. Choose wisely, because this moment weighs on you. You're at a fork in the road, but which way do you choose? Use your gut and realize whichever path you follow that you can accomplish anything you put your mind to. Whatever road you follow is up to you. You just have to find the end. There will be curves, turns, and wild animals, rain, snow, and who knows? Maybe it'll be 100,000 miles. There will be dead ends, roundabouts, stop signs, and red lights. You're going to get hungry, tired, irritated, afraid, and upset. You may fall into a deep hole of depression and debt, but just remember you're on a road. One day you'll reach a dead end. Turn around and see a million forks that you've chosen branch out into a tree of different paths taken. You will see all the decisions you made on your journey and think, what will you think? Will you see things you wish you did and others you wish you didn't? When you're old and at the end of your path, will you be happy with your decisions?
Nice job, Morgan. Can we please get judges' scores?
Okie dokie, we have a 9. A 9. A 9. A 9.2. And a 9.4.
All right, we have 2 more poets this round, but before we get to that, we got some jokes. So, why did the boy poet introduce himself to the girl poet? Because he wanted to meet her. If you don't get it, it's a poetry joke. It's funny. Okay, I have another one. Sorry if you already heard it, but like people didn't laugh at it this morning, and it's a lot funnier than they gave it credit for. So I'm gonna tell it again. How is a book of poetry like O.J. Simpson's testimony? Nobody buys either of them. All right, and we have a would you rather. So I'm going to read it off, and then you're going to raise your hand afterwards if you do the first one or raise it if you do the second one. So would you rather receive $100 million and never find your true love, or meet the person of your romantic dreams? So raise your hand if you're greedy and want money. Now raise your hand if you're a hopeless romantic. All right, our next poet. Our next poet looked like Matilda as a child, so give it up for Daniela Silva.
My alternate fun fact was that Ashton H actually has 2 dogs, but she doesn't love them equally, so. Okay, this one's called Everyone Sees Noon at Their Doorstep. 1, I think I left my soul on the last stage I was on. I have this problem where I only seem to think that I am alive when I am bleeding. We are double-edged swords of people, only the aftermath of our actions. We all get cut up too. As long as you have hands, you can build something. As long as you have hands, you can break something. As long as you have hands, you can punch through walls and you can fill in the holes. As long as you have hands, you are not helpless. 3, Disco Inferno can be translated from Latin to I learn by means of hell. Trial by fire, so when learning things is hard. I don't believe in anything, yet sometimes I still catch myself praying. 4, but some things just don't translate. The word saudade has no English equivalent. 5, my father has lived here since 1984. He is still not applied for citizenship. Sometimes I wonder if being bad at letting go of things is genetic. I ask my father what language he thinks, and to me, Portuguese has always been softer, English harsher, louder. I feel like I write in English because I feel like I need to be harsher, louder, and no one's going to listen to anything I say. 6, my family is separated by miles, but God, do we love each other? I just wonder sometimes if we know each other at all. 7, we are obsessed with people we don't know at all. 8, the entire world watched as Kate Middleton married Prince William because we all wanted to believe that they were in love. So they'd stay in love. We like fairy tales even more after we started realizing how often they don't end in happily ever after. 9, sometimes I think that love is just a lie we tell ourselves to sleep easier. 10, but sometimes I think that 90% of love is apologizing even when you don't want to, even when you don't mean it, even when you want to just keep being a jerk, because 90% of love is admitting that sometimes you are a jerk. Love is having the perfect opening to hurt somebody and not taking the shot. 11, I don't know much about love, but I know the lack of it. I don't know much about love, but I write a lot about it. 12, beauty is so often a matter of perspective. Leaving is also so often a matter of perspective. 13, I'm on a runway in Atlanta. I'm always coming home in the wrong direction. Others on the phone. He's telling me about our grandmother on life support. And all I can think of is the summer of 2013 and the stretch of highway from Kansas to Colorado as we raced down the hours to a hospital a state away where my grandfather was by every doctor's account dying. My mother saying, I don't think we're going to make it. 14, okay. So here's the thing about my grandfather is that he operated on borrowed time. He had non-Hodgkin's lymphoma for 20 years, and yet he would still wait for the sun to dip between 2 mountains just to take a picture. I wish I still knew how to sit still. 15, I wish we could all see our parents as we did as children. 10,000, Colin, invincible. 15, I wish that I still believed that everything had a reason. 15, I wish a lot of things. 16, I am now 17, and I no longer believe that my parents are incapable of crying. 17, so everyone lives and everyone leaves and everyone dies. Eventually we put up pictures over the holes we punched in our walls. We move on. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Judges, can we get the scores, please? Have a 9.6, a 9.8, a 9.9, a 9.8, and a 9.7. All right, before we go on to our next person, I'm going to say a few more jokes because who doesn't like jokes, am I right? All right, what school do you go to if you're an ice cream man? Sunday school. What school do you go to if you're a giant? High school. And what school do you go to if you're a surfer? Boarding school. Okay, just like 2 more, okay? And I told this one earlier, but it's still really funny. All right. What did the poet say to Luke Skywalker? What did he say? Metaphors be with you. All right, and this one is a would you rather. Would you rather be forced to vote for a campaign of a candidate you hate, Trump, or lose your right to vote? So for the candidate you hate, or just not vote at all? Basically everybody. All right, and the next person is Emanuel O with You Are Unique.
Hey, Caitlin, and George, and other freshmen I know. All right. Closer? All right. I look around and see a planet, but not a Mother Earth, missing the spirits bumping in the night, the flames sparking in a new reality, you being a firework, the your colors bursting, the billions of unique souls, because yes, you are unique. I am unique, but unique is not equivalent with being a dragon. I am not a dragon. I am not a mythical being. I am but a human. I am but a soul filled with distortions, but distortions don't make us spectacular. They make us distinct, not a new messiah. No matter if hope will change the realities that I am not a butterfly and you are not an eagle waiting to spread its wings. We are just humans with limitations and the ability to believe that we can be anything that we want to be, because limitations don't exist, because we are the children of the universe. We bring many beautiful things to life, and we've destroyed the beautiful things called life. We've shaped this world into a marvelous ocean of beauty, polluted by our conflict. The good exists and so does the bad, but don't think about the bad. Don't acknowledge the bad, because thinking about bad is bad. Don't think about race, don't think about gender, don't think about suffering, because that's pessimistic. Pessimism is a pesky pest spreading pestilence to the matrix known as society, creating a disease-ridden world of negative feelings. Where we ignore the truth of subtlety, subtle ties bringing us together to continue stirring the boiling pot of quarrelsome subjects, the untouchables of speech ready to implode, the patriarchy, religion, the paradigms, the societal roles. They remind us of pessimism, the reality that we don't want, but the reality that we must live in, where we are unique, but we are not butterflies, but we are not what we want to be. But we hold beliefs building beneath bloody battles called weakness, the bloody battles beside ourselves, that feeling of insecurity, that need to be more than different, that need to be more than unique, that need to be what we want to be. Because why settle with unique when you can be better? Well, you better yourself, because that's got to be better for you. But what about the others that get put down to make yourself feel better? Why can't we accept the I'm ordinary? It's okay. We are not supposed to be opposed, because opposed means no pros, and no pros means that we need to deal with the throes of life. So why do we just doze and let society impose its rules on us as we watch our ontological value decompose? You never chose to just be unique. You always want to be more, but why can't we just be unique and just accept that butterflies get to be butterflies and dragons get to be dragons, and that life has its throes, and that there are subtle ties in life, and that those ties make us what we are? Why can't we accept that nothing has intrinsic meaning and just carry on? Because we have meaning to each other. We are human. We are not spectacular. We are unique.
Awesome job, Emanuel. Can we get his scores, please?
All right, we have a 9.7, a 9.5, a 9.5, a 9.7, and a 9.4.
All right, so we have a couple announcements here real quick. If you want, you should follow at SMNW Poetry on Twitter, and you should post pictures or post your favorite lines from today about the Poetry Slam. Also, at the end of the round or sometime throughout the day, if you would like a t-shirt, you should come over here and see Miss London. They are $15, and you don't have to give it to her until the end of the week, but if you want one, you need to sign up today, and this is what they look like. Also, we want to give a huge shout out to PTSA for helping us put on the Poetry Slam today. So
They did a great job.
And then at the end of the round, if Miss London's class will go over there and talk to her, that'd be great.
All right, and of course, we have even more jokes for you in Would You Rathers. Getting excited. All right, our first Would You Rather is, would you rather drive 50 miles with a car full of alarm clocks constantly beeping, or drive the same distance with 4 styrofoam coolers, which constantly rub against each other? Oh. So who would take the alarm clocks? And the styrofoam coolers? It's about 50-50. All right.
All right. Would you rather have one long, thick, furry eyebrow across your entire forehead, or an inordinate amount of ear and nose hair that cannot be removed? Raise your hand for the bushy eyebrow.
Eyebrows for days.
Raise your hand for endless amounts of hair. Yeah, I figured.
At least you can make the eyebrow on fleek. Just. All right. Would you rather have to walk around with 6 large balloons tied to your wrist for a year, or loud bells around your ankles? Or the balloons and the ankles.
Okay, we got one more. Would you rather have very, very smelly underarm sweat, or non-odorous underarm sweat that causes terrible stains on all of your clothes? Shut up, Chandler. Raise your hand for stink. Okay, raise your hand for stains.
That's a lot of money you'll be spending on clothes, yeah?
All right, thank you. That's the end of round 4.
Thanks, guys.
And Abby Bird, here to talk about round 4 of the Poetry Slam today. Right. So our first poet was Luke Magley, and his poem was actually untitled and talked about a lot of relationships and hard decisions that come with them. Like, if 2 people love each other a lot, but it's not really working out, sometimes it just has to end it, and both have to be okay with it. And that's really just a part of growing up with relationships and making sure they work out the best they can.
Right, and life goes on. And our next we had Logan Shumway. He was talking about how you meet somebody and first impression that they look good on the outer side, but you don't really know them on the inner appearance, and how they loved each other, got married, but then they was in a honeymoon stage, and then once that die off in the marriage, it just goes away. And like a lot of marriages stay together due to because they have kids, and that is not right. So that's what they were talking about in separation.
And that's true, because marriage should be based off true love and not just the fact that you have kids. And I hope that in this day and age it keeps the same.
Right, please.
And next we had Izzy Teschendorf with a poem called Fallen, which I think we saw a recurring theme of love in this round. Her poem talked about her falling for someone very hard, but she loves this person for everything who they are on the inside and the out. But she hasn't been able to express their feelings to them just because of how hard it is, and she's afraid that if she does, then this person isn't going to like her, and she's just very scared to have to deal with that situation.
Personally, I think that's not the right thing to relationship. You're supposed to tell the person everything. If you can't tell them everything, then it's not mutual. It's not nothing. So.
Well, did you get from that, do you think that they were together? Or did you think that they were, it's kind of like a crush from afar?
It's a crush from afar.
I think it's a crush from afar. It's a crush from afar. Yeah.
And so we have my boy Nate Jones talking about how he was afraid to love, showing love to people, and I love how he like changes his voice and character. That is so funny to me.
He steps back, takes his breath, and comes on a whole different person. It is insane.
I love it.
Crazy to watch. And next up we had Julian Cantor, who has actually never written a poem before the slam today. And she talked about, I really liked this poem. She talked about kind of like the complaints in life and how everything talks to everyone negative, negative, negative.
Right.
But she wonders why we don't really talk about the good things. Like, we do talk about the things that separate us too much. But she spoke about how kindness really does have the ability to change the world, which is totally true.
It really does.
And we should be taking more time to stop complaining about the world and talk about what is good and what's happening
especially in this generation.
Uh-huh.
And then we had Henry and Rain, which is the first group of poems today. They were talking about thinking deep, which is like deep thinking. They were talking about like hard working and like the world and society. And like those two had a big imagination and great character. And it was
I think that their poem was kind of like the two sides of a person's mind, you know,
Right.
where they may think one thing, but then it goes right back to another. And I think they represented that really well, kind of how they were interrupting each other throughout the poem.
I was very intrigued with that poem.
It was awesome. All right, and next up we had Morgan Sider, who had a poem about decisions and how the effect really outweighs the cause, and how every decision you make eventually does have an effect on you, but if you can make the best out of the fork of the road, that's all you can do. And it makes you really think about how big every little decision you make can be.
Decisions is really tough, but
They
can
are.
be good in life. And then we had Daniela Silva, who talked about everyone sees her at the door. And she was talking about love to world to politics. It's just everywhere, different aspects of life, and a montage of issues, personal issues. And she wishes she still had the childhood feeling, you know?
Uh-huh. She kind of went through, it was nice to see, she like listed out 1, 2, 3, kind of went through a list to talk about what she needed to get across. And that was awesome, I thought.
I thought that was pretty cool.
And last for this round, we had Emanuel O with a poem titled You Are Unique. And I really liked this poem because everyone thinks to be unique, you have to be like some sort of superstar. But he talked about how we're all human and like limitations can't stop us. And even though we may not be the most special person or like the greatest at something, we still are our own person and we are unique. And I thought that was a great message for kids to hear today.
Right, because a lot of kids deal with that type of issues. So, Northwest, stay tuned to hear more on Round 5.
everyone who's sitting in a seat up there needs to move forward. Needs to fill in on the floor first. So if you're sitting in a chair, get up and move forward. Rise and move forward. Thanks, y'all rock, never change. It on. Yeah. I'm so done. Okay. Ben Basel, Isaiah Coleman, Joel Fry, and Haley Schaefer, you are supposed to go this round and you need to check in. So Danielle, will you please wave? Go check in with Danielle and then go check in with Kinsey in the red sweater. Again, that's Ben Basel, Isaiah Coleman, Joel Fry, Haley Schaefer. We're still waiting on you to draw and then we'll get this round started. Yay! Also, if you're in Miss London's class, will you meet me in the back corner so I can count you here? Actually, do it at the end of the round. Don't move, JK.
All right, everyone, welcome to round 5.
Woo! Get ready!
I need everyone to get up. Get up.
Up,
yep,
up.
Yep, on your feet.
Even in the back.
On your feet.
Even in the back.
Jacqueline, get up.
Bo, put down your pizza.
Yes, everyone.
Yeah,
yes.
there it is.
Get
there
up.
it is.
Get up. Okay, we got to get them juices flowing. So on 3, we're going to whip. And it better be a good whip.
If it's not good, we're going to do it again.
I can't either. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
I think we're going to have to do it again. Nobody over here did it. I didn't see anybody over there.
1, 2, 3.
There we go.
All right. Oh, you want to remind about judging?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I announced this earlier today, but just as a reminder, we are doing, you guys can go ahead and sit down. You're good. We are doing judging a little differently this year. We are going to have 5 judges, 2 teachers, and 3 students, and they're sitting over there. And it's going to be a blind judging, so you're not going to know who gave what. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be pretty good.
Before we get started, I want to go over the new leaderboard that's been adjusted for all the rounds. In first place, we have Tessa Irvin.
Yeah.
In second place, we have Daniela Silva. In third place, we have Nate Jones. In fourth place, Lily Ottinger. In fifth place, Juliana Cantner. In sixth place, Emanuel O. In seventh, Ashton Hess. In eighth, Sarah Keegan. In ninth, Julian Kafour. And in 10th place, we have Marie Cordino.
Just a reminder, this is a poetry slam, so if you like something, you're going to snap, so everybody snap. And if you feel like it, give it like a little whoop, you know. If you're feeling something, whoop.
Whoop. Nope. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Whoop.
There we go.
There we go. Oh, and if you don't like a judge's score, you're going to say, listen to the poem.
Poetry. Oh.
So 1, we're going to try that. 1, 2, 3.
And remember, the point is not the point is...
All right, then without further ado, we're going to get started with Damian Kendrick.
Is it on now? Okay, there's a lot of people in this room. Did you know that?
No, I had no idea.
Okay, I still feel like there's a really overwhelming number of people in this room who don't understand how this works. And so I just want you to, whenever I say something that you like, I want you to scream. I like it when that happens because it means I don't have to talk as much because you're screaming. So go for that. Oh, this is the part where I wink at all the judges so that they give me better scores. Wait, I didn't hear what happened. What? I'm sorry, I don't understand anything that's going on. Okay. This poem is called On the Coming of Spring, which was more better timed than the year earlier, but it's still called On the Coming of Spring, even though spring already came. Okay. My best friend told me to write a special snowflake poem, comparing myself or my dog or my friend or my left foot or anyone, anything to a snowflake, but what's a snowflake? Different, not the same, never fog, never rain, just snowflakes. I never wanted to be a snowflake. And out of 1,000,000,100 snowflakes that have ever existed, we have taken the liberty of observing not even a fraction, not even a raindrop to the ocean. When we see millions of crystals fall, we assume that they are different because it sounds nicer to tell our children. I never wanted to be a snowflake, different in each and every way, except they all have 6 sides. They're all made out of ice, and every single last one of the special snowflakes is white. I never wanted to be comparable to ice, sleet, or hail. Make me the crack in the ice that allows oxygen to the whales. Make me the canvas covered with landscapes that the north wind exhaled. Make me the storm beating down when lost pirates are setting sail. Make me the glacier that stands strong for the polar bears to rest on. Make me the glacier, make me the snow-coated antlers of a tremendous stag who looks on the long road ahead of him and thinks about how he cannot wait for the first days of spring. Let me start anew as the snow melts into my rooting. Let me listen. Let me try to understand, and if I fail to understand, then let me respect anyway. Let us call people by the name that they ask us to call them. Ensure that education encourages learning, not just passing. Do not whistle at women when their shorts are not longer than their fingertips. Do not tell boys that they are cigarette butts if they prefer to date the same sex. When your child comes home after school and tells you that they are a boy, do not lament upon the fact that they are a beautiful girl. Smile upon their nervous presence and say, "What do you want for dinner, son?" When your mother tells you that you are different like the snowflakes, do not thank her for the cliche compliment. Tell her that you have always preferred flames. When your emotionally manipulative girlfriend tells you that she does not feel special enough, do not tell her that she is unique. Tell her that she is 1 in 1 billion and that you really hope one of the other 7.31 girls has a better personality. I do not care how different your DNA is from everyone else's, because all snowflakes look the same when they are water, melted and collecting and dying leaves, because all humans look the same when they are dirt in the earth, becoming minerals to the soil and fodder for the worms. I never wanted to be a snowflake. I never wanted to be different from the rest. I only wanted to be comfortable with my chest, to feel comfortable with mirrors, to be kind and contagious and catastrophic sort of precipitation, not from the clouds, but from the lightning, from the fairy dust stars that I call home. Because I don't want to melt under a microscope to benefit only the person who wanted to dissect my differences. I want to live on this earth being happy and ignorant, not terrified that a snowflake will fall that has similar traits to my own. I never wanted to be a snowflake. I just want...
Nice job, guys. I really like the energy I'm seeing. Can I get a drum roll for the score? Keep going. Have a 9.8, an 8.8, a 9.7. A 9.4 and a 7.9. Sorry. She just reads them. Next we have Haley Schaefer with her poem Roses.
All right, this is just my poem I wrote called Roses. They say roses are for love, but what about the thorns? They represent devil horns. The red of the rose is the fire of hell. Should we really love those who say they fell in love with us when they gave us something to make us bleed the red for the devil? Why not a white lily for the purity of God? You might think a white rose, but no, they still have thorns to represent horns.
Awesome job. Can we please get the judges' scores?
We have an 8.8, an 8.9, 6.8. An 8. And a 7.6.
All right, get pumped because it's joke time! Woo! This first one, I personally felt the need to tell again after I butchered it last year, so be prepared. What shoes does a ninja wear? Sneakers. It is indeed not Snickers, but sneakers. Okay. This one gets me right here. Why did Adele cross the road? To say hello from the other side. You're welcome. Okay, next we have Julian Kafour to tell a joke.
That's my best joke. What do you call a crocodile that is a spy? An investigator.
All right, a quick announcement really quickly. If you want a t-shirt after the round, you should come over here and talk to Miss London. This is what the front looks like. Ooh. This is what the back looks like. Ah. She needs to know today if you want to buy one, but you don't need to give her the money until the end of the week. So, without further ado, give it up for Mia Polito, Katie Terry, and Rachel Barnes.
Is it on? Okay.
Hello.
Is this one?
Oh, okay. Oh my. This is our poem. It's called This Is For.
This is for freshman year.
For walking out those double doors, falling apart in tears.
For only being known as Sarah Barnes' little sister.
And thinking high school was full of cliches and movie scenes.
This is for sophomore year.
SOPHMORE.
This is for a year of regrets.
For the nights we stayed out way too late and for the ones we love to forget.
This is for the boys who screwed us over. Silly for us for thinking it wasn't over.
This is for those sticks and stones that should have broken my bones, but those senior girls never hurt me.
For the moment we heard,
I've never been so disappointed in you. This is for junior year.
For the year depression filled my mind.
For just doing me for the first time.
And finally making something out of nothing.
This is for those YL kids. It truly was the best week of our lives.
This is for MS and MD. Cancer sucks.
This is for the studying on Sunday that led into that dreaded Monday.
Friday Night Lights, thanks for being so bright.
This is for those 2 a.m. talks and late night thoughts.
To the times I didn't know, or to the times that I didn't come home, too bad Dad didn't know.
This is for the best year yet. This is for the year of laughing, crying, and everything in between.
For the relationships that have stayed and the ones that have gone away.
To the group in the middle of the hall, you won't be missed at all.
This is for the people who brought me up instead of down.
This is for the homecoming queen. You truly are forever royalty.
This is the moment we heard.
We are so proud of who you become. To the start of a new chapter.
May the odds ever be in your favor.
This is for the moments we have made, or the memories that we have made and now leaving behind.
This is for May 19th.
Class of 2016.
It's going to be a bittersweet
goodbye.
Thank you guys, that was very touching, very touching. Can we get the judges' scores, please?
Yes, you may. First we have an 8, an 8.6, an 8.5, a 9, and a 9.1.
All right, we are gonna play some Would You Rather. Ooh. Would you rather be famous for being a genius or for being good looking? Being a genius? Being good looking.
Would you rather celebrate Thanksgiving on a daily basis or New Year's Eve on a daily basis? Thanksgiving and New Year's Eve. And our next speaker is Alysa Vallejo with kids.
Northwest, this one's for you. Kids, we are a bunch of horribly parked, annoyingly opinionated kids. We get home late and we wake up early. We make things happen. Contradicting ourselves daily, hypocrites at best, and most of us don't even like each other. But in my 3 years of knowing you, Northwest, there is a feeling that I cannot shake. I enjoy being a horribly parked, loud-mouthed teenager with all of you. Being able to shake off mistakes and blaming it on our not-so-developed brains, I honestly cannot imagine a day when I wake up dragging my feet against the pavement exclaiming, I hate everyone here. In reality, I have this bittersweet love for all of my horribly parked, clinically insane peers. We are at that extraordinary peak moment in our lives where we can make mistakes and act like we feel bad to our parents, receiving no consequences because we're young and dumb. How does the world expect me to leave everything I've ever loved in just over a year? The people that know me better than I know myself. Windows down with iron and wine blasting, taking a dip in a pool after hours, epiphanies crisscross on the green park grass, relationships strengthened over cold coffee. How do I give up those weird but comforting conversations with my somewhat sane soulmates on a rooftop at 3 a.m.? My horribly parked best friends.
Great job, Alysa. Can we please get her scores?
All right, we have an 8.5, a 9.3, a 9.2, an 8.9, and a 9.2.
All right. We have a couple minutes before the next lunch people come in, so you get more jokes.
Best part of your day, am I right?
Okay. I like this one, so be prepared. What's a pirate's worst nightmare?
I don't know, what?
A sunken chest and no booty. And welcome back, Julian Kafour.
He's got another one for you.
Tell several.
I don't have some. Why did the Cyclops close his school? Why? Because he only had one pupil.
I'm out of jokes. I'm not actually funny by myself, I'm sorry.
That was a good one.
What's a good one? Ooh, I like that one.
All right. Would you rather sing every word you speak or always speak in rhymes? Would you rather sing or speak?
Your head and eyebrows bald for a year, or wear a really good-looking Elvis wig for a
Hey,
year.
we're back and we're wrapping up the first half of round 5.
This round started off with Damian Kendrick with the poem On the Coming of Spring. And this poem really blew me away, don't you think?
Right.
It was kind of talking about how her friend wanted her to write a poem about comparing herself to a snowflake. But she doesn't want to be a snowflake because every snowflake looks the same as water. And so she's just talking about not really conforming to society
and she doesn't want to be different. She just wants to be comfortable in her own skin, which I thought was really awesome, and it's a great message to hear from everyone.
So everyone
For sure.
understand. And then I had Haley Shawford talking about roses. Roses are, in her words, was like a devil's blood, bleeding devil blood, and then thorns like the double horns, and then you had it was like a religious base, but then she was talking about if like a white lily is like for purity or God. So what did you think, Abby?
I kind of thought how she was talking about how roses are the symbol of love, but also have something that can hurt you on it. And so, like, at the same time, yeah, it's like the roses stand for love, but the thorns are the pain that can come from it as well. And then next we had another group poem by Mia Polito, Katie Terry, and Rachel Barnes titled This Is For. And these are 3 senior girls that kind of just talked about their journey through high school and how, yes, it does start out a little rough, most likely for everyone. It's the same. I know I'm not the same as I was freshman year. And it kind of goes from bad to good. And it's kind of like a farewell to Northwest in this poem, a bittersweet goodbye.
And then I had Alicia Vallejo. She talked about Northwest High School, kind of what she hopped on with Mia and Katie and all of them, talking about teens, typical teenager, how what people thinking about us, talk about like life as a teenager, it's from her opinion, and mistakes that we make.
And I loved this one because it was kind of talking about how no matter how much like any of us will say we hate everything on a certain school day, we still all come together as a Northwest family, and I think she really projected that well.
Right. You the outro.
And that's the end of that.
Okay, I got a good one.
Are we
Next,
out?
Delilah Thompson.
Did we
What
say
do you
time?
Okay, what do you call a cow with no legs? Ground beef. It's funny.
Oh, no more.
Okay, this is a poem I call Anxiety. My feet pace the floor, but my body feels empty. I barely notice the steps I take, as though I'm taking them in vain. My body quivers and shakes as my brain races, thoughts flowing faster and faster. The only thing faster is my beating heart. If it weren't for the pounding, I wouldn't know if I were alive, because I feel nothing, yet I feel everything. My mind goes everywhere. My chest feels empty as my body, yet some feeling keeps rising. And I swear someone is suffocating me. An invisible hand outstretched to strangle me, fingers tangling around my throat as I choke out tears that splash against the lines on a page written by shaky hands that have felt more terror than my empty mind. And my heart beats like a metronome, keeping time to the time of my insanity, while my lungs struggle to take in air to fuel my brain that floods me with thoughts I don't want to think. And writing becomes my escape, because my words are the only things I can still control, because I am losing control. And maybe in another universe, in another life, in another dimension, I could be reborn without this crippling fear, rewritten as another girl whose sleep isn't haunted by nightmares, a girl who doesn't have to write in order to escape, writing not to relieve fears, tears perhaps, but tears are so natural, while this anxiety is so unnatural.
Yeah, it's on. Okay, we have a 7.7, a 9, an 8.8, an 8.9, and a 9.
Hey, Braden.
Yes, Quinn.
On a scale from 1 to 10, you're a 9, and I'm the one you need.
Thanks. We ran out of jokes, so we're doing pickup lines. You can still laugh. Okay, next up, give it up for my man, Luke Miller.
My name is Luke Miller, and this poem is called Oops, I Hate Myself. Everyone knows that middle school is a blast, and it's even more fun when you are at Good Shepherd Catholic School. A class of 50 judgmental, rude, and for the most part, rotten children. While among this wonderful, supportive group, you're allowed to develop and grow as a person, as long as you stay within the confines of what they think is cool. Many of you know this situation all too well, surrounded by cliques that make your life hell. Now to put the cherry on top. In this straight, far-right community of hate, I'm attracted to guys. I was diagnosed with a fatal social disease, left counting down the days until someone found out. I began fighting my feelings in a never-ending bout. But eventually, my feelings win. And I act on the feelings I have always had, a secret affair I have told no one about since it happened 6 years ago, because being one of them is bad. Yet somehow, people found out. On a day I will never forget, a group approached me. Football players, strong kids. I learned an important lesson from their fist. Feelings belong deep inside, a lesson it appears I cannot forget. I learned an important lesson. Lie. The truth will make your life worse. Surround yourself in a web of smiles because no one wants to see you cry. Submerge yourself in deceit. Keep your head underwater because when you emerge, it is cold, lonely, hateful. You see, middle school taught me so much more than algebra. It taught me to hate myself. Thank you, Good Shepherd Catholic School, for giving me the ammo to kill my feelings and win the war against myself. For the next 2 years, I was straight. But as we all know, that's not how it works. On a tearful night, an epiphany that hit me so hard it hurts, I am bi, attracted to girls as well as guys. I decided to put an end to my lies. I've known Connor for a decade. Yet as we left Guardians of the Galaxy, I could not stop shaking. I told him. The car was silent. After a minute, an eternity, an intake of breath, he responds, no duh. Relieved, I tell Jake, and a subtle, barely noticeable comment at Pizza Street. As I tell him, he gets up because he wants ice cream. Lily, sitting next to me, begins to discuss my sexuality with me. As Jake returns and hears our conversation, he has a sudden realization. As his pupil swells, he asks, wait, are you serious? Since then, everyone has been supportive. My friends Reagan, Allie, Rayani even made me a shirt to show how much they love me. Thank you to everyone who texted me, commented on my posts, hugged me. Thank you to everyone who accepted me. And I'm sorry. I have abused the support that you have shown me because I have not unlearned the tendency to lie. I hate myself. Yet because other people love me, I convince myself that I love who I am. But you cannot truly love and be loved until you learn to love yourself. And I've pushed away everyone who loves me because while they throw me life preservers, I swim down. So the point of this is not the point is therapy, because recognizing the problem is the first step to solving it.
Thank you, Luke. And while we are waiting for the judges' scores, I'm going to say another would you rather. Would you rather always exit your house through an underground dirt tunnel, which you must crawl through on your hands and knees, or exit normally, but have to sleep every night on a cheap carpet with no bedding? Would you rather exit with tunnel, or sleep on the floor with no bedding? There. All right, judges' scores, please.
All right, we have a 9.2, a 9.5, a 9.3, a 9.7, 8.9.
All right, and one more would you rather. Would you rather have every driver be a student driver, so basically every single one of us, or have every driver except for you on the road be at least 75 years old? Student driver or 75 years old? I'll be the turtle, you know. All right, and next we have Jordan Morris.
Heyo. So, I wrote this poem a little while back, but I had to do some revisions. It's called Learning from the Lack of. I'm suffocating from the lack of our mingled breaths. My arms grow weak from the lack of them holding you. I'm going deaf from the lack of your voice. My throat is drying up from the lack of saying I love you. I'm going blind from the lack of you being in sight. My heart decays from the lack of love that used to pump through it, bringing me life. My life lacks the woman who stole my breath, escaped my arms, turned off sound, muted my voice, robbed me of sight, and made me an astronaut because she was my world, and without her I'm floating amongst forgotten rubble. I need an escape. I want to crash land, landing in her arms, demanding to be accepted back home because her lips against mine is how I learned to speak. Our legs intertwined is how I learned to walk confidently. Her hand in mine is how I learned to craft beauty. Her heart is how I learned to keep beat. Her voice is how I learned to love music. Her breath mingled with mine is how I learned to breathe. Her safe in my arms is how I learned to be strong. Her silence, how I learned to speak with my heart. Her eyes, how I learned to see vibrant colors. Her love is how I learned to call her home, but I've been locked out. Now alone, she watches me Now alone, she watches me stand on the porch from her foggy window. This is no love story. She won't toss down her hair for me to climb because she kept cutting it every time she was told to. Our love seemed to be the tower that held her captive so high while I was getting high off the euphoric love that was hers and mine. I was transported from porch to landmine because every word I spoke sparked a fuse. Thought her and I were fireworks. She just didn't want to fight for us, so our ending wasn't explosive because my bursting heart was the only explosion. My aching body filled to the brim with exhaustion. I lit my own fuse for a little energy because I'm starting to think with envy. I'm jealous of the past me who fell so hard without considering that the flower I was accepting was the one thing poisoning my bloodstream. Worst yet. A part of me already knew, and still I accepted happily the flower given to me by my temptress. My life now a tempest. I sought solitude in her temple, worshiping her like a goddess. But I'm just a common commoner. If my love was wealth, I'd have given it all to her. But she only spared a single penny, and for me that was enough because I'm learning from the lack of.
Nice job. Can we please get the judges' scores? Thanks. Was it like 1, 2, 3? That works too. Okay, thanks. I can live my life.
All right. We have an 8.7, an 8.8, an 8.9, an 8.9, and a 9.2. Why did the chicken cross the road? Why? To prove the possum it could be done. Because they die.
All right, next up, give it up for Ben Basil.
First, I'd like to say thanks for getting my name right. Not often done. My poem's titled, My Good Lord and Savior. Math. In 5th grade, math was a subject. To 6, and it was a grade. In 7th, it was simple. Yet in 8th, I caught a glimpse. In 9th, I saw the light. Now in 10th, I have found the truth. Have you heard the good news of our good Lord and Savior Felix Klein, the great mathematician? He who discovered the Klein bottle, he who created the Klein disk model, he forsook our plane geometry Euclidean, itself based on 5 improvable postulates, to prove the non-Euclidean. He was destined for greater fates. He found his proof to shock us all, that his is true only if the first is 2. And although his reasoning is circular, and my beliefs may stray from secular, I truly believe he is our prophet. For his bottle, the hook, his geometry, the line, his model, the sinker that caught me, hook, line, and sinker. Have you seen his bottle, its curvature sublime, a 3D object of one face that can only be made in 4-dimensional space? And his hyperbolic geometry, his model that doesn't follow standard isometry, a circle whose edges head to infinity, for it is hyperbolic, it's quite similar to ours, excepting that of parallel lines. Ah, those ultra and limiting parallel lines, for infinite can be parallel to just one. I came here to convert, to proselytize you to my mathematical religion. Trust me, it's beautiful, it's wonderful indeed. Even as I have this pen, as I go greater study, wonder why I don't have a girlfriend.
Thank you, Ben. Judges, can we get the scores, please?
She's organizing the scores. What's the difference? No, fish.
Say it again.
What's the difference between a piano and a fish? You can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish.
I've actually never heard that one, so.
And on that note, we have an 8.4, an 8.8, an 8.9, an 8.9, and a 9.5.
And with that, we are going to take a short break for lunch. If you are a poet, a helper, or a crew member, lunch is provided. Come to the back corner and check in with Jake Thomas, and he'll give you food.
What's up, Northwest? We're back with our second half, round 5.
And for our first poem in this round, we had Zoe Serta, titled Anxiety. And basically what she did was she talked about the struggle of anxiety and how writing is her escape. So it's awesome that we have the Poetry Slam here at Northwest to help her out there. Right. And also how unnatural anxiety is for her and how frustrating it is to deal with it in everyday life.
Kudos to her. And then we had Luke Miller, whose poetry is, oops, I hate myself. It was more important to tell the truth than to lie. And he held a lot of things in for a long time until he told his friends. And some of his friends took it okay, but at least they accepted it. And so kudos to him. And basically he was saying all together is love yourself first.
And I think it's awesome that his friends are super accepting of him, no matter what he had to say, because some people in this day and age may not, you know. And then our last poet for this part of the round was Jordan Morris, and her poem was titled Learning from a Lack of. And basically what she was trying to say in this is that it's really hard to live without a person that she was talking about in her poem, and how the characteristics of them made her stronger as a person as well. Right. And she said that this really isn't a love story for her because it wasn't fought for like it was in a lot of Disney movies or something like that.
Right. And then we had Ben Basil with My Good Lord and Savior. He was reminiscing about grades. I would never thought that, but he was talking about math and how the Lord and Savior is the mathematician who invented math, and he was very humorous throughout the poetry.
Yeah, when he came up there and said the title was My Lord and Savior, I immediately thought it was going to be about religion, but I don't really understand him because I'm not a math person, but whatever works for him, right? Right. All right, Northwest, we'll be back shortly with the end of round 5. See you then.
Hi, Tess. Okay, cool. So obviously, if you're a poet, a helper, or on crew, you're getting your pizza right now, which is awesome. But if you're still with your English class, stay in here until the next lunch starts. And then if you're in that lunch, you go to that lunch. And if you're not in that lunch, you stay here. And the fun's not over. We've got more poets coming up for this hour. So just keep it up. Keep it in here. Don't leave. Don't sneak out. You will get caught. Okay, bye.
I'll tell a joke. All right, everyone, we're going to go ahead and finish up round 5.
Welcome back.
But before we get started, I have a joke. So, what do you call an arrogant criminal walking down the stairs? A condescending.
Mine's better than that.
Probably.
All right. What kind of pants does Mario wear? Denim, denim, denim. Our first poem up is Marlena Marquardt.
Test. Hello. I'm Marlena, and this is called Whether You Like It or Not. I've never been alone while tornado sirens are on. It snowed the day I was born, and my mom slipped and bruised her knee on the way into the hospital. You see, I was born into bad weather. When I was little, I liked to watch raindrops race, only to eventually combine all on minivan windows. It still distracts me now. When everyone's windows iced up in the school parking lot, a boy I hadn't talked to since he taught me how to swing in first grade scraped my back windshield. That kindness made me feel a little less cold. My favorite birthday party was ice skating in frigid weather with warm people. I don't mind tornado sirens at school because when our mortality becomes a question, no one has the social status to sidestep it. We all simply become people, and perhaps I become a little less scared knowing other people around me are. February 24th, 2006 was a beautiful day. A spring mistake accidentally sorted into winter. I remember only needing a light coat on my 7-year-old shoulders when my mom took me out on the deck to tell me my dad died. But I've learned to love sunny days. I like rolling my windows down, turning up my music, tracking down my favorite sunglasses and swimsuit. But I have yet to get sunburnt in the rain. And it's easier to sleep during a storm, and I've never been alone while tornado sirens are on.
Give it up for Marlena! Can we get the judges' scores?
All right, we have an 8.7, a 9, a 9.2, a 9.4, and one more, and a 9.
All right. What do you call a sketchy neighborhood in Italy? What? A spaghetto. Why do I not go camping anymore? Why? Because it's too intense. Emanuel. And now we have a joke from Emanuel O.
Are you ready for the heat from this joke? Why did the obtuse angle go to the beach? Because it was over 90 degrees.
Next, give it up for Alec Overman.
This poem's called Mask. The balloons, rainbows, sunlight, the world surrounding so happy, a little girl beyond balloons. Behind she lies. Why does she hide? Why isn't she happy? One of happiness. Isn't she happy? The world is smiling. On her face lies a frown. Tears run down her face. What's wrong? Is everything okay? Trying to smile, she does. She turns the other way. A fake smile she can no longer put on. She doesn't want to accept the fact that she's hurt, sad, upset. She doesn't want the world to see it. She doesn't want to change the rainbow, light, and happiness around her. Don't be different, she keeps telling herself, must be this and this and that. But she can't do anymore. A mess she's become, so she hides behind the happy balloons, a mask she wears and we wear. We all hide behind balloons. If you want to see how someone real feels, pop the balloons. Then you'll be able to see what a mess we are and what the world is. We all fear what lies beyond balloons, how a person really feels. We all fear what lies beyond our balloons, how we really all feel. We all fear what people will think of us once the balloons have been popped. We all fear our own and others' feelings. Balloons represent the mask that the society puts on us to fit in all we try. Never perfect the masks are. A few cracks, a little too big, a little too small. The cracks being big, small, are the only parts of us that the only part we can show. The only part of society can handle. The mask breaks too much, we will only become different. No longer looked as the same. Judged by those who we call our friends, and outcasts who become today's world. But is that really such a bad thing? Instead of trying to pick up the pieces, fixing the mask society has put on upon our faces, maybe it's time to let all of our masks break. No longer trying to glue the pieces back together, you keep wearing this mask, you'll lose. No longer human, but the puppet of society, having a daily routine of going along what everyone does, living out the simple, dull, boring life, working a job you hate that makes you regret you never taking the mask off. Now it's stuck forever. If you keep this mask on, a coward, hopeless, pathetic person you become. We all wear a mask. Girls hide behind masks of makeup to make them seem more beautiful. Guys hide behind a mask of muscle and toughness to make them seem strong. We all play to the roles society wants us. The nerd, tough guy, preppy, druggy, rat, fat kid, and the list goes on and on. Look at all the heroes throughout history. Dr. King, Gandhi, Abraham Lincoln, Nelson Mandela, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Sidney Bull, and so much more. All these people broke the mask and will be remembered all throughout history. If you never break the mask, you'll never live out your dreams. Practical society of your dream is not live. Love will never find you. No one falls in love with the outside. We all fall in love with what's beyond the mask. Once the mask is broken, outcast, broken society, just know that you're not the only one. Be who you are. Show who you really are. Tell us who you are. Show us all your feelings. Show us all who you really are.
All right, thank you. Hey, Brayden, if you were a Transformer, you'd be Optimus Prime. Please.
Okie dokie, we have an 8.4, an 8.5, an 8.8, an 8.9, and a 9.
All right, and next we have Joel Fry.
Hello. Some of you know me as Joel. Some of you may better know me as Poppy J. Normally I'd come up here and try and say something funny or weird, but felt some greater issues needed to be talked about. Alright. 3 years to await a so-called just trial, but when money weighs freedom, freedom is in denial. An unjust legal system. It doesn't take glasses to see it surely twisted. Rodney King almost beat to death. Government acquitted corrupt police without breaking a sweat. Social disruption at its finest. The system is breaking, or is it working at its best? Maybe everything is now complete. Maybe we were meant to walk with chains below our feet. Maybe everything is not as it seems. Maybe the plan was to let our streets bleed in hopes you'd sit and follow as they lead. Why do buildings catch flame in the dark late hours? Maybe the people are taking a stand for what's rightfully ours. You shouldn't represent truth and get away with it being misused, like Mike Brown and what the police did to you. A political and social revolution is at hand, and the media is feeding you a formulated scam. So listen up to the power in these words. This isn't a mundane poem, as is preferred. What if I told your economic system was inherently inflationary, and that it was planned this way, corruption in our structure, monetary? What if I told you since 1913 the dollar has reached a devaluation of 96%, and there's an economical and mathematical reasoning as to why some cannot afford to pay rent, and another 500,000 that live in cardboard tents? Take a look at Andrew Jackson's political career, or Abraham's greenback issues due to European monetary control and fear. Are you aware of when Mr. Kennedy tried to issue interest-free money, when legislative ties turned and the law got bloody? Do you realize the sovereignty retracted from our once great nation when Barack on February 4 signed the TPP in its official but secretive confirmation? And in matters of my rights, this is negation. I see it as an insider infiltration. It's going to be... All right. A fraudulent society has been in the works for years, and you've been accustomed to such, so it's hard to think clear. A leading factor is militarization. You really think Yemen, Pakistan, Iran didn't feel the U.S.'s devastation? So many youthful deaths on both sides of the fence, all in the name of a country's national defense. I see so many young minds withheld from education, sending youth off to war, hoping they don't get wasted, and all the while back in our home nation, police are shooting blacks and claiming they ain't racist. Do you know Republicans and Democrats get paid by the same corporations? Do you know about false flag operations? Are you aware of Clarence Thomas's sexual allegations? Do you know what Eric Holder said in 1995 about guns? Do you know what Hitler did before he massacred the Jews for fun? Do you know what any prominent entity does before they trap the people to ensure no man could ever take away its regal? Everything Hitler did was legal. I see so many trapped in this country of the free, but failure to comply and you will soon cease to be. Patriotism is indeed a two-edged sword. And anything I've yet to say, please don't take my word. Formulate your own opinions, break away from the normality of the herd. Truth is treason in an empire of lies. 600 billion into a program that ends lives. Where do our, quote, enemies get their supplies? From Sofex and their American arms dealerships allies. It's us on whom they rely. And I may be un-American, but that's okay. I won't trade my humanity for the patriotism of today. Politicians are bought, and as are their decisions. Make it a mission to not be educated through televisions. Why did Barack appoint Mr. Taylor as head of FDA? A former VP of Monsanto, the product Agent Orange is what his company did create. Now he's sitting in position of authority claiming the food we eat is safe. This is a medicinal, nutritional, and agricultural right. And no matter what, do you know of the 1033 program? Do you now realize why guns are sought to be banned? A badge does not belong in a military tank, and an officer with a machine gun should not draw your mind to a blank. Do you have knowledge of the U.S.'s incarceration rate? Do you understand these dots that are connecting, all in the name of serving and protecting? There are those who will see these injustices and take a stand, and there are those who will silently obey unethical commands. I'm a man of the people, a public safety analyst, but in no measure should police ever resort to this. I'm of the informed aware youth, but no flag is big enough to cover this god-awful truth. There's a plot in this country to enslave every man, woman, and child. Before I leave this high and noble office, I intend to expose this plot. JFK is 7 days before the day he got shot. In the age of information, ignorance is a choice. And I'm stating these things to preserve a nation for my children, one with truthful politicians and far less than political villains. For my children, and as well as yours, and their children's children. Democracy is not a duty in the hands of a privileged few, so don't you ever feel like there's nothing you can't do. Voting is vital, but there are much greater aspects, like paying close attention to defense and monetary projects, to equality no matter the race, religion, ethnicity, or sex. I dream of a day when these values become restored, when this nation decides to take a closer look behind closed doors, when men walk in place with one another and we care for each other and strangers are just unknown brothers, when my children grow strong in a society that supports life and no longer is about lust or money but education, youth, and a good wife. Youth are our future, so don't surround them with death. If we continue on as is, there will be nothing left. Don't be so indoctrinated by this nation's great leaders, but know in your heart, each is his brother's keeper.
Nice job, Joel. Can we get his scores?
All right, we have an 8.8, a 9.3, a 9.5, a 9, and a 10.
All right, so I got a fire joke for you. So, the policeman pulled the guy over and said, "Sir, can you identify yourself?" So he looked in the mirror and said, "Yeah, it's me." Thanks, Zachary. Why did the tomato blush? Because it saw the salad dressing. Why didn't the toilet paper cross the road? Because it was stuck in a crack. All right, give it up for Isaiah Coleman.
Thanks for the advice. I'm over here thinking about how things used to be before high school came around and everything changed forever. I went from the west area to the northwest, and I only really knew a few people, my brother and some of his friends. But my first year was his last, and we operated in different worlds. The time has passed when making friends came easy, so I have grown more and more distant. Even old friends connected by a bond first formed weak, then forged by the weeks of time spent together, melting down iron and steel, promises and dreams, then adding it to the bond until it can no longer be broken, not completely. Some part remains inside of you forever, gathering regret, yet even them I have pulled away from for one reason or another. Over my 16 years of life, this has become something I do too often. Like in grade 6, when some people said they cared about me, people who were my friends, but cared in more than just a friendly way. The first to do this surprised me, so I let this continue for a while. But then I thought about it some, and figured I was too young for romance, so I handled it in the worst way possible, just like I often do. I left. Simple as that, I left. I tried to break that incredible bond forged in unforgettable moments. At the time, I thought I had handled that in a good way. I was almost proud of myself. Then someone did that to me. They just stopped talking to me. I now know how much that hurts, even though it wasn't until much later that I realized my own feelings. Realizing that even they, someone who had hurt me so deeply, had created a bond with me forged in that furnace called life. I'm quite bad at that, knowing how I feel. I've had crushes on people, and they've been the last to know about it. In the end, I must have forged for myself a metal suit made of servos and motors, one that almost lives my life for me. A life full of WASD, left mouse button, and press any key to continue. But recently, something must have started to crack. Not much, just a little, but definitely something. For one day, I woke up and I felt a great pain, and I missed some of my old friends, so I talked to them again. And they helped me realize something quite important. See, the thing is, I'm Jewish. I stand out, I ruffle feathers, I rock the boat. I have to deal with people that don't accept me. So when I find someone who will, clearly I should keep them closer and forge a stronger bond.
Thank you. Can we get the scores, please?
We have a 9. Yeah. An 8.7. An 8.9. A 9.2. And an 8.9.
Okay, if you are Davia Clark, Will Gross, or Kevin Thompson, will you please come over here and check in with Miss London for the next round? Thanks.
And I'm just going to tell a quick pickup line. Hey, Zachary, are you from Star Wars?
No.
Oh, because Yodelicious.
I like that one. Okay. Did you hear about the new movie called Constipation? No, because it hasn't come out yet.
How was the Roman Empire cut in half? With Caesars.
What's orange and sounds like a parrot? A carrot. All right, and then one more time, if you are interested in getting a t-shirt, come over here after the round and sign up with Miss London. They are $15. She needs the money by the end of the week, but if you want one, please let her know today. Did I bring it up? I did. And then
finishing up with third half of round 5.
Our first poet for this part of the round was Marlena Marquardt, and her poem was titled Whether You Like It or Not. And one of the lines that really stuck out to me was that she was born into bad weather, and she kind of made some comparisons, like she likes having tornadoes at school because it means that we're not all alone. And kindness makes her feel less cold, but yet her favorite birthday party was an ice skating party. And people become good in bad things. So like again with the having a tornado at school, like people all come together as one instead of worrying about each other or their own social cliques. And she talked about this whole poem kind of like came back to weather after her dad passed away. She began to appreciate the sunny days, which I thought was awesome.
That was pretty cool. And then we had Alec Overmack, who talked about mask and like talking about like how she doesn't want to accept the fact that it's upset, well, from a different perspective. And that basically he was referring to like people are happy on the outside, but on the inside, it's a lot of things going on inside. So what do you think about that, Abby?
I think that applies to a lot of kids here as well. Like you may pass by someone in the hallway and they look completely normal, but you never know what kind of battles kids are facing.
Right.
And so, I mean, that does definitely bring awareness to that, for sure. And our next poet was Joel Fry, and as he announced, he is normally identified as Poppy J, which I thought that's funny. And he normally does like a more funny poem here at the Poetry Slam, but today he had a more serious topic to talk about the government and how he thinks that a lot of people don't see the bad things that happen within the government and they just kind of play along with whatever they do tell us to do.
Yeah. Oh, that was pretty cool too. And our last one, we had Isaiah Coleman, who talked about how things used to be. Same thing with reminiscing of high school and stuff like that, and bonds, connections, but as you get older, you see distancing away, which I had that same thing too in my past, but that's called a life. But then later in life, he started realizing feelings, and so that's what I learned from him.
All right, well, stay tuned for round 6. After this round, we do have the final round, and that'll be a really exciting one to watch. We've had some great poets here today.
Heyo! It's on. Hey, hello, welcome to the Poetry Slam. Please fill.
Ready to do this? All right, everyone.
Welcome back.
Welcome to the final preliminary round of today's Poetry Slam. I need you on your feet.
We're all tired after lunch. Everybody up.
Get up. Come on, Mariska, get up. Rosalind.
Everyone in the back, too. I see you. I see you. Everybody up.
Get up. Get off that bum. All right, take your left leg and, but you got to make the noise too. Okay, right leg. Okay, left arm. Okay, right arm. Okay, all together. Good.
You guys are great.
Judging roll.
All right, after our last round, our leaderboard is as followed. First, we have Tessa Irvin. Second, Danielle Silva. And third, we have Nate Jones. Fourth, Lily Ottinger. Fifth, Julian Cantor. Sixth, Emanuel O. Seventh, Ashton Hess. Eighth, Luke Miller. Ninth, Sarah Keegan. And 10th, Julian Kapoor.
All right, first up, give a big round of applause to Andy Overman.
Hi, so obviously I'm Andy, and I like dogs a lot, so that's cool. This isn't a poem about dogs. It's called A Letter to the Boy, and it's to the last person that broke my heart. You shattered me, and then got angry that I wasn't bulletproof. But I gave everything to you, and I gave up everything for you. You were in love with her, never me, but I didn't care because who could fall in love with me anyway? I mean, I swore you were my whole world, but really, you're made of water, and I was born from fire. You were created to take me under. And I remember you said you never cared much for art, so I guess that's why you never saw me as a masterpiece. Just another pretty thing to hang on your wall, or perhaps to you, I was nothing at all. And baby, you manipulated me like putty. But there's a reason my name is Andy, and I will probably soon forgive you, but I can't ever forget you. But God, how I could try. And it will always kill me that you used to kiss me every time I was sad. So now it feels I'm going mad because I remember the way your mouth felt against mine, but never again will our lips intertwine. And I know now that I am made of the stars and you from dirt. And that is why we are separated by Mother Earth. I told myself that you not caring anymore was best, but you don't miss me, and I feel empty. You always had addictive patterns. That is how I knew you would leave me shattered. And you always loved nicotine, which I never understood until you wiped me clean. Because I was addicted to you, though I knew, Lord, I knew what you would do to me. I stayed anyway, because that's what love is, isn't it? Falling hard and praying they catch you. Well, you never planned on it because I fell. Hell, I flew to the concrete, and there I shattered, I crashed. You stood there, mesmerized by the flash. If I had anything left to ruin, honey, you broke it. And I
Could have sworn loving you was magic, but your heart, it's made from plastic. Or rather, maybe we're like that song you showed me. You know, the pretty one by G-Eazy. Remember how it goes? You and I were made of glass, we'd never last. You and I were made of glass, we'd never last. You and I were made of glass, we'd never last. So how could you think that bullet would just pass? Baby, I'm made from glass, and you shattered me.
Thank you, Andy. Judges, scores, please.
All right, we have an 8.9, an 8.2, a 9.3, a 9.7, and I dropped them all, and a 9.7.
All right, next we have Cody Postal.
How is everyone today? Pretty good? Pretty neat? All right, let's get going. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is the King, and I come here before you with a tale of the trees, a tale of the wood, and a tale of the vine, tale of two friends that came to a fight. One day long ago in the forest of time, the forest of trees and the forest no reason, two brothers set out to conquer the land, and they recreate life with imperial plans. But one thought wise and one thought dumb, and soon it was war that held them hung. Liptons and Cougars and Stuvian Prime, blowing all bridges and shooting through the night. The Woodvinian dream, it was shattered in cold and blood and rain and snow, it is told. The silent war became known to all until John Riley and Holting blew all. Now the state of Woodvine had come a new threat, as land was forsaken and dreams never met. Now all throughout winter they fought in the fray, until summer come and it swept all away. There they stood idle until the snow fell, and the end of 15 was when all became hell, and Holting and Riley and Cougars did hate upon the Woodvine, but it was almost too late. But false I cry, for I do not lie, the snow brought love and the hatred did die, and soon it became a place in the west, a forgotten home became known Eagle's Nest. The Woodvine gave up, and so too did Riley, and brothers made up just to fight the high lightning. They loved, they cherished as brothers on high, under the sun and a blue and orange sky. The cross of diamonds soon did wave, and all became good in the place of disdain, and Holting had ran away off the map, and our flag did fly upon the forbidden gap. Now I tell you the truth, the West is a place where all will come loop. I tell you the story of people and heathens and forgotten fruit. The West will save and regain the sky, and that, my friends, was the beginning of Woodvine. Thank you very much.
Nice job, Cody. Can we please get his scores?
All right, we have a 7.8, an 8.2, an 8.8, an 8.7, and a 9.
All right, next up is a contestant that hiccups every hour. Give it up for Althea Flores.
My foot is asleep from sitting on it. Hello, I'm Althea, and this is called Pep Talk, once I find it. Okay. Dear 13-year-old Althea, middle school may be windowless, but unlike you and your cynical self, at least it allowed a little light to come in. You sit solemnly in science class, staring from wall to windowless wall, and when you run out of walls, you break the fourth one so you can interact with your audience. Study your observers, face your critics, and compare each and every person's life to yours, already so deep into the ocean of self-loathing that you're quite comfortable with it. Congrats, you've hit the bottom. When the pressure's too strong, you come up for air, ascending slowly but surely. Congrats, you've reached the surface. And just when you thought you've learned to float, you start to sink again, one wasted day after another. Because while I'm supposed to pay attention in class, I'm learning about a different water cycle called the circuit of self-pity. Dear 13-year-old Althea, right now your purpose in life is about as clear as brick. Always in denial, you tell yourself, it's okay, glass bricks don't make sturdy houses anyway. There is no shortcut to a healthy, happy mind. Maybe if you'd look up from your new iPod Touch once in a while, you'd see that. There are no online cheats for a good sense of self, no magic 8-ball, you can't just pick C, no fake mental disease you can dig up from one of the obscure crevices of Tumblr. Trust me, I've tried it all. Once you're done hosting pity parties, guest list, you. Hear me out. I know you're hurting, but you are an artist, and artists can't afford self-doubt when making a masterpiece. Create something, anything. Don't give up on me now. Do anything but sit there. Let's paint a picture. We'll do it together. You've spent a lifetime being comfortable, but now it's time to be courageous. Lend your contentment, borrow curiosity. This world is a plethora of subjects to paint. Find what bewilders and thrills you. Listen to the story of every head and heart, whether it's still beating or not, of every hero and heroine that has a tale to be told, all their horrors, all their joys, they're heartbroken, they're destroyed, just like you. Where you come from is your canvas, where they come from is your paint. Let's paint a picture, we'll paint it with fingers, because you may not have brushes yet, but you're still equipped for life, as equipped as Monet or Michelangelo, Mozart or Michael Jackson. Stop trying to prove you can be great like them someday. I've had my fair share of people to prove myself to, but to be fair, you have nothing to prove, only to share. Let me tell you a little something about you. Not you as in 13-year-old me, but every single one of you. Dear you. You had a 1 in 4 billion chance of being born, so how can you be a waste of space? Most of space is empty anyway. Fill it. Fill it with your beautiful creations. Symphonies, paintings, writings, theories. You are all artists. Don't argue or deny it. We are all artists, but that's a whole different slam poem. For now, just take my word for it. Nobody has what you have. You are the sun. Stop revolving around other stars. Now, don't be self-centered, be centered in yourself. Don't be self-serving, be self-loving. Your legacy, what you leave behind, is not the babies that you make, it is the babies that your brain makes. The ideas you have that shape our world and leave it different than the world before you walked it. Dear you are immeasurably important. Be someone's lifeline, be their saint, help at least one head or heart be the hero or heroine whose story they paint, help dig them out of whatever hole they found themselves in, because you would know more than anyone. There is very little light in the bottom of that ocean. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Why does Snoop Dogg carry an umbrella? For drizzle. All right, next we have Kevin Thompson, and his poem is not about soft serve or Otis Spunkmark. My bad.
I can do scores. Like it's fine. All right, we have a 9.2, a 9.6, a 9.7, a 9.8, and a 9.6.
All right, and now we have Kevin Thompson.
This is not safe. Bet. All right, low-key, it's like toastier than a bagel up here. Not gonna lie. So first thing I want to do is shout out my own Twitter account. Follow me. My handle is @OGKevTheGoat. All right, bet. This. You know what it means. All right, this poem is called The Story of the Goat. OG Kev is the goat. His mom came fresh off the boat. His Twitter game is the best. His swag game is better than the rest. He gets his gains in the morning. His bars are never ever boring. He eats ice cream for lunch and dinner. He's never last. He's always a winner. He's got the whitest, nicest teeth. He's always in the lab making really sick beats. He freestyles in the studio for the haters and the lames. He's Miley Cyrus because he can't be tamed. He's the greatest of all time and nobody's better. Now he's gotta dip out and make some cheddar.
Awesome job, Kevin. Can we get his scores?
We have an 8.4, an 8.5, an 8.6, an 8.8, and a 9.
All right, we're gonna do a would you rather. So at the end, you're gonna raise your hand for whichever one you would do. So, would you rather have your skin change into vibrant colors according to your emotional state, or wildly and uncontrollably flail your arms whenever you walk? So raise your hand for colors. And then raise your hand if you want to walk like this. Me too. Me too. All right, our next competitor likes aliens, so give it up for Claire Hutchinson.
Thanks, I love you too. Hi. So if you went to any of the Louder Than a Bomb rounds, I kind of apologize because you've heard this before. But this is for Sam Mosberg because apparently orchestra was more important than LTAB that one time, and I'm still bitter about it, so. This is called National Anthem. God bless America, land of irony, because nothing is ever actually free, not when we keep armies in the East just to keep gas prices cheap, not when our economy is fueled by tragedy. God bless America. If you take the top 8 military budgets of the world, over 50% of that total sum is the United States alone, so God bless America. As rivers of blood flood the streets in Syria, God bless America. Land of the religiously free, so technically speaking, the phrase God bless America could be referring to any one of the deities acknowledged by its inhabitants. God bless America. Where Muslims of all races have to apologize for ISIS, but white Christians have never had to apologize for the KKK when the Nazi Party in Germany tried to eradicate an entire race, it became illegal to ever speak favorably of them. But here you have your right to freedom of speech. The First Amendment protects you from being silenced by the government, but it does nothing to protect you from the backlash of the people you've offended, the people you've appropriated, the people you've oppressed, the people who are sick of having to put up with this. God bless America. Where segregation ended in the 60s, where women gained equality in the 20s, where the LGBTQ community is seen as trendy, simply because now you can't be arrested for being out and proud. God bless America. Where the majority of kids on the streets are queer teens, and where it's still seen as acceptable to wave the flag of the Confederacy. God bless America. God bless America for every unwarranted and unjustified arrest. God bless America for sensational media and standardized tests. God bless America for every flaw we refuse to fix. And as we continue to destroy this planet without thought of the fact that currently it's the only feasible place for us to live, I make one last request. May the future generations be blessed, because God knows they're gonna need it.
Thank you. Judges' scores.
It's on. Okay. All right. We have an 8.1. We have a 9.5. A 9.5. A 9.7. And a 9.8.
And next, welcome to the stage, the guy who crashed his car outside Pepper Jack's, Will Gross.
All right, so when I was reciting this poem to a friend of mine today, I told him it was satire, and he responded with, "Nah, man, don't do that. Satire poems are cheesy." But too late. Anyway. Man, I wish my life was a rut, but don't judge me yet. I know what you're thinking, who am I to nag and fret, but I need a life check for sex, so just let me vent. In this city, we are all so very boring. We're just part of the many ordinary people who have no true taste of scary. My life should not be sedentary. I will not choose to live in this merry little place that we call Johnson County. Now I need some variety. I don't need propriety, I just want to live like my life has some strife rather than some piety. And I'd find it in a fairy tale place called Compton. Home of the rotten, unwanted, boxed and bottomless pit that I would call home because my life would be infinitely better had I grown up there. Now bear with me, just think about it. I could get my rap game started, or I could join a gang wholehearted, or at least I could observe the life and come out of it uncharted. I'd be artlessly imparted. I'd be a strong little Spartan who knew the gangs and knew the streets enough to become a legend. Man, I'd be the new Kendrick, or maybe be Chancellor Bennett, and my success story would spread like a frickin' epidemic, because my experiences would inspire me to break beyond the boundaries and work aside these detainees to plant the seed that would then grow into a money tree. And yes, I do believe that this life would suit me just right, because I would rather be dead than have nothing else to fight. My life was earned rather than returned, was showed rather than bestowed. No, 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 no. I started from the bottom and I worked my way up because to be the best, your background has got to be rough. No, 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 no. I had to fight to be where I wanted to be and I needed a taste of sweet controversy. No, 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 no. It was my God-given right to prove everyone wrong, but a white kid from suburbia sing me a different song. No, 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 no. Because let's face it, we have no purpose, no glory, no burden, no story. We are all just ordinary. I will not go down in history. But when I think more on my opportunities, my good community, security, lack of brutality, impunity, and I Google the statistics of those kids in Compton, while I was on the playground, those kids were getting beat up. As a kid, I was told to pipe down while they were told to pipe up. While my future was always full of hope, theirs was always full of dope. And while I always played GTA for fun, those kids were given a real gun. So maybe it's a good thing I am where I am. I may not be living a dark, twisted fantasy, but I am surely living the American dream. And I know for a fact that a better life was handed to me. So please, do not be a wannabe. And instead live your life how it's supposed to be. Thank you.
Awesome job, Will. Can we please get his scores?
All right, we have a 9.5. A 9.8. A 9.8. A 9.8. And a 9.9.
All right, I got another would you rather. Would you rather, as a waiter, spill lasagna and red wine all over the tablecloth and a patron's formal dinner dress, or not spill anything on her, but accidentally cut her with your steak knife? So who would rather spill? Who is violent? I gotcha. All right. Next up, we have Vanessa Cecil with her poem, Perfection.
This is a weird... There we go. Okay, so I wrote this like last year when I was having problems with like bulimia and stuff, but since I'm not like that anymore, just like let that be known. But yeah. Perfection. The conditioned state or quality of being free or as free as possible from all flaws or defects. The size 0, the hourglass. To be perfect and not another pound more. The action or process of improving something until it is faultless. But when do we draw the line? When does perfection really start? A girl starves herself and she's too skinny. A girl puts on a few and she's fat. How are we expected to do our best in academics with the pressure of looking perfect every day, every moment of our lives, wasting money on that cute shirt you can never wear again because you were called fat? And it's not only girls. Guys are being called wimps because they can't bench 3 times their weight. And it's not only teens. There are 7-year-olds out there who think that they are fat. Curvy, chubby, fatty, squishy, pudgy, fat. Put down the fork. Petite, thin, skinny, small. Eat a cheeseburger. She'd be so pretty if she lost 10 pounds. Wow, the skinny girl has a boy body. Wow, she's skinny with boobs. She must be fake. Is there a universal idea of perfection? No. Perfection is what you make it. To be perfect is dependent on you. Only you decide if you are perfect. Perfection is a serial killer taking the innocent life out of a little girl's eyes as she spends hours pinching her fat, wishing she was like the others while sucking it in, stuffing her bra, and still smile. When are we all going to wake up and smell the freaking roses? Because nobody is perfect. Perfection does not exist. Perfection is what strives to kill. Perfection is only in our heads. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And oh my God, I think you are all freaking gorgeous. To the girl spending hours to look perfect for school, stop. You're gorgeous. To the guy hurt from those harsh words others said to you, I think you're awesome. And to the girl with scars on her left arm, stop. You are so amazing. People need to stop beating yourselves up over a 10-letter word that doesn't even exist. Perfection. Don't let your strive for perfection bring your life to an end.
Thank you, Vanessa. Judges' scores, please.
Have an 8.7. A 9. A 9.2. A 9.5. And a 9.7.
All right, and welcome to the stage of first-time slammer, Anna Schmidt.
All right, and if you could be like as loud as you can, that would be so great. Calling you a crush would simply belittle the effect you had on me. You did not simply crush me, you broke me, pulverized my emotions like turning glass into sand. I now know why you are called a crush, even though you felt more like an executioner cutting me off from the world I used to know. It feels as if the very being I was before you has been torn apart and crushed in your palm. But of course you know everything of this emotion, you know everything about me. I see your dark eyes that hide secrets I wish I knew and yearn simply for you to say something, anything. And out of all of these secrets, I will forever hide. The one that I will forever hide is you. I find that when someone speaks of you, my head swarms with possibilities that will never be, and my hands try to grasp your own, but they reach out only to be greeted by cold air. An empty space I wish you would fill. The very person I am is not my own, but yours, and it feels as if it's been years since we spoke, and by now you are galaxies away, yet still ruling mine. I told my best friend about you, and she laughed, saying I was simply a hopeless romantic. And I may be hopeless, but I have never been romantic.
Great poem, Anna. Can we please get her scores?
All right, we have an 8.7, an 8.8, an 8.8, a 9.1, and a 9.9.
All right, I got some more jokes. What did the policeman say to his belly button? You're under a vest. Thanks. That one was funny. What's green and has wheels? How do you know all of these? I know a lot of jokes. Grass. I lied about the wheels. Yeah, that one was bad. I know. It's okay. Sure.
What do you call a little person who is a psychic who escapes from jail? A small medium at large.
All right, next up, we have Davia Clark.
Hi, I'm Davia, and this poem is called Me and You. I wrote this a few months back. Okay, here it is. Sometimes I wish that the ocean wasn't blue and the sky wasn't gray. Sometimes I wish that you weren't you and I weren't me, and the situation that we were in didn't exist. I wish that I never met you on that day at that time, and you took my heart with your first words, oh, hey. And that oh, hey went to I like you, and long after I like you was, hey, I kind of love you. Sometimes I wish that I didn't have a great time with you or made the best memories that will never fade away. Sometimes I wish that I could reverse time before the lies, before the love, before the lust, before things got past the climax and there was no turning back. Sometimes I wish that the phrase I miss you wouldn't fall out of your mouth like a stuttering apology. I wish that it was easy to forget you. Forget that I'm the only one hurting, the only one crying at night, the only one that actually cared about you. The only one that I knew what you were going through. I would say that I wish we never met, but that would be a lie. I wish that I never held hands with you, stared at the stars, hoping this night will never end, but it did. Thank you.
Can we get the judges' scores, please?
Right. We have a 7.8, a 7.9, an 8.1, an 8.8, and an 8.8.
All right, next we have two people who have been good friends since elementary school, Mahir Shroff and Sarah Peter.
I didn't fall. Hi, Ron. Okay. What is wrong with you? Really hope it.
Okay, you ready?
There we go. Hold on. 1 second. Okay, there we go. I got it.
Why do you want us to? Okay. I got it.
Are you sure you got it?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes. Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3. Why do you want us to grow up? All right, you just say it. It's fine.
Okay. Why do you want us to grow up? Why do we have to be on your maturity level? All we do is grow.
From infant to toddler to adolescence to teen.
To that age where you have to act like you know what's going on.
To that stage in life where everything just clicks. All life does is grow. Yet you want me to skip out on a part of it. You want me to be mature. You want me to be civilized.
You want me to be you. You basically don't want me to be me. Why must I grow up? Maybe I just want to relive the past. Maybe a part of me just wants to stay behind.
Maybe you are the one who's too worried about the future. The one who always tells other people to stop living in the past.
Maybe I just want to shrink down to the times when the funniest thing was feeding my dog cookies. Down to the time where I felt close to every person in my grade.
Down to the time I came back to school and kissed my mom every day because I loved her and I wasn't afraid to show it. Down to the time when I would pretend play Pokemon during recess. Down to the time when homework wasn't a thing and you got to live life 24/7.
Down to that time I used immaturity to mask my fear. Oh wait. My fear of responsibilities, of no second chances, no teacher to help you with your mistakes.
My fear of not being popular, not having friends, and being alone.
There's nothing to protect you in this terrible world that you created.
The world where Wi-Fi matters more than saving the environment.
The world in which liking a picture is the closest interaction you will have to a person's life.
The world in which GPA matters more than your mental health.
Oh. A world in which being rich trumps being happy.
The world where being smart is only shown by a report card.
So sorry for wanting to stay younger and free and invincible. Sorry for staying in the past a little while longer. Sorry for living life and trying to relive all the memories I've had.
Sorry for trying to be myself.
And from now on, when my only argument is a poorly executed joke,
when I play pretend to forget my stress, let yourself remember, you don't always have to grow up, and growing up does not have to change you.
Judges' scores, please.
Oh, man. All right. We have a 7.9, an 8.3, an 8.6, an 8.9, a 9.1.
All right, we have a few more jokes in the round. So the first one is, what do referees and the seven dwarves have in common? They both whistle while they work. All right, what do you call a penguin that reads? I don't know.
No, okay. Couple more announcements. Reminder to follow at SMNW Poetry and tweet the name of your favorite poet, tweet any pictures you have, and tweet your favorite lines. And a reminder that if you are interested in getting a t-shirt at the end of the round, come over here and see Miss London.
They're $15 and super cool.
They're $15 and they look like this. You need to order today if you want one and then bring $15 by the end of the week. Also, we want to do one more shout out to PTSA for being awesome and letting the Poetry Slam happen.
And the crew from KGR.
And Reagan Walsh, because he wants a shout out.
And Rachel Barnes.
Also, all of our judges and everyone that has judged today.
Everyone give a big round of applause.
Stall for like a minute longer.
And we got a shout out to Ron Kopp.
Keep stalling.
Who wants to show me how they dab? Good dabs, good dabs.
Okay.
Do we have our top 10? They need to come see me over
Okay. I need a huge drum roll as I'm about to announce the top 10 for the final round.
More, bigger,
In first place, we have Tessa Irvin. Woo! In second place, Will Gross. Woo! In third place, Daniela Silva. In fourth place, Nate Jones. In fifth place, Lily Ottinger. In sixth place, Althea Flores. In seventh, Juliana Cantner. In eighth, Claire Hutchinson. In ninth, Emanuel O. And last but not least, Ashton Hess. And if I just announce your name, if you could please go over there and check in with Miss London for the final round, that would be greatly appreciated. Anything else?
Thank you guys. We'll get the final round started here pretty soon.
I really thought you were...
Hey there, Northwest. Thanks for tuning in. Fun fact, we are on YouTube, and we are live streaming that. Go ahead and go like that.
Because currently we have 106 dislikes.
What? Come on, we gotta do better than that.
If you're disliking this,
Come on.
Why?
Come on, think
Just
with
why?
your head, okay?
I don't know.
Down to
This
better
is
things.
Lovely. Okay, so to lighten things up, I have a little poet joke for you guys.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, get ready. How does a poet sneeze, Reagan?
I don't know, Rachel, what's up?
Haiku!
Oh,
that was good.
Haiku! Anyway, we're done with all that.
I'm so sorry.
What another fantastic round
Yeah,
to
that
finish
was-
this up. We're going to be
really
moving into the
awesome.
7th round.
The seventh,
the
the
finals.
final
We got
10.
the 10 people. They are just stoked. I know it's going
They're-
to get super intense, Northwest. You got to stick with us here.
I'm really excited. Hopefully the judges know what's up because obviously some of them haven't been listening to the poems.
Yeah, they need to listen to that poem.
They need to listen to the poems.
But before we get talking all about the finals and hyped up, let's go back to round 6
Recap
to
a little
discuss
bit.
what happened.
So first off, we got Andy Overman, and tell us a little bit about.
Yeah, her poem was "Letter to the Boy," and we never knew who the boy was, but
He was mysterious.
it was mysterious. But what she tried to do is she was trying to forgive this person, but she also was saying like she's so much better without him. It was really deep and good, and I think the crowd really enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, I did too. And she was just kind of talking about how she really needs to get over this boy that was in her life. She was really talking about how he broke her heart.
Yeah, and she used that metaphor of glass a lot. She kept saying she was glass, she got shattered, and now she's getting picked back up. So
Yeah.
it was a really good poem, and
Don't worry,
it
girl.
was a good one to start
yeah,
off.
It was good. You'll find a guy someday, Andy.
Okay.
He'll be good.
Our next
See you.
poem was by Cody Postal, and it was untitled.
It was a little bit mysterious. He had a little bit of a romantic vibe going on, you know. He was talking a lot about nature, relating a lot of his points to nature. He was talking about rivers, trees.
Yeah, and
this
it
fun
wasn't
stuff.
it wasn't a normal poem, really. It was
It
more of a
wasn't.
story.
It was.
I mean, you
It
thought
was
he was
awesome.
reading out of a tale.
A storybook. Yeah, honest. It was. Okay. I don't even know how to pronounce this.
On to our third poem. Anthea Flores, Pep Talk.
Yep.
Are you good?
Okay. It's you.
Okay, well, this pep talk was really deep. It was a story to her 13-year-old self, and she was saying that self-pity was no more. She didn't need any more self-pity. We didn't need to be a waste of space in this world anymore, that everyone needed to stop worrying about everybody and just start being you, basically.
No, yeah, I totally agree. Like, it started off a little bit like more emotional, and then towards the end, she really got into like inspiring and saying, hey, like, love yourself. Like, you are the perfect version of yourself. I thought it was really awesome. It was really uplifting. Yeah. I really liked the way, it really was a pep talk.
And clearly she got good scores because now she's moving on to the final round of the
Go
top
you,
10.
go you. Okay, so next we have Kevin Thompson.
And it was a story of a goat.
Oh,
that
it was.
And
follow him on Twitter.
That's what he wanted you to do. His poem was very simple, very to the point. It was basically about him being the greatest of all time.
Yeah, and he eats a lot of ice cream.
I guess that's what he said. It didn't have much depth to it, but I still think everyone enjoyed it. It was a great mix-up.
Do you know what? It was a little bit light. Yeah. You know, it added some, like, a good mood. It was it was funny. I laughed.
Yeah.
I hope you laughed too.
Moving on to the 5th was Claire Hutchinson, and
God Bless America.
Her poem was National Anthem.
God Bless America. Okay, so yeah, she was just kind of going over a lot of things that have happened in like America's past, and really, almost criticized some of the things that have gone on. And do you know what? I agree with her. She was being very hypocritical of what was happened. Some people have to apologize for some things, and then some others don't. It was, the crowd loved it. She was right on with her presentations, a ton of snaps. She's moving on also to the next round. Yeah,
so look
she was
forward
awesome,
to that again.
Awesome. Can't wait to hear from her again. Okay, and now we have another top 10, Will Gross.
Yep, and his poem was untitled, and it was a very interesting poem.
Yeah.
He started off talking about Compton, which threw a lot of people off, I think.
Because they were like, whoa, you're from Johnson County.
Yeah, and that's the point of his poem, though. He said that he would be better off growing up in Compton.
Yeah.
But what it was satirical. He showed how much harder their lives are and how blessed we are to be here, and how we shouldn't take anything for granted, which is such a good topic.
I totally agree. And it kind of just like, it kind of opened our eyes to see that like we are very blessed, and he was just kind of, and he kind of moves on with the poem and just kind of talks about how he doesn't want to be I don't know what she's doing with her hand. And he really wants something to fight for, you know? Like, he wants a purpose in life, which is really, really awesome. And I thought
it's a cool thing to strive for.
Yeah. He made some great points, and he's moving on again, so.
Also, be looking forward to him in this final round.
Yep. Next we have Vanessa.
Vanessa Cecil, her poem was Perfection. And this was really cool because her title was Perfection, but it was about how it isn't real, and how if you keep striving for perfection, you're never going to be who you truly want to be.
Exactly. And how there's all these like standards for body image that are out there, and that they're so unrealistic and they're so untrue. And I thought it was just awesome that she kind of pointed that out and says, hey, like, you need to be the perfect version of yourself. And like, it was really inspiring because you know what, not everyone's gonna look like the girls in the magazine. And I think that really hit home for a lot of boys and girls that are struggling with the way that they look physically.
She did great, and it was a great uplifting poem to put in the middle of this.
I agree.
Our 8th contestant was Anna Schmidt, and it was titled A Crush.
And she's really talking about, this guy that she really, really liked, and how he just came into her life and like crushed her. He
kind of play on words there. He crushed her. I think she actually meant that to happen too.
Yeah.
But she said it was more of a fantasy love, and how it wasn't what she wanted. I'm sorry, Anna. I couldn't stop laughing though. Okay. Our next contestant was Davia Clark, and it was titled Me and You.
Me and You. This was a good one. It was another one about an ex. So she's kind of talking about this boy that she once dated and how he was a big part of her life.
And we see these poems a lot. We see a lot of poems about society judging and about ex-lovers, ex-crushes that really have messed up some people.
I mean, they're all different, and they're all special in their own ways. And this was it was good, and she was really letting out her feelings, and I think it was a really good way for her to kind of pour out her heart.
Yeah, definitely.
And she's really basically just saying she's wanting to forget her ex.
Yeah.
Because who doesn't?
True. And our last contestants was Mihir and Sarah.
They were good.
And they were really good, and their title was Grow Up.
And this one was all about talking about having, like, to grow up but not change yourself, because there are so many expectations from parents or whoever that are expecting you to change.
And they were saying that we're teens and we don't want to grow up right now.
Yeah, exactly. We're still kids.
And everyone's saying, hey, grow up, you need to do this, you need to do that. And they're saying, I want to stay right here. I don't want to be done yet. So
I really liked it.
It was a great poem to finish it off, for sure.
It was passionate, and I love the fact that they did it together. Like, they've been friends since they were kids, and now they're in high school, and they're really, really just, like, loving life and, like, growing up together, but they're not changing.
Well, stick with us for the final round.
I can't wait. I know all these people have some great things to say, and I'm going to be giving them lots of snaps.
You're going to be seeing lots of snaps, lots of great poems from our top 10 contestants at Northwest right now. So get excited.
It's going to get
heated for sure.
Heated. So.
And I think before we go into this final round, we just want to really take an emphasis how important this poetry slam is for Northwest. The whole school gets involved. This whole library is packed all day. During classes, during lunch, kids take time out of their lunch to just come in here and listen to poems.
It's awesome to see that. Yeah. Okay. Shout out to Brayden and Quinn. You're doing a great
You're doing a great job. Good luck, contestants.
Wow.
We'll see you after the finals.
It's good.
On your feet! On your feet!
Everybody up!
On your feet!
Everybody! Then we should probably get up.
Hold on.
Homies in the back! Get down again!
Okay, ready? Welcome to the final round of the 2016 Poetry Slam! Get pumped up!
Ready to hear some poetry!
All right. You want to judges?
Remember, the point is not the point is poetry!
Before we get started, I just want to let you know that because it is the final round, I need 100% energy 100% of the time. Woo! Before we get started, Quinn is going to do some reminders about judging really quickly.
This is mainly for the judges, but you guys can listen as well. Just some things to look forward to the people speaking is looking how they perform, their ability to write, and just, perform it in general. Their emotional impact, how it makes everyone feel. If you guys really like something, show it, Just get excited. We want to see some energy.
And if you don't like a judge's score, you say... One more time. There you go. Before we get started, want to do a couple of thank yous. First to PTSA for allowing this to happen. Now I need a huge round of applause to two people that helped plan this, run it, organize it, and that is Mrs. Stiggy and Miss London. Is that it? Okay. Then without, we gotta announce who's in the finals. Okay, I need a huge drum roll, please. We have Tessa Irvin, Will Gross, Daniela Silva, Nick Jones, Lily Ottinger, Althea Flores, Juliana Kentner, Claire Hutchinson, Emanuel O, and Ashton H. And then one last thing, just so you all know, finals is starting over, so scores at this point are irrelevant. Everyone is on the same playing field, so it all comes down to their poem for this round. So without further ado, give it up for Ashton H.
Hi, my name is Ashton Hess. This was a lot of fun. London, I read my poem to her a couple weeks ago, and she's like, hey, that's cool, and she made me do it. And I'm really glad she made me do it, so yay, London. I had a second poem, but it was a little bit inappropriate, and like 90% of it needed to be censored. So if you heard this poem before, don't tell your neighbors, because it ruins the secret. Okay. This is a love poem. Where to start? You have a nice butt. Like dang, cake boss. Cake with a capital Kardashian K. Little known fact of the day, spoiler, every Nicki Minaj song is about you. Truth is, you've got buns, hun, and this Ashton kinda wants some. Honestly, that's probably 99% of my favorite parts about you. Nonetheless, my love is true. When I look into your eyes, I get lost. I need a GPS to find my way out, but when I type in home, it just takes me back to you. As your cheeks dimple when you smile, my heart crinkles in the same way. When you smile, all the bad inside me turns to good. When you light up, the world glows up. You're the ATP to my cell. You give me the chromosomes to my DNA. You are my identity. All I am is because of you. You are the nucleus to my cell. You run my life. You are the earth to my inaccurate Dark Ages view to the solar system. I revolve around you. And also because not everyone's an IB of biology and I needed another analogy. You are Zac Efron mixed with Channing Tatum. The Notebook has nothing on our love. We are the textbook on love. And that's a textbook I promise to never forget on the top of my car and drive away so it falls in the middle of 67th and sits there all night. No, you're my ride and die, not my fall off my car and die. You're a Kansas sunset in a brown-back world. Every day you do little things that remind me just how much I love you. Like last week, when you saw Trump on TV and proceeded to throw up right then and there. How am I so lucky that I got you? Our love is a vine I could loop for infinity, and I'm pretty sure people just follow me on Insta for pictures of you. Don't worry. They can't stop staring at the Mona Lisa either. You're a work of art, not a piece of art. Our love is a piece of cake. There is sometimes a language barrier, but we manage. Our love is too great for words anyways. You're the boy I would bring home to mom, and by mom I mean my real mom, Brewer. I love you with the burning intensity of 1 million suns, and contrary to Trumpular belief, 1 million is a lot. You are Cyrano without the nose. If you'd rap, you'd have sick flows, and you've never been asked, what are those? Because you're a winner who won me over. From day one. I remember day one. I was wearing a green shirt. You were wearing nothing. You smiled your smile at me, then I held you in my arms, and you peed on me. I'm talking about my dog, by the way, if people haven't gotten that. So for the boy that puts the butt an astronaut, because he's out of this world and corgis do have nice dog butts. This one's for you, you goon.
All right, thank you, Ashton. Judges, scores, please.
Okay, we have an 8.9. A folded one. A 9.2. A 9.3. A 9. And a 9.5.
Thank you. And next we have Juliana Cantor.
Okay. All right. I promise right now I will tell you the truth. I complain a lot, just like most of our youth. I complain about the hours it takes when graphing functions. I whine about my teachers, nonstop, unreasonable, tedious instructions. I moan about my siblings and their talking and crying. Can they not stop? My parents and their unwanted prying. I just want to go home and sleep in my bed, but I have to do piles of homework instead. These things are not what I've come up here to say. I want to make a point, and this is definitely not the way. Sometimes we talk about the petty complaints, the aspects of life nearly everyone hates. We talk about the bad friends and family do, the terrible aspects of places we have sometimes gone to. We talk about our religion, our race, the qualities we hold, and why these things separate us from the rest of the world. Can we not take a moment to say what makes us happy, to describe why we love the people that surround us, and possibly refrain from being so rude and so snappy? I think sometimes we forget. We forget what acknowledging kindness can do. We forget how telling the people we love the importance they hold can change someone's view. We sometimes forget what the good in life brings. Our families, our friends, all sorts of other things. We don't talk about the good because it's something we expect. The good in life, well, we completely neglect. It doesn't hurt us or shock us when life goes well, but maybe it should, or at least mean enough for us to tell. Because the bad things in life, well, they won't go away. Our broken world will never be a perfect display. There will always be cracks, scratches, and ugly rough spots, but kindness and love can be capable of lots. And while the world may look different after the tragedy and hate, these good and kind things have the ability to polish and to paint.
That's why for just a moment I want to talk about the good, the boy that held the door open as I carried what I could. Our parents, our teachers, our soldiers, our preachers, my friend that answers my calls at 12 at night to keep me company when I'm bored or sad or filled with fright. Our country where we can say the thoughts running through our mind and travel to any wonderful place we can find. My God who I believe died a painful death on the beautiful cross so that I can live in heaven and not constantly bear loss. I want to please take this very last minute to be grateful for all the good in the world while we all are still in it. I want to discuss what brings us together and connects us all as a community, as family, as friends, even if our connections are minor and are small. I want to remember to look for the joy, to cherish these occurrences even though things can annoy. Because when I experience the bad become shattered and broken, the good things in life have the ability to comfort me in ways that are not even spoken.
Give it up for Juliana! Can we please get her scores?
We have an 8.2. An 8.8. A 9.6. A 9.1. And a 9.1.
Next up, give it up for Emanuel O.
Okay, Luke, Braden still hasn't called me Derek this entire time, so I gotta thank you for that. All right, before I give my poem, I got a joke. Why do graveyards have fences? Because people are dying to get in. All right. Okay. I look around and see a planet, not a Mother Earth, missing the spirits bumping in the night, the flames sparking a new reality, the you being a firework, the your colors bursting, the billions of unique souls, because yes, you are unique. I am unique, but unique is not equivalent with being a dragon. I am not a dragon. I am not a mythical being. I am but a human. I am but a soul filled with distortions, but distortions don't make us spectacular, they make us distinct. Not a new messiah. No matter if hope will change the realities that I am not a butterfly, and you are not an eagle waiting to spread its wings. We are just humans with limitations and the ability to believe that we can be anything that we want to be, because limitations don't exist, because we are the children of the universe. We bring many beautiful things to life, and we've destroyed the beautiful things called life. We shape this world into a marvelous ocean of beauty, polluted by our conflict. The good exists, and so does the bad, but don't acknowledge the bad. Don't think about the bad, because thinking about bad is bad. Don't think about race. Don't think about genders. Don't think about suffering, because that's pessimistic. Pessimism is a pesky pest spreading pestilence to the matrix known as society, creating a disease-ridden world of negative feelings where we ignore the truth of subtlety. These subtleties in our society, subtle ties bringing us together, continue stirring the boiling pot of quarrelsome subjects, the untouchables of speech ready to implode, the patriarchy, the conflicting religion, the racial paradigms, the societal roles. These, they remind us of pessimism. They remind us of reality, the reality that we don't want, but the reality that we must live in, where we are unique, but we are not butterflies, but we are not what we want to be. We hold beliefs spelling beneath bloody battles called weakness, the bloody battles beside ourselves, that feeling of insecurity that need to be more than just different, that need to be more than just unique, that need to be what we want to be. Because why settle with unique when you can be better? Well, you better yourself, because that's got to be better for you. But what about the others that get put down to make yourself feel better? Why can't we just accept the I'm ordinary? It's okay. We are not supposed to be opposed, because opposed means no pros, and no pros means that we need to deal with the throes of life. So why do we just doze and let society impose its rules on us as we watch our ontological value decompose? You never chose to just be unique. You always want to be more, but why can't we just be unique and just accept that butterflies get to be butterflies and dragons get to be dragons, and that life has its thrills, and that there are subtle ties in life, and that those ties make us what we are? Why can't we just accept that nothing has intrinsic meaning and just carry on because we have meaning to each other? We are human. We are not spectacular. We are just unique.
Thank you, Derek. Can we get his scores, please?
We have a 9.2, a 9.4, a 9.3, a 9.4, and a 9.3.
Thank you. And next, let's give a warm welcome to Tessa Irvin.
Hello, it's me again. Yes. Yeah. I'm rereading the same poem because reasons. I wrote mine about lunch lines. I'm a simple person, you know. My interests include sleep-free meals, good cereal, and Saturdays. I'm a simple person, but even I know, even I can figure it out that the lunch lines are the reason that life is pain, the bane of my existence, my arch nemesis, home brewed by hell's chemist, hell-bent on ruining my day. And wowee, lo and behold, it worked. Contact the number listed to receive your prize. When the bell rings, it's anarchy, a race to the finish line, the lunch lines, and oh my God, gotta run, gotta go fast. Top floor, algebra 2, ground level cafeteria, beeline, straight to, adrenaline like Niagara Falls, and my simple mind that likes sleep and cereal, more scrambled than eggs on a Sunday morning. I didn't ask for this. The only thing I asked for in life are junior mints and the tears of my enemies. Make the list and check it twice, Santa Claus. I didn't ask for my life to be this chaos. Out there, I swear, in those halls, it's kill or be killed. You gotta be Bear Grylls and try to survive. Cause boy, it's Lord of the Flies. War never changes. No, but really, by the time you make it, it's too late. You'd spend less time in line at the DMV. Cause right now, the lanes are jammed like rush hour traffic, slower than molasses in an Arctic January, and bam, now it's 1,000 years later and you got your meal of undercooked something with a side of carrots and disappointment.
Awesome job, Tessa!
All right, we have an 8.7, a 9.2, a 9.3, a 9.5, and a 9.9.
Next, give a huge round of applause to Lily.
Okay, so I didn't really expect to get this far, so I didn't write a second poem to begin with. I wrote this one during lunch, but I cheated and combined the one from my sophomore English class and my junior English class with a little spin on it, so we'll see how this goes. I was very much inspired by Julian Kafour, my future debate partner, because their poem made me tear up. Hearts at you, though. Okay. This is called Life Lessons from a Painter Who Only Knows How to Wing It.
High school was not built to be a happy place, and this was not written to be a happy poem, but there are too many verses from adults who can't reverse their own clocks and would live in high school ever after, and not enough poets who are manic panic punk wannabes that made sarcastic remarks in the back of your 10th grade English class. So this is the battle hymn of the person I always wanted to be, and the eulogy for the one I was. This is an ode to the rosebud children who wanted to be painters or ballerinas or rappers, but blossomed into dandelion heads and let others blow their wishes away. When I was 14, I looked up to tattoo artists. I wanted to be sharp, untouchable, but still beautiful. I wanted to create something I knew would be permanent. Fun fact, you can buy the supplies necessary to create a homemade tattoo at any craft store for under $10. Similarly, you can buy the constituent ingredients of crystal methamphetamine at any Walmart. Do-it-yourself mutilation is addictive. The dot of the needle could almost drown out the beeping of a heart monitor, a morphine drip IV. So at 15, I wrote my will in inked Morse code calligraphy, and sometimes artistry is the best company. You may forget why you ever loved someone, but I guarantee you'll never forget your tattoo artist. So in the middle of the summer, when a childhood friend drops you like a rag doll, sketch Saturn on your ankle, rewrite astronomy with 3rd grade cursive lessons, because I certainly didn't regret it. So, besides, love is for losers. Now, jump cut. Fast forward. It's 2 weeks before Valentine's Day. I'm bent over a trash can vomiting between retches and dry heaves. I start to believe that this could not get any worse when my phone goes off. It is Google Classroom informing me that Northwest English teacher, which will not be named, has uploaded an assignment called Love Poem, and suddenly the emptiness in my stomach goes bitter and I start to puke again. See, because I am 16 years old, product of a couple that married for finances and never wanted to be parents, because I write poetry like a cynic, seduce like a schizophrenic, and I kiss with my eyes open. So what do I know about love? Well, I characterize relationships like oil paint public personas that smudge too easily like Donald Trump's spray tan, but here's what I do know. Last year, United States businesses spent $187 billion on advertising. That statistic feels like a paycheck, feels like being watched by every model from every billboard in Times Square because having a crush was like Photoshop. And then there's you. You loser. You wear exclusively Old Navy hoodies, 3 pairs of blue jeans, and a ton of space print t-shirts. I keep asking myself if you're more astronaut or deity, but the label doesn't change the elegance in the way you spill your words into Milky Ways, because you make me see Andromeda behind my eyelids. And you love Andy Warhol, but the whole Nelson couldn't cap as much color as the iris of your left eye. They're the bluest things I've ever seen. And I'm reminded of freshman intro to art class with Mr. Hunt. We learned that Prussian blue paint was art before it was artificially synthesized. The raw dye was worth more than its weight in gold, but the byproduct of its artificial creation was hydrogen cyanide. But you swap out psychosis for star systems in the back of my skull, and I've never felt lighter. But my point is, high school wasn't designed to be happy, but few things ever were. That doesn't necessitate sadness, but sometimes sadness is necessary. And I want you all to remember, administration makes you take art classes for a reason.
Give it up for Lily. Judges, can we get the scores, please?
We have an 8.8, a 9.5, a 9.9, a 9.9, and a 10.
All right, next we have Danielle Silva.
Okay, first I want to thank everyone who's in this room right now, because I personally feel that Poetry Slam is one of the coolest things that Northwest does. And it's only it's only possible that it's this awesome and just a good inclusive space, because people miss lunch to come in here and watch poetry, and that's the coolest thing to me. I'd also like to dedicate this poem to my brother because it's his birthday today. And I'd also like to dedicate this poem to every single educator in the state of Kansas. Dear Governor Sam Brownback, I am ashamed of what people must think when they hear the word Kansas for a lot of reasons. You tried to ban our state from Syrian refugees when mothers clutching their children close begged for asylum. You were one of the voices who said no. You also voted no on expanding the definition of hate crimes to include protection for those of different sexual orientations. You're the kind of governor who works a lot harder to make it a lot easier for other people to discriminate. So yes, you legalize campus carry, but you don't want to let a girl and a girl or a boy and a boy get married. And I am glad that my brother is graduating from KU this spring, mostly because come this fall, I don't want to feel like we're sending him back off into a war zone. Maybe just a Midwestern middle school. See, my brother is going to be an educator, a teacher. Years ago, when the grandkids went camping, 4 grandkids piled like sardines into a tiny RV Winnebago. We did lazy loops around Yellowstone with Grandma and Grandpa, and my brother, the oldest, would hold council at the kitchenette. He was a leading authority on everything, the historian, the political analyst, the English professor, the teacher. He'd explain the Electoral College in World War I to me and my cousins, aged only 8, 9, 10. We'd sit wrapped in attention like teach us everything you know. My mom says that my grandmother called her once during that summer and said, you know, I really think he's going to be a teacher one day. Now my mom says, you know, as much as I'd love for your brother to stay close to home, I think he should look for jobs out of state. It is clear that Kansas does not care about education, dear Governor Brownback. It is clear that you do not care about education, dear Governor Brownback. Being a student in Kansas right now is like being in an Indiana Jones movie. We're running on a bridge that's collapsing behind us, and we might have to leap to make it out the other side. In the coming year, the state's support for public schools will be cut by $127.4 million. Tell me, when did our children's futures become an unnecessary expenditure? Just numbers to be cut from the budget to find balance, dear Governor. I know you have 5 children of your own, so I don't understand how you can be so heartless. Dear Governor, I know you have 5 children of your own, so I don't understand how you cannot think of the children who can barely afford pens and pencils, much less tuition. Do they not deserve to learn just as much as yours do? You shouldn't have to be able to afford private school just to get an education that means anything. Education should not be a game that only privileged stand a chance of winning. I want our teachers to stop having both hands tied behind their backs. Our teachers should not be told to teach to the test at the sacrifice of getting the concepts. Our teachers should not be paid in peanuts for teaching us how to grow trees. Our teachers should not be told that those who can't do teach. Those who do best are the ones who teach. Our teachers should not be told that the profession is anything less than noble. We should not be driving our teachers away. They are our future. They are teaching to our future. So, dear Governor Brownback, I know what matters to you. It's not us.
Awesome poem, Della. Can we get the scores, please?
Right. We have an 8.9. A 9. A 9.8. A 9.9. And a 9.9.
Next, give it up for Will Gross.
Hi, I'm Will. All right. First off, okay, this poem is satire. Why I it is. All right. Man, I wish my life was a rut, but don't judge me yet. I know what you're thinking. Who am I to nag and fret? But I need a light check for sex, so just let me vent. In this city, we are so very boring. We're just part of the many ordinary people who have no true sense of scary. My life should not be sedentary. I will not choose to live in this merry little place that we call Johnson County. No, I need some variety. I don't need propriety. I just want to live like my life has some strife rather than some piety. And I'd find it in a fairy tale place called Compton. Home of the rotten, unwanted, boxed, and bottomless pit that I would call home, because my life would be infinitely better had I grown up there. Now just bear with me. Think about it. I could get my rap game started. I could join a gang wholehearted, or at least I could observe the life and come out of it uncharted. I'd be heartlessly imparted. I'd be a strong little Spartan who knew the gangs and knew the streets enough to become a legend. Man, I'd be the new Kendrick, or maybe be Chancellor Bennett, and my success story would spread like a frickin' epidemic, because my experiences would inspire me to break beyond the boundaries and work aside these detainees to plant the seed that would then grow into a money tree. And yes, I do believe that this life would suit me just right, because I would rather be dead than have nothing else to fight. My life was earned rather than returned, was showed rather than bestowed. No, 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 no. I started from the bottom and I worked my way up, because to be the best, your background has got to be rough. No, 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 no. I had to fight to be where I wanted to be, and I needed a taste of sweet controversy. No, 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 no. It was my God-given right to prove everyone wrong, but a white kid from suburbia sing me a different song. No, 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 no. Because let's face it, we have no purpose, no glory, no burden, no story. We are all just ordinary. I will not go down in history. But when I think more of my opportunities, my good community, security, lack of brutality, impunity, and I Google the statistics of those kids in Compton. While I was on the playground, those kids were getting beat up. As a kid, I was told to pipe down while they were told to pipe up. While my future was always full of hope, theirs was always full of dope. And while I always played GTA for fun, those kids were given a real gun. So maybe it's a good thing I am where I am. I may not be living a fantasy, but I am surely living the American dream. And I know for a fact that a better life was handed to me. So please, do not be a wannabe, and instead live your life how it's supposed to be. Thank you.
Way to go, Will. Judges' scores, please.
A 9.3. A 9.5. A 9. A 9.5. And a 10!
And next, give it up for Nate Jones.
Hello. Hi. Okay. My name's Nate Jones, and this is dedicated to my little sisters. I am the strongest girl in the world. Repeat after me. Anytime my sister cries after a scary situation, a skin knee, or anytime she just doesn't get what she wants, I squat down, look at her in her beautiful, perfect eyes, and tell her to repeat after me. She recites, I am the strongest girl in the world over and over again, but she knows no pain outside of the things that I have mentioned. No heartbreak, no bones breaking, no oil spills or pointless wars, terrorists that kill, the NRA, KKK, Congress. No standardized testing, no towers dropping, no heart stopping. She does not yet know that the muscle that beats her blood and breath to life could be the very thing that one day turns around and kills her like it did her grandfather. She will not know her grandfather. I reassure her that it's okay to cry. It's one of the things that I personally do best. Emotions should never be disregarded for being defined as signs of weakness. Crying is natural, like sex, although I hope she doesn't know what that is for a very long time. She will learn that there are mean gods and meaner guys, and at times it may be hard to differentiate the two of them. God doesn't just have to be one thing, but it's okay if she believes that it is, and it's okay if she doesn't believe it all. Hate is the child of bigotry and ignorance. Love is the most sinister kind of robbery there is. It will steal her breath, and it will convince her that there is nothing left inside of her to break. Trust me, sister, there always is. Forgive everyone. Do not be fooled by false prophets on brimstone shouting God from the top of their suburban privilege, white fence picket signs. Love is universal. It knows no boundaries. If she ends up loving a she, I'm going to talk hot chicks with my sister all day long. Tell her crazy stories about falling in love and falling out of it, and admit to her that I can't really tell the difference. If she ends up wanting to be a he or realizes that he has been a he all along, I will look at him in his beautiful, perfect eyes, and I will say, hug me, brother, either way. I'm going to make sure our favorite TV show to watch together is Drake and Josh, dearest sister. I know that you're going to turn out to be so much like me. I'm so sorry about that. Your mother is my lighthouse. She is both the calm and the storm, the tsunami and FEMA. She will break herself bending over backwards for you. Do what I have failed to say enough. Say thank you. I hope you never have to experience pain like she has, and I hope you never have to learn to differentiate the terms father, farther, and farthest away. And I hope when you see me, you see a home. Cherish your breaths as you are breathing out and I am breathing in. One of my closest friends just took 2 breaths in the direction to seeing her parents again.
Know that spilled water cannot be poured back. That people are going to tell you that life is short, believe them, but remember, it is the longest thing that you are ever going to get to do. Eliminate the phrases, I don't care and I am fine from your life. Never lie to your reflection or to me. I have tried both and I end up hurt every time. Your father is not mine, but he is. I know that's confusing. Some people are going to tear you to pieces. Remember that you are a puzzle, darling, and it's going to take a long time for you to figure yourself out, so take your time. It'll be worth it. When love finally comes, it'll be willing to give up everything it has to give you everything you've ever wanted for the small price of all that you're ever going to be. So just be you, and repeat after me. I am the strongest girl in the world. Thank you.
Nice job, Nate. Can we please get his scores?
We have an 8.2, a 9.5, a 10, a 10, and a 10.
Next, give it up for Althea Flores.
Hi everybody, I'm Althea and I'm going to be performing Pep Talk. Dear 13-year-old Althea, middle school may be windowless, but unlike you and your cynical self, at least it allowed a little light to come in. You sit solemnly in science class, staring from wall to windowless wall, and when you run out of walls, you break the fourth one so you can interact with your audience, study your observers, face your critics, and compare each and every person's life to yours, already so deep into the ocean of self-loathing that you're quite comfortable with it. Congrats, you've hit the bottom. When the pressure's too much, you come up for air, ascending slowly but surely. Congrats, you reach the surface. And just when you thought you've learned to float, you start to sink slowly. One wasted day after another, because while I'm supposed to pay attention in class, I'm learning about a different water cycle called the circuit of self-pity. Dear 13-year-old Althea, right now your purpose in life is about as clear as brick. Always in denial, you tell yourself, it's okay, glass bricks don't make sturdy houses anyway. There is no shortcut to a healthy, happy mind. Maybe if you'd look up from your new iPod Touch once in a while, you'd see that. There are no online cheats for a good sense of self, no magic 8-ball, you can't just pick C, no fake mental disease you can dig up from one of the obscure crevices of Tumblr. Trust me, I've tried it all. Once you're done hosting pity parties, guest list, you, hear me out. I know you're hurting, but you are an artist, and artists can afford self-doubt when making a masterpiece. Create something, anything. Don't give up on me now. Do anything but sit there. Let's paint a picture. We'll do it together. You've spent a lifetime being comfortable, but now it's time to be courageous. Lend your contentment, borrow curiosity. This world is a plethora of subjects to paint. Find what bewilders and thrills you. Listen to the story of every head and heart, whether it's still beating or not, of every hero and heroine that has a tale to be told. All their horrors, all their joys, they're heartbroken, they're destroyed, just like you. Where you come from is your canvas. Where they come from is your paint. Let's paint a picture. We'll paint it with fingers. You may not have brushes yet, but you're still equipped for life. As equipped as Monet or Michelangelo, Mozart or Michael Jackson. Stop trying to prove you can be great like them someday. Now, I've had my fair share of people to prove myself to, but to be fair, you have nothing to prove, only to share. Let me tell you a little something about you. Not you as in 13-year-old me, but you as in every single one of you. Dear you. You had a 1 in 4 billion chance of being born, so how can you be a waste of space? Most of space is empty anyway. Fill it with your beautiful creations, symphonies, paintings, writings, theories. You are all artists, don't argue or deny it. We are all artists, but that's a whole different slam poem. For now, just take my word for it. Nobody has what you have. You are the sun. Stop orbiting other stars. Now, don't be self-centered. Be centered in yourself. Don't be self-serving. Be self-loving. Your legacy, what you leave behind, it's not the babies that you make, it is the babies your brain makes. the ideas you have that shape our world and leave it different than the world before you walked it. Dear you and 13-year-old Althea, you are immeasurably important. Be someone's lifeline, be their saint. Help at least one head or heart be the hero or heroine whose story they paint. Help dig them out of whatever hole they found themselves in, because you would know more than anyone that there is very little light in the bottom of that ocean. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And guys, if the bell rings, please do stay seated unless you absolutely need to go. And if you need to, please do so quietly. Judges, scores, please.
We have an 8.9, a 9, a 9.4, a 9.3, and a 9.5.
Hey everyone, before you leave, we have one poet left. If you don't have to leave, I'm sure that person would love for you to listen and watch it, and then stay and see who the final two people are. So please stay unless you absolutely must leave. Thank you.
Claire Hutchinson.
Hi. Okay, let's rush through this. Okay. 1995 saw the start of Generation Z, the iKids with a knack for this newfangled technology, Millennials 2.0, caught in the limbo of the World Wide Web development and rose gold iPhones. They say we're adaptable, but apparently we can't make our own decisions about anything. They say that we don't care about anything except for our tiny little screens, but they forget who put them in our hands. And they forget who they run to for help when they forget how to troubleshoot. They forget what kind of technology we need to keep sustaining life in the information age. Caught in a crossfire because, yeah, we're 90s kids, but the 90s never really actually ended until 2006. The only difference between the two being how much neon versus how much chrome, and just how expensive accidentally opening the internet on your mom's BlackBerry phone was. We're nostalgic for all the things that we can't quite remember, and half these high schoolers weren't actually born until 2000 or 2001. Most of us aren't old enough to even remember 9/11. Nothing outside of the news clips that our teachers show us in history class every September. I was born in the same year as the Columbine shootings. The United States has not been at peace for a year of my life. We are always fighting for everything. Human equality, posing arguments about microaggressions and refugees, seeing the inhumanity in the past that we're still living. None of us are older than 21. Under such hard scrutiny, while baby boomers wave 2 still run our country, we inherited the millennials' exhaustion, the generation before us spending our childhood fighting for all the things that we have never really believed in, fairy tales. Generation Z, the iKids who are going to one day be making leaps and bounds with technology, the generation to nurse this dying planet back to health, Millennials 2.0. Who know how to learn from our forerunners' mistakes, who know how to adapt from sidekicks to the iPhone 6S Plus in less than a decade. We're the kids who have realized that fun is found in safe spaces, not by getting into each other's personal spaces. They say we're too sensitive, while telling us that we're desensitized. Why can't they just decide?
All right, can we get the judges' scores?
We have a 9, a 9.5, a 9.5, a 9.8, and a 9.9.
All right, we're going to have the results in like 30 seconds. Before we have that, a few quick shout-outs. Again, KUGR for broadcasting all day, Mrs. Stiggy for helping running this, Miss London for planning and running this, PTSA, all of the helpers over here, all of the judges, and all of the competitors. And one last reminder, if you want t-shirts, come over here and sign up and put pictures, favorite lines, etc. on Twitter.
And we appreciate you guys for staying through that last round.
Also, one reminder that the final 2 competitors will go head-to-head at the prom assembly next week. And we'll have that in 2 seconds.
So funny.
Aren't you? So funny. Sorry, Michael.
4th place?
Uh-huh.
3rd place.
Uh-huh.
Top 2 will perform, okay?
Okay.
4th. Yeah,
Okay.
don't tell her who's they both.
Okay. Do you want to go ahead?
Okay, in 4th place, Daniela Silva!
In 3rd place, Claire Hutchinson. Okay.
And our 2 winners are Lily Ottinger and Nate Jones!
Congratulations, you guys. You guys did great today. Thank you.
Hey Northwest, we just wrapped it up here at the 11th Annual Poetry Slam.
Yes, we did.
And our final 2 competitors are Lily Ottinger and Nate Jones.
Nate Jones, yay. And this was our Poetry Slam, Northwest.
And next week, those 2 will be going head-to-head at the prom assembly to see who's the overall slampion. Thanks for watching.